we get more fellas because, as you know, NATO expansion is non-negotiable. Yeah, and Ukraine will win, must win. It's not a must win. It's just they will win, and they need to win soon. So the quicker we can get the stuff to the Ukrainian heroes, the quicker they will win. So we can all do our bit. So yeah, so in effect, it's going to be donating a fella to a Ukrainian hero. So, and if the video that I saw by Oche, not that Oche, not that your buddies have to create a video for this like your one, but your video that you created the other day, where you thanked us for that fella, with it just puts a smile on my face. I've saved that on my phone, so if I ever want a little uplifty happiness moment, I just look at your happy smiling face. I mean, you are such a dude. You are. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So we need to support your buddies. Yeah, we need to support all Ukrainians and all Ukrainian defenders. But especially in this case, I want to support your buddies. I want all your buddies to get a fella. I want Fellaine to get loads of donations. We've got 2 days to do this. So anybody listening, just DM me, and then I'll be like Tinder. Yeah, I'll be like Tinder in a war zone. I'll be matching you with a fella. And yeah, not that kind of Tinder, but you know what I mean, for a fella Tinder. A fella Tinder. There we go. Maybe we could call it fella Tinder anyway. Anyway, I've had half a bottle of wine now, so I'll shut up.
Wait, is a fella Tinder grinder? Is that what you mean? Probably not. But you know, unfortunately, I just got a fella, right? Which was so my picture was the Kerch Bridge with Godzilla, and I got a fella forward to sit in the middle of it eating lunch, right, with a sandwich. So that was my fella. But unfortunately, well, there was a massive explosion today in Crimea, so I think I have to change my fella. So yeah, I might have to get in touch with you and get another fella. I guess I'll have to donate again. Oh no, well, it's a bit of a
Yeah,
pickle.
yeah.
Oh dear. Oh well.
Lunchtime. This is going to be donating the fella to one of Ochi's buddies. So the fella is not going to be for you. The fella
Yeah,
is
no,
going to be.
but well, I want one too. You see, so I'll have to do it twice.
You're going to have to get
Oh
two.
well, what a shame. I guess I'll just have to dip into my pocket, which, let's face it, is full of moths. But I'll have to dig in there, and I have to get two fellows. So I'll be in
Exactly.
touch. I'll be in
Exactly.
touch.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Perfect.
It's a
You're
tricky
brilliant.
pickle. I mean, but to be honest, the money would go to, buy a pint or something, or go and do something else. So I'm happy to give it up to support the best cause that I know of right now. So
You
just yeah, absolutely.
you are a superstar. You are number one in the you're in my club. You're in my pal club, and you better follow me as well, you bugger. You're in my pal club, and
I
we're gonna
bloody
get.
have followed you.
I'll have you. Oh, shut up then. I've had wine. I'll shut up. I'll shut up in a minute.
I've had gin. I've had gin. You need to follow me back, Shaggy.
That better not be Beefeater's gin, otherwise you can.
So God, who drinks that rubbish? No, not that at
Exactly.
all.
We don't want any of that rubbish being drunk because they support Ukraine. So yeah, none of that rubbish. None of this Picard Ricard stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I'll shut up.
Well, when
Oh
when
God, sorry, Alan. I think I'm a bit out of control. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, particularly Fellaine and Otchik, and I will Fellaine, I should say, and Otchik. And yes, please, 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 like guys, honestly, I know I'm a bit hammered, and so is Shaggy, right? And we're a bit incoherent, but the situation is urgent. All right. Just to be serious for a second, the situation is urgent, and every little donation helps. And we need to get this over the finish line, and everything we do helps towards that goal. And if you need motivation, if you need to think about, oh, how do I, oh God, do I get a cappuccino tomorrow, or do I donate to a good cause? Well, don't get your cappuccino. Think about instead the atrocity that just happened, what, a couple of days ago at Uman. All right. And I refer you to the photo. There's a photo of a rescue worker looking down into the rubble, right? And all you can see You don't see it at first. You just see the rescue worker looking down into the rubble, just a random photo in Oman, and then you see the hand. You see a hand. You see a hand that's coming out of the rubble, and you realize, well, that's a person. That's someone. That's someone. It looked like a female hand to me. That's someone's daughter, and that's what's happening right now in Ukraine. That is what's happening right now. And you can help in a small way, but you can help. And the way to do it is to donate to several excellent causes, including Falane's cause right now, which has the most immediate effect, I think, in my opinion. But Maria Report too, Maria Aid, rather, I should say. But please, please, please.
Oh, my fault there. Keep going, lunchtime.
Please do participate. Please, please participate and please help, because it's a question of, I mean, I can't really, I can't, words fail me really, but it is such a cut and dried case of good versus evil, really, this war. It's a historical thing that we are living through. And when we look back on it, in 10, 15, 20 years, when history looks back on at this moment, um, it will decide, and we will be able to see more clearly how magnanimous this moment is and how important this is historically. So please, please, uh, don't just watch, please participate. You enjoy the space, great, but please participate, please donate, and please help Falane's cause. Thank you.
Thank you, lunchtime. And the easiest way to do that is to go up into the nest, tap on one of the tweets there from Verlaine, follow that tweet to PayPal where you can make a donation by selecting Toys for the Boys on the drop down menu. It's simple, it's easy. You don't need a PayPal account. You can use a credit card for a one time donation and be as generous as you possibly can be. Verlaine, you and Ocha are still with us. Uh, and I want to go back to you briefly before we take more hands.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So, Verlaine, I know that next week, after this fundraiser for the Rubige Brigade comes to an end, we will report with updates. But it has already helped. Can you update us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So the guys have already delivered 11,000 USD for the further procurement of the drones and some antennas and some maintenance and some gear. And I'm trying to redistribute it evenly for the causes. So we're extremely grateful. One of the drones has already been delivered. I posted it in the thread, so it was a birthday gift to Captain K for her Hona. So she got that one. I will also buy a couple more because these times drones are essentials and consumables. And as I mentioned, sometimes it's easier to buy spare parts rather than buying a new drone because it's more cost effective. Apart from that, I buy ballistic goggles and some special kit for the Recce platoon and like Recce company, but that's another kind of story. So we are trying to be like, here's the thing, which I'm having a discussion with the guys. I live in yesterday, so if something is urgent, the guys 2 days ago. So my speed is operational. Other guys' speed is meh most of the time. And it's hard to find the common ground in terms of the delivery and the efficiency. And I'm doing whatever possible. Sometimes I'm like lending or money and reimbursing myself or the bank or whatnot. So we're getting into debt and then reimbursing because when I see there's some kind of a priority and we don't have funds for that, and I don't have my salary yet, and there's like a project on go just for it to be paid, I'd rather, knowing that those funds will come up eventually, I'd rather get indebted than. But that's just me. You don't have to do that. Please don't. If you can just help us a little bit, that's more than enough. If you can just help us spread the word, it's also highly commendable. And yeah, like, we do not want to have money on the accounts. We want to utilize them right away because we know that someone needs some supplies, and there is a whole list of supplies that's needed. Sometimes we do need to wait for them to come, to get them, to physically come, pay for them, and then get them. So that's the only time when the money are on the account, because we can't see in advance. We need to pay on the delivery. In Ukraine, that happens not all the time, but there are some cases like that. Other than that, I'm trying to be, as productive as possible, and I've been talking with the guys the whole day. So today I've been here on Spaces, like pretty much spring 2022 edition. Those of you who remember me in spring, as I think Kiva mentioned, I could have been here for 19, 20 something hours nonstop, falling asleep, walking my dog, doing interpretation and whatnot. And today, tomorrow is going to be the same day. I'm going to be here on Spaces for the most part, because we decided to run this fundraiser till the end of the month. Maybe we will be here on the 1st of May just to have a closure. I don't know. Because it's like May Day, whenever, like May Day, we need your help. Yeah. But overall, I may just use May 1st to have a closure and say everyone, my appreciation and express the gratitude. But overall, my help to the guys will not stop with this. I will just gonna be using other means, and I don't want to monopolize the space. I mentioned that, and there are other units who also need the help, and I'm also helping out other units. So it's not just solely Rubish 30 thing. It's just my primary effort. We also sometimes help the other fundraisers. I donate to others. I just bought massive tires for the 17th tank brigade, because their vehicle got flat, sort of, and they are extremely busy, like, in trying to find like anything, and they don't have funds. So the guys who are close to them just got in touch and was like, listen, here's the thing, they are in a neighboring unit and they need help. We're like, okay, so what should we do? So we did that. Now we're also helping another fundraiser to get them proper gear. So it's like, it's interoperability on all levels. So I hope that answers the question. And if you have any questions to Ocha, please go ahead. He is here and still not sleeping and looking at me suspiciously. Why am I mentioning him?
Thank you, Verlaine. And as Verlaine just explained, the needs are so urgent is really the reason why the goal we set for this fundraiser was as much as possible. And that's why your generous donation today can still make a difference, will continue to make a difference. We need to raise as much as possible. I want to welcome my co-host, Forrest. Great to see you here.
Thanks for having me up. I did want to say that for Lane, I feel like donating to another unit would feel like I was doing something wrong, like I was cheating on you with another group.
Sometimes I feel the same, like, because when you think about it, I have my own fundraisers, and then I'm doing some things for my group, but then you realize that it's still the same goal, and there, like, we don't have rivalry with them. We're all working for the same goal, and if it wasn't for those tankers, uh like, our guys would have been shot at with other tanks. So you feel, by the end of the day, that there is this sense of like consequences of usually having this one. But if you feel like you will regret not doing that, that be done. Like even if it's just, I don't know, 10 hryvnias or $2 or $5, you can just say like, oh, I sent like I sent not enough, but maybe on in the long run we had even fundraisers when 1 million individuals were set to send at least 1 hryvnia. So it made 1 million hryvnias, which is 32,000. No, wait a second. Yeah, like 32,000 at some point. It's a joint effort, and also think that sometimes if you feel the priority and you don't have enough funds for your own guys, you definitely need to focus on something. But when I get some extra like paycheck for another project and I still haven't allocated funds, I send at least like $5 to $10 for another unit, because once again, I'm usually given 95% for my guys, so I still have 5% to kind of like going back and forth. Yeah, but no one feels here that like I remember once I sent some funds for case fundraiser, because sometimes the soldiers fundraise on their own. Now it's harder because of the situation, and the command has another perspective. Usually they authorize you doing that. And I remember she was fundraising for winter gear for her father within their unit, like subunit. And I sent the last batch of my sailor, and she was like, Victoria, you're doing this again. I told you stop doing this. Like I feel like you're doing too much. And I was like, no, it's fine. It's all calculated. I've done that. She's like, you don't have the moral right to do this. You already gave us too much. I was like, what is too much in from the philosophical point of view? Like, what is your level of like to basically I just try to change the subject into like the philosophy of how much is too much, and she was like, I'm done with you. Anyways, I think we have Susan here. Oh Lord, haven't seen you in a while. Hi.
Hi, I've been here. I just do odd times. So I'm outside planting my yellow and somewhat blue, maybe more purple flowers in the front of my house, and then there's going to be Ukraine flags. But for Elaine, when Ukraine wins, what's the part of life you want to most go back to? What do you miss about how life was before? And thank you again for all you're doing. I love you to death.
I will think about it with Ocha. Just a second. We will reply, both of us.
Okay, thank you, Frelaine.
Just a second. Just a second. We just need to think about it. Just don't interrupt, please.
Frelaine,
Yes, I feel like I would like to get back to traveling and observation. I really love to take photos of the places I visit, and most of the time, I miss that part, and I miss seeing people I love, like when I want to, wherever I want to.
I will go to Asia again, and I will go to massage salon because oh my god, I really love massage, especially Asian massage, especially Thai massage. Whew! I will make massage every day, 10 times per day, 10 hour. Like I will make only massage. I will eat, drink coconut, and make massage. Yeah, it's my dream.
sounds like a great dream, Ocha.
Couldn't complain with that.
So for Elaine, Ocha, we'll come back to you. There are a few more hands. Let's go to Alex, Peter, and lunchtime. And thank you all for your patience. Alex.
Am I on?
You're on.
Thank you so much. This was great. Going back, going to Shagger Fellow. You just responded by saying about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, hey, I'm donating, or I got so many bucks that I want to donate, and I'm here to tell you, I'm going to match you because tomorrow is my payday as well, and I got some money in my pocket that's burning, and I'm definitely not spending it on women, wine, or whatever. So whatever it is, but don't break me. If you hear me, don't break me. I'm matching you pound for pound, dollar for dollar, euro for euro, and Ukrainian, uh, excuse me, zloty for zloty. No, that's Polish, I think. Excuse me. So what I'm saying is, I'm taking. You picked me up when you said, "Hey, everybody, spend a few bucks, do what you can." And it's one thing to hear Verlaine telling stories or telling, not stories, but sharing her day. And it's more important for me, for example, because I'm sitting here and I can't do shit except donate. At least spend some money and send some money over and send it better, not a week from now, but right this minute. So the reason why I'm catching on to you, Shaggy Fellow, is because I was you bounced off of another NAFO member by the name of Swiss Cheese Cherry something whatever, and what I'm liking about this whole thing, the dynamic is this: every 30 seconds somebody is coming on. Hey, yeah, I met you. Okay, you got some? Hey, you got something to say? Oh yeah, okay. Well, hey, I got a few bucks to spend. Hey, guess what? If you're matching this one, I'm here. I'm raising my hand, and I'm willing to spend money right now, right here, this second. Like Alan Brewer always says, oftentimes says, "This is Maria Report," and hey, spend some money, donate, and this is the time. Whether you go to Verlaine's account, which is I think Toys for the Boys, or Maria Report, is one thing or the other. But the main thing is get on with it right now, and that is why I'm asking Shaggy Fellow right now, right here on this spot. I'm going to match you, but don't break me.
Don't worry, Alex. We're not going to break you. We're all in it together. It's a share and share alike. So whatever you can do, whatever Shaggy can do, whatever we can all do, that's what we do. And it's easier to do when we know there are people like you and Shaggy right along with us, giving right along with us. Shaggy, I'll give you a follow up with Alex, then we'll get through Peter and lunchtime. Shaggy?
Yeah, Alex, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. I don't want to put you under any pressure financially or anything like that. I'll tell you what I do, and I'll tell you what you could do. Yeah. So what you could do first of all is, if you can't match what I do, don't feel under any pressure whatsoever, because we all have different financial situations. But what I've always done for my fellas, and I've got a few, including the one for Oche, is I've donated 50 bucks. So I've donated $50 to the Toys for the Boys. It's on my timeline. A photo of it. So if you can afford 50 bucks, that's what I will be donating.
Shaggy,
Yeah.
Shaggy, man, I'm at you 50, man. Thank you so much. Right on. I'll give you a high five for that, and I'm signing off.
Brilliant, buddy. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, just send me the screenshot, and then Verlaine is going to talk via Oche, and Oche is going to talk to his buddies, and then we're going to match up Oche's buddies and their fellow requests with donors. My DMs have blown up a little bit now, so you're going to be another one.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so you just send me a screenshot of your donation, and then when I get the fellow request information from Verlaine through Oche, I'll match him up like a Tinder dating person.
Okay, great. If I understand you correctly, I'll go for the toys for the boys, do my PayPal, and send the DM or not send you a screenshot to Shaggy Fellow, and you will match it at that time. Do I understand you correctly?
Yeah, perfect. Tinder. My Twitter, I've had wine. My Twitter handle is @fella_shaggy. So don't go for the Shaggy Fella. That's somebody else. So I'm Fella Shaggy. I've got about 2,000 something followers. So make sure you send it to Fella Shaggy, and then and then I'll do the rest. You're a star.
Awesome. Shaggy, I shall do that. And let me get busy right now with the Verlaine toys for the boys and match you one-on-one. And I guess that's it. Have a great day, man.
Thank you very much. Alan, over to you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Shaggy. Never in my wildest dreams did I picture MriyaReport as Tinder or Grindr or any of those other dating apps. But what we get to do is connect people who all support Ukraine. So, Peter, and then lunchtime. Peter.
Yeah, just to say hello to Farlane and Otra, and hope they're both great. What was I going to say? Yeah, I was just asking about the satellite stuff, and you've got to bear in mind that it is dependent on the cloud cover, which I don't think the drones go underneath the clouds. Satellite could be days out if it is. I mean, the cloud can be very thick sometimes. I mean, you can have 20,000 feet of cloud thickness before you get into the blue above. Other times it can be a few hundred feet, or there can be fog about. But just asking them, how limited are they with weather themselves with the drones? I mean, I know winds are a problem, and you know, it's is visibility a big problem for them as well?
We'll go to Verlaine and Ochi for an answer, Peter. Verlaine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just interpreting. Sorry.
Yes, of course. If you have snow, you can see nothing, and unit will fly, of course, because it can destroy engine of your drone, and he put on the ground, and yeah, he smashed on the ground and crashed. If you have fog, if you have fog, it's you can fly again, because if you have fog, you must fly on really low altitude, and you can really lose your drone too. Like weather, it's most important thing for drones, because if have bad weather, if have big wind, you cannot use drone. Like for example, for drone have a lot of situation that you really can't fly, like weather is really most important.
Yeah, I know a lot of the drones aren't very good in rain because they're not water resistant. But I did notice there is a company making some, they're like wetsuits for drones, so that they can actually operate in very heavy rain and even land on top of water without ingesting it, you know?
Yes, of course. Drone can fly sometimes if you have support system for rain, but camera will be in water, like, and you not can see nothing. For example, we try to use glycerin in winter, and it can help because if you have snow and use glycerin, snow not will on the camera screen. But it's not the best idea, but it's working. I think we can find something better. It will be in new winter, but I hope, really hope that war will end till this winter. But in real life, I understand that it's not will be, and of course we will find maybe new drones or new system to support our drones and camera, and can make our job better.
Yeah, do you think you'll go into a business with drones after the war? When Ukraine is being reconstructed, there'll be a lot of work for drones. With surveillance and other things. Can you see yourself going into that business?
Of course, I will make video for wedding. But really, you must understand. after this war will be, I think, 1,000 pilots of drones, and I can use my skill in another country. It's really more important. But in Ukraine, it's not will be easy. But I can use my skill for agrodrone.
Agricultural drones.
Thank you. Agriculture.
Yes, yeah, so
drones. Sorry.
I think we both got a cold after that the rain you drove.
Ochi, you're not dropping confetti then.
Yeah. But I can use drone for prank, for any joke or something.
Yes.
Like this.
Confetti instead of hand grenades.
For example, I have a dream. I want to be blogger, like travel blogger or something like this, and use my skill for a beautiful video.
Hey, how you guys doing?
D, we have a process here. You must raise your hand and get in line to speak. So please mute your mic, and then we will come back to you if you have a question. Do you understand me?
No.
Maybe a sound right.
I think that's kind of whack.
Well, let's just go to lunchtime, then back to Ferlane and Ocha. Lunchtime, go ahead, please.
Okay, God, yeah, that seemed like a bit of an attempt at a derailment. So well handled there, Alan. So Ocha and Fellaini, but Ocha particularly, I want to make your massage dream come true somehow. But in order to do that, you will have to come to London, and we will have to drink a lot of beer. I don't know if do you like beer?
I have one stupid question.
There's no such thing as a stupid question.
Are you young, beautiful, with big teeth?
I'm not, but I know some, and I think beer will help to ameliorate. Oh, well, what's the word? To lubricate the evening, as it were. So
I must drink. Sorry, I must drink really, really a lot here.
No, I'm not offering. Let's be very clear about this, Ocha. I'm not offering a massage at all. No. Oh God. Okay, what have I got myself into here? Okay. No.
Like, here's the problem. Lunchtime. He's literally a god. If you take a look into his call sign, he is one. So yeah, you can look.
But it's joke, of course.
All right. Well, okay. So get your ass to London, and we'll figure it out from there. And Fellaini, you can come too, and we'll see what happens. All right. Maybe we can find you a hunky guy to do some massage.
Woohoo! To be honest, I hate when people that I don't know touch me. Like I have to.
Oh,
Yeah, I hug everyone, but I feel like I need to know the person to hug the person.
But
well, I mean,
if it will be beautiful guy with big muscle,
I will be like
exactly.
a
A guy with a mysterious look in his eye. You know, we can make this work. We can make this work. And you know, what is knowing someone really? I mean, you know, you just say hello, and that's enough.
I'm telling
Well,
you guys, everything can be explained from the philosophical point of view. Like how much is too much? It depends on your perspective. How good can you know a person? It depends on the perspective. Like look at from this perspective of Yakosvana Buddhism. This is like philosophy. Like it's gonna happen somehow, some way, but who cares?
Oh my God, philosophy! Right, we need to get you several beers because that's the you know you need to get the room temp. You need to get your IQ down to about room temperature, and then it's all fun. Anyway,
So
never mind.
it truly is the first time a MriyaReport has gotten into the dating business. Really, all we're trying to do is to uh, uh, is to hook people up with Ukraine, to use that old word. That's what we do here, and to let people know that there are so many ways they can help. Beginning tonight, find a
Alan, you
tweet.
realise this is Shaggy's fault, right? Like Shaggy just started the whole Tinder metaphor, and it's all gone downhill from then. By the way, Shaggy, I've noticed you have not followed me back. I'm very disappointed.
Listen, I've been too busy replying back to all these DMs I've got. You wanted to see
Yeah, excuses.
there's loads of
It's
donations that have come through. I've got screenshots coming out of my ears at the moment and donations. I'm just trying to reply back to everyone. It's mad. It's brilliant.
Excuses.
Okay, I'll follow you back right now.
Well, when Shaggy and Lunchtime get to the bottom of their glasses or bottles or the second bottle, we'll keep going. But meanwhile,
I have followed him back right now, so that's sorted. Sorry, Alan.
Okay. Head up into the nest and find a tweet from Verlaine, and follow it to the donation page at PayPal, where you can select Toys for the Boys from the drop down menu and make a generous donation, as generous as you can possibly make, because right now the time is especially urgent. Well, of course, through 430 odd days of war, every day has been an urgent day. And that is why we are here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, with a global space filled with volunteers from around the world who stand up to support Ukraine. So for Elaine, it's getting on to morning hours in Ukraine now. It's a little after 1 a.m. What are your plans for the remainder of the night and tomorrow?
Well, if I was here on my own, I would have just stayed and worked. I feel Ocha will look at me very like scold. Yeah, he's already looking at me, with the eyes full of desire to like force me to go and rest. So I'm yeah, and like I feel like I'm gonna be trying to set up what needs to be done tomorrow. We will probably chill here for a bit and maybe like in half an hour go. And tomorrow I have to set up the next week. I will be coming to tomorrow. I'm gonna be probably on space the whole day since I wake up because that's the end of the month. And I'm gonna be at home working, multitask. But once again, it's a deja vu with the spring of 2022. European guys were surprising. At the same time, it was really like emotional. And I mentioned that I wasn't able to come up as much as I was used to because of a lot of different various activities, including interpreting for that TV program. For those of you who haven't seen, there's like a tweet in the nest, or the last tweet in my timeline. This is the tweet about the program which is released on Ukrainian television on 1+1 channel, also on YouTube. So there's a link for the interview with Zelensky that I interpreted. We also will have interviews with Zaluzhny, Budanov, Maluk, and Reznikov. So the Minister of Defense, the Chief of the Intel Directorate, the head of the security structures of Ukraine, and also the commander of the armed forces of Ukraine. The subtitles were done by me, so there shouldn't be any kind of like fucked up situation with the auto-generated subtitles and whatnot. So I was authorized to do that. I can't disclose more because I'm under NDA, but like Alona or Walter, if you're listening, just messing around with me was the biggest mistake of your life.
No question about that. The biggest mistake of their lives. We're not going to go into that, but it was a big, 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 big mistake. Lunchtime, and then Taurus. Lunchtime.
So I just want to, not to be a single issue bore here, but while Philaine was just talking there, I donated, and it was super easy. You just go and you click on the thing, you select toys for all the boys, sorry, on the drop down menu, and you do it. I had it set up to do it by PayPal, and it took literally 2 seconds. So it is a very streamlined, very simple process, and I encourage you all to give it a go. In fact, one thing you could try is to make the website crash by donating so many times that the payment system can't keep up. That would be a good problem for them to solve. So sorry, MriyaReport, for trying to break your website. But I've had a couple of beers, as you can probably tell. But yeah, it's very painless process. Just go, select the thing, select the drop down, and donate. It's very, very easy. Yeah, sorry, Alan, go for it.
Just a reminder too, you do not need a PayPal account to make a donation. You can make a donation through PayPal without an account.
Oh, right, I didn't know that. Okay, how does that work? Interesting. Well, I have a PayPal account, so it was easy for me, and encourage you all to do it. So.
And it's just as easy with a credit card, as Forrest points out. So Taurus, and then Angry Ants. Taurus.
So first, I just want to confirm that PayPal in this case is just like a web interface, I would say, for the case and the backend. So when you have when you're paying something in any online store, you have a choice of paying with this card or that card. Sometimes they give you a choice to pay with Apple Pay, with Android, Google Pay, or with PayPal. So in this case, this is just a software which runs on the web browser, and the backend which will be processing your money. So nothing prevents you from paying if you are a regular credit card or debit card holder. So don't be confused. This is not paid from PayPal account. It's just paid using a PayPal as a banking system, let's say. So don't worry about that. Anybody can donate. Anybody who has any electronic card can donate there. So I actually don't quite get a topic of today's discussion because I just joined a couple of minutes ago. But if nothing else you are discussing, I'd like to hear what's going on in the sky over Moscow. There seems to be a lot of random drones somehow getting into the Moscow space and scaring birds and scaring some Moscovites or some Putin's supporters? Anybody has any kind of updates? Or maybe somebody gives us statistics, how many drones were seen in Moscow and how it's affecting sleep pattern of the Kremlin inhabitants. I would say this way.
So, Taras, I haven't seen these reports of drones in the skies over Moscow. Maybe Forrest has. The only reports I've seen today are reports of this massive, many miles long traffic jam on the Kerch Bridge. This, of course, is the aftermath of the strike at the Sevastopol oil refinery and tank farm. Verlaine, maybe you have some news about what's happening in the sky over Moscow.
Yeah, hi Taras, it's good to see you. Well, I have a person who has sort of an idea what's happening there. Don't forget, his call sign is Oche Nash, Oche. There you go.
I think it's Jesus Christus do something for kill a lot of Russian, because if God with us, who against us? But of course, it's joke. For example, you must understand that if we will know about big drones, like not like for small territory, but drones who can fly till Moscow, it will be not good for all of us, because all of this is secret information, and all of this is job of GUR, and of course GUR not will talk about this and not will explain when, how, and another information. All is secret for me too.
Yeah, I think I'll not completely agree with this conclusion, because I think what's happening now, it's there is an open season of flying, like in many United States there is a date when you can start an open season for, let's say, hunting specific species or birds. So there was I think announcement of open season. So anybody, any hobbyist, or any person, any grandma, whoever has the skills to fly, they are now allowed to start doing test flights around the Moscow region. So that's what's happening. I don't know who is flying there, where the drones are originated. Are they originated from other countries, or maybe the Moscovites are testing their flying skills and their drone piloting skills? But that's kind of an open season, and I'm wondering if this is this a kind of traffic jam in Kerch might be repeated somewhere around Kremlin. Maybe people will start leaving the Kremlin area as well, scared of what's come next. Because I heard this is just a testing flights. They are not real. The people are just trying to test their skills and their equipment. So more to come, I guess, in the future, in the next coming weeks or months.
So, Taras,
I would just like to say that it's nothing to do with NATO.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Not at all. No. This is hobby drones. That's kind of whatever you can go and buy in a Moscow market and start flying.
So Taras, apparently these reports of drones flying over the Kremlin or around Moscow actually are just phone calls into the police from Moscow residents saying they saw luminous objects in the sky. Well, of course they did. They were looking at very bright stars. So that's what it's down to. But it does tell you there's a lot of anxiety in Moscow.
Yeah, but my question is where to go, right? So if the Crimea is not a safe place to live, and the center of Moscow is not, so where the poor Russians will flee? What's left for them? Where are they going to go next?
Vladivostok.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's it could be, or maybe Siberia. There are some unused, like unpopulated territories in Siberia, so maybe they go there.
Belgorod?
I'm sure they could use some
Well,
time in a bomb shelter. That wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, yeah. And is it true that there was some public announcement in Moscow that anybody who see or hears a drone sound or sees a drone need to immediately report to a special hotline number? Did they establish that, or that's a rumor? I think I heard it somewhere in the news.
I have seen that rumor, Taurus, but that would be a very wise thing for Moscow to set up, a hotline to report unidentified objects in the sky. Unfortunately, what they've done is set up hotlines for young men of draft age so that they can learn whether or not they are being called to the mobilization center. And a lot of them are being called.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry if I distracted the overall topics today to some different direction. I just joined. I didn't have time to listen earlier, so correct me if there was something more interesting going on before I start asking my silly questions or my comments.
Yeah, but stay with us, Taurus, because the most interesting thing happening here right now is speaking with Verlaine and Oche. Verlaine, go ahead, please.
Yeah, maybe Taras didn't didn't hear, but Oche is a drone operator from brigade, so he is a recce company crew OC. So that's why he was trying to joke a little bit about trying to keep it OPSEC, because in his head he knows what's happening, and he was thinking how to realize there's like an open hunt, but he doesn't have the capacity to do that because they don't have the long range UAVs now that can. They specifically don't have, but I'm not saying that anyone else doesn't have. Like we
Yeah.
potentially
Yeah.
might have some equipment, but usually would like to sacrifice it for just one attack, and you're like,
Yeah. It's everything is possible. I mean, who said it's UAVs? Maybe it's they are just birds, the big hunting birds which are flying over.
Those biolabs. We need to use all the birds from those biolabs.
You're right. So you know that last year was kind of a there was a couple outbursts of that flying geese who were toxic or they're spreading some biological weapon, and maybe as after winter there is a new breed of them. Maybe there are some kind of flying eagles, something else who can kill people.
I feel like puffings. It's a Newfoundland puffings. Which were genetically modified and brought to Ukraine by the OP Unifier.
I see. Okay, yeah. So that's a real mystery, right? So we'll see how it will develop. I think it's just the start of the season, so it will be more of that. We'll hear more news coming, I guess.
Yes, we'll hear more. So let's just walk right down the line of hands here, Forrest. Shaggy, Lunchtime, Angry Ants. Shaggy.
God, I can't remember what I was going to say now. I've had lots of requests and DMs. Thank everyone. So for Lane and Ochi, it's up to you guys to get your arses in order and talk to Ochi's buddies to get their fellow requests subscriptions to me, so I can match them up. And honestly, Alan, it was a good 10 minutes ago now, and I can't remember what I was saying. So I'll shut up. I'll put my hand up when I remember again.
Sounds good to me, Shaggy. Lunchtime, then Angry Ants.
Shaggy, you sound like you needed a drink, man. Like I would get another bottle open. I just wanted to say that it's kind of interesting that this hotline for unidentified flying objects in Moscow was started up almost at the same time as all the fellas started having like little green men as their fellas. So perhaps there's like a connection. I can't confirm. I have to call call a number an American number. I think the location is redacted, and yeah, maybe I'll find out more information and I'll pass it on to the group.
Alan, if I can butt in, because I remembered what I was going to say. Right, apparently there is a reward being offered. I think it was by the intelligence, the head of intelligence who doesn't smile. Can't remember his name. But anyway, there's a reward being offered for anybody who can land a drone on Red Square during the May Day march thingamajiggy by the Russians. So that's what I read anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right, Shaggy. I think it was Budanov. Is that right, Forrest?
Not sure. I didn't see that one.
Alan, it's the Monobank owner who has offered, well, there's between $500,000 and $1 million for that drone to land on Moscow Square on the 9th.
Well, that's worth competing for.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why there's a bit of practicing going on, I think, Alan.
I guess I better get a drone. So,
wasn't there a German guy that did this in a plane? Matthias Rust? Is that him? Is that true, Alan? Do you remember?
Well, some small planes have landed in Red Square before. There was someone like flying a Cessna or something like that who landed on Red Square many years ago, and it was. I'd have to look that story up, but that's the only story I know of a plane landing on Red Square, and that was a long time ago. Angry Ants, then Taris. Angry.
I almost kind of don't. I've been driving cross country and I've been dealing with some bad weather, so I haven't been able to come up that much. But I just wanted to. I wanted to give a little bit of an advocacy update for a second, but being up with Verlaine and her battle buddy there, it makes me really proud. You guys don't know it, but I'm getting to do some really cool work here that's going to lead to a lot of support for the veterans of Ukraine in the future. And I'm very lucky to be able to play a very small part, but it's really exciting stuff that I'm really, it's something I'm really proud of on the backside. I just let you guys know that the American veterans community is really starting to come together to look to your country and say, what can we do to make sure that the veterans of the Ukrainian army is ready, the ones that are coming back now, and the ones that are going to be coming back in the months and years to come. So I just kind of want to let you know that there's a lot of folks working on that, over in America in Washington D.C.
Thanks, Angry. Forrest, go ahead, please.
Angry reminded me about House Resolution 0.322 and basically the U.S. Congress establishing what it will look like for Ukraine to be victorious and what that sounds like, feels like. And if you have not looked it up, I believe Angry has it pinned on his feed, and a simple call to your local, if you're an American, a call to your local congressman or congresswoman will go a long way towards getting co-sponsors and adding more people to the resolution.
Yeah, Forrest, if you don't mind, I'll just take a couple of seconds. And it's not even making a phone call. We're in the last couple of days, we've done a few little action items on Twitter, and I want to kind of explain kind of some of the content that happened with that. The first was I put the tweet together that a lot of folks shared that kind of went through to how the resolution needs to be passed. Just a little while ago or earlier today, one of the authors of the resolution engaged me with that on that tweet. So by tagging them and that tweet getting action, a lot of these congressional officers, Twitters don't get that much action. So when you see a bunch of tweets, so we've got a member of Congress or the staff of a member of Congress engaging us, being very thankful that this tweet went out. You've got then on another tweet, the one that Angry Ants put out, we've been able to engage directly with the chief of staff now of the congressperson that Angry Ants tagged, Don Byers in Virginia. And we've been able to engage with one of the leaders of the Democratic caucus, where this is going to be turning into get spread around. That there's a lot of folks pushing for this thing. So a little bit of action going on. But this, what I found is an interesting tactic is most members of Congress don't have their Twitter account. It's one of their staffers. It's either a comm staffer or maybe one of their their political folks. So I saw a really interesting tweet by this Will Attic guy, and he talked directly to the staffer, and that was one of the things that directly engaged with them, and got a little it was a little jokey, saying, "Hey, it's Friday, but we really want to talk about this issue." So the other thing is when we all retweeted that tweet, an account that didn't get a lot of tweets got retweeted. So what I would love to see right now is Forrest. What would be interesting is you did a tweet. Why don't you could retweet a tweet, to kind of redo that tweet you made that you had one little error on, repost it, tagging your member of Congress, put it in a nest, and we all should retweet that one and see if we can engage your member of Congress tonight. Just a thought, a little organizing trip as I'm driving down the road, but I think it would be something that would be pretty easy to do right now, and we could all take that action and try and engage that one member of Congress. And hopefully, whoever's watching that phone on their Saturday afternoon and it starts dinging, they realize it's an issue they need to pay attention to.
A great idea, Angry. Both Forrest and I and lots of folks have been trying to get House Resolution 322 out there more and more. And your techniques for doing that are the ones that we should all be using. So Forrest has sent that tweet out. I've sent that tweet out. It hasn't earned a lot of traction, but hopefully over the next few days it will, and I'm going to do some more along those lines.
So if you pick one tweet right now, throw it in the nest after, and everybody who's on MriyaReport, even if you're in America or not, retweet that one tweet, and try and target that one member of Congress tonight, and that maybe wake up and do that Stafford tonight. Why don't you pay attention to this one resolution? Just something you could do. But those are the little interesting things that we're going to have to do and be creative, just like Verlaine and her friends and colleagues are doing everything they can to fight for their country. We have to start figuring out all ways we can, even on a weekend, engage with whoever phone. Support for those soldiers on that. Sorry to talk so much, but it's just one of the good little successes over the last couple of days.
That's great to hear, Angry. We'll get it done in the course of the night. We'll get those tweets out. Back to Verlaine, then Terrace, and then Alex. Verlaine.
Yeah, guys, before coming with another kind of thought I would like to say, I saw that some of you have already seen the episode and texted me that it was eloquent and the translation is done properly, and I'm really happy to see those comments. They're really heartwarming. I usually am putting my heart and soul in whatever I do, regardless of whether it's like simultaneous, consecutive interpretation, translation, or whatnot. Especially for the state authorities, it was extremely stressful, but at the same time, I realized the pressure of responsibility, so I did whatever I could and slightly more. So thank you. Those of you who have no idea what am I talking about, there is a tweet in my timeline, and it's also in the nest, about the episodes with Zelensky that I interpreted. it's integrated. So the subtitles are integrated, double checked, triple checked, 4-time checked by me after I translated them. So there shouldn't be any kind of flaws or misinterpretation or miscommunication or cross-cultural whatnot. That's point one. So thank you for watching. Thank you for letting me know. That's extremely like important. I feel like I have this sense of fulfillment of doing that. And I see that there are two hands raised. I see there's Taras and Alexander. We both with Otter just passing out, and he's scolding me for sitting here, obviously. So we're gonna be here for 5 more minutes, and we're gonna go if you don't mind. Yep.
So Taras, go ahead. Then Alexander. Taras.
Give me a minute. I'm looking for the bill number for both Congress and Senate, which was mentioned before, because there was only one mention. Give me a minute. I will come back.
Okay, Taras. I can also find those for you, and I can send you a link, so it's really easy for you to look them up. There is a
No. I thought I want to provide it, but if you already posted it somewhere, so there is a parallel bipartisan bills, and they are coming in both chambers of the in the Senate and in Congress. So there is a good chance that both of them will be passed and synchronized. So it's a good effort. And I just want to add that this effort is kind of coincident, or maybe it's not coincidence, that there is a big Ukrainian event in Washington, D.C. There are people, representatives from communities of Ukrainian communities, or just people who support Ukraine from all the states. And there is probably 100 or more people who were in Washington, D.C. last week, talking to their representatives, to their senators, about what Ukrainian what support for Ukraine's community, the electors needed, and that was a big push. So that's a huge event. I don't know, maybe we will have a chance to invite somebody who was there. I personally know some people who are there, but if the organizers of this MriyaReport wants to invite somebody to talk about their experience and how that week went and what they achieved, that's another interesting topic. But there are good changes. Like there is some new bills in a process, and there is still big support for Ukrainian cause on both chambers of the United States government. Parliament.
Thank you, Taras. You know, I think Angry was with some of the Ukrainians in Washington, D.C. last week. So Angry, go ahead.
No, I was, and I was really lucky to be up there. I wasn't officially with the group, but I was both spending some time both knocking on some doors directly for the Ukrainian cause, but also some domestic policy issue that I was doing. But it was really amazing to see it, and there was 2 major days that they were up there. Everybody had blue and gold on. It was really nice. They were doing lobby day visits, and yes, it was to coincide with the introduction of the House bill with the Helsinki Committee, who held a major press conference from the House side. And then the next day, the Senate introduced its bill. The House resolution is House Resolution 322, and you've got to make sure it's from this year's Congress. Very important bill. I don't know the Senate's bill off by heart, but I will say the amount of support that came out of members of Congress, but also just people that there's what's called the House Triangle, where they have press conferences, and there was so many people you couldn't quite hear it. They're not allowed to have amplification. It's just mainly for press conferences, and it was just really amazing to see the speakers, and there was a couple of faith leaders, but the most important thing was it was both a large number of Ukrainian Americans, but a lot of folks that were just there that were adding an extra hand or two, going to meetings, making sure folks got into meetings. And as I said, it just kind of really showed where we're at, that there's a need to get into more of an aggressive advocacy stage of this event. And hopefully we just keep the momentum going by really getting into the advocacy side. Because again, there's things coming up like the NDAA is right around the corner, unfortunately, and we have to make sure we've got as much in it as possible and everything else in between. So just good time to get just a little bit more involved. Take that organizing level from one level to another to make sure that Verlaine and her friends have all the tools that they need that the United States can send, and the support of the American people. So
That's outstanding, Angry. Thank you for everything you've been doing. And I did manage to figure out how the nest works, and I did send that tweet out and put it in the nest, first one there. And if you have a chance, retweet, send it out, and maybe we can add one more United States Congresswoman to the list. So.
That'll be super, Forrest. Thank you so much. I'll retweet it and I'll tag some other members of Congress too. So Alex and then Shaggy. Alex.
Yes, thank you. My question would be towards Angry Ants, towards in the news. I've heard that the GOP is ready to cut up to 20% of VA benefits and pretty much let veterans.
Hey, I would let's leave this space to Ukraine. Let's not leave that one in the space. There's probably some good other people to follow that maybe be around Angry Ants to learn a little bit more about that. But I would say let's leave that off this space. Leave this to Ukraine.
Yes, okay, I understand that. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alex. Shaggy, you're back on.
Yeah, but Fellaine just drops off. I was just going to wish Fellaine a good night and Archie a good night. I hope they have a long sleep. I hope Fellaine doesn't sniff anymore and get sinusitis. That'd be really bad. Hopefully both of them will have a long, contented rest tonight and then wake up tomorrow morning. And then for Archie to go and talk to his buddies because I've got multiple requests for fellas for his buddies. So yeah, that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Shaggy. Yes, it's getting late in Ukraine. It's after 1:30 a.m. So Verlaine and Ocha have headed off for much needed rest. Angry, then lunchtime. Angry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I was trying not to talk at the end to Verlaine say good night. I apologize I hope I didn't talk over her, but it was just really good to have her up here as always. And if you can make sure you retweet this site for one and donate, because when we donate to MriyaReport, especially the Toys for the Boys, it goes straight to those veterans or service members who are listening to on the space very often. And it's going to go straight to folks that are right in the fight. Invaded by Russia. So, but how we can be in the fight just like them? There's none of us can get go strap a gun on us and join the Legion. So what can we do as people? I'm from the United States, and I can talk a lot about that. But for anybody can reach out to the members of Congress if they're in a democracy. That's the one thing that's what Putin hates, and that's why he's doing these kind of things. Is he can't stand if people have an actual voice, and that's what Ukraine's fighting for, is to have a voice. So we need to do whatever we can to use the voice we actually have that we may not always use. So that's advocacy. And so if you're a U.S. fella or just listener, there's a few ways you can really help. Is really trying to push to get these two resolutions passed, especially the House one that was led by two members of Congress and the Senate one. And I apologize, I forgot the Senate number. But there's a sense of urgency of getting this done, and there's a couple of steps that we needed to do. And just for folks who don't understand how the process works, right now the resolution was introduced. This resolution has 18 co-sponsors. And what it needs to do is gain co-sponsors. And that means that before anything happens, there's vocal support by a member of Congress for it. That's a co-sponsor. They write their name on it, and it takes a couple of days for that to happen. And then what happens is after an amount of time, it needs to go to it's been assigned to a committee. After enough time, if it gets enough support, the committee will call it to be talked about and debated in the committee. The committee will vote on it. And then once it comes out of the committee, then, it still needs to gain more support to be called quickly to the floor by the speaker. So the speaker has to call it to the floor. So all of that means is that the more support the resolution can get early, especially early, you want to try and get momentum going on these things quickly, the better. So what you can do is there's three things you can do. You can do whatever you can, whether it's email, text, phone call, Twitter, your member of Congress with some sort of a message saying, here's the bill, and you need to co-sponsor this, and you need to co-sponsor it soon. I would love to see 100 names co-sponsoring this resolution by the 9th of May, and that's when the House comes back into session, because that would make a good case for it to get into committee very, very quickly and get called. So what that will take is there was a large number of folks lobbying for Ukraine last week, and when session's in town, all the staffers are drinking out of a hose, and they're taking a million notes of a million meetings over that week. And then in the off cycle, that's when they really go over it. They discuss which bills are going to get on. So right now, I would say on Monday, a lot of people will be talking about the Ukraine. A lot of staffers in Washington, D.C. will be talking about what resolutions they're going to sign on to. So it's really good to engage the staffers, the legislative directors, if you can find their emails during that time off. So just what I'm saying is if we can do whatever we can to engage these folks, your senators also, both your senators, because they have Senate one, but you can also engage the Foreign Affairs Committee members. You can look their emails up too. As I said, it's a couple of minutes out of the day, and it's our little bit of a fight, and it's going to be done when you're sitting down in your chair, compared to what these soldiers have to do in these trenches full of mud and waiting to know that they're going to go into a fight that many aren't going to come back for. So I just think it's a very positive thing that we can do as a community. We have numbers, so just like amplifying one tweet to get engaged with the chief of staff of a member of Congress in 24 hours, that's a successful organizing action. So we can just keep doing that. So I know I talk a lot about this, but I truly mean there's a sense of urgency that we all need to put into this from all over the globe. Anywhere you're at, you need to be engaging your folks to support Ukraine in every way they can and as quickly as possible. We need to give our members of Congress positive reinforcement, letting them know that we want them to support Ukraine vocally and loudly, both by talking about victory and both by agreeing to arm them with everything they have. Those are the two things we can fight for. And if enough of us are loud enough and drowned out any other people who want to say that they're worried about whatever they're worried about when it comes to arming Ukraine, we can drown them out because the people's voice is much stronger and not everybody's engaged. So we need to get engaged a little bit more. And that's why I'm going to talk about it till the sun comes up whenever I'm up here. But I appreciate the space and I appreciate the action that I see people doing every time I talk. It makes my heart kind of swell a little bit.
Thank you very much, Angry. We're going to keep on keeping on. That's what we do here. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, following on from what Angry said, well, I'm not American, so I can't really do anything much I haven't got a representative or anything, but you American listeners out there, you have the power to be able to affect change, as the phrase goes. So whether you're at home, on your phones, on your laptops, retweeting, go to Angry Answers timeline to see what you can retweet, message your representatives. Yeah, if you can, write a letter or write an email to your representatives. That's even better than just retweeting. Yeah. And if you can, yeah, become the boots on the ground in America, just like not like the Ukrainians in the trenches, but similar to that. You can't be Ukrainians in the trenches because Zelensky has just said Ukrainians are going to be doing that. But what you can do is be boots on the ground, phone up your representative. I guess they're not open at the weekend, but first thing Monday morning, phone your representative's office, make an appointment, yeah, to go and see your representative, and then hop in the car and go and see your representative and ask them to co-sponsor this resolution thingamajiggy that Angry Ants is talking about. I mean, I'm not going to pretend to know an awful lot about it, but I know it's important, and that's the main thing. This is going to help Ukraine. So if you can actually get face to face with either your representative or your representative's representative, I've had wine, so sorry, but you know what I mean. You can affect change, and the more people that do that, the more people that retweet, the more people that email their representatives, the more people that get FaceTime with their representatives or their representatives, the more chance there is of Ukraine getting help. So you American people, at the moment, the power is in your hand. Yeah, all the Americans that are listening to this, you can actually do something right now, and specifically right now, up until the 9th of May, and I would do it sooner rather than later. Don't wait. There's no reason to wait. Just schedule that in somehow into your life so you can get it done. And I mean, sorry, Angry Ants, but I'm going to open your DMs up here. But if you need any help on what to do, DM Angry Ants on how you should proceed from an American point of view, because I can't really give you much help other than what I'm waffling on about. But have a look at Angry Ants' timeline and see what you can do. No matter how small, a retweet helps all the way through to talking to your representative. Angry Ants, what do you think?
Hey Shaggy, it's Forrest. I actually have a tweet in the nest. That's what Angry was asking us to do. So that's just for one representative, but it's one that I know would sign on. And when I spoke with some of the people in their office on Friday, they hadn't even heard of the resolution yet. So anything will help, and hopefully pushing this out. It's already getting a little bit of traction. There's a really handsome gentleman with a beard in the picture, so that might help too.
I've got a beard, and I'm quite handsome, I think, but it's probably not me. So whoever that handsome person is in the picture, be like him, be like Angry Ants, and step up to the plate. Yeah, the plate is there; it needs to be stepped on. So you American lovelies, just do it. Nike swish.
We'll do it, Shaggy. We'll do it, Angry. And May 9 is a key day, Shaggy, just because the House of Representatives comes back into session. But we'll have time even after that to push these resolutions forward and to get public hearings held for them so that all members of Congress can hear just how important it is to help Ukraine and to make a forceful, definite declaration of what U.S. policy is. That's what these resolutions accomplish. And the policy is about Ukrainian victory, a return to 1991 borders. It is that simple. Or in the words of Winston Churchill, when he was asked what his aim was in the Second World War, he came up with a very forceful statement. My aim, in one word, is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory through all terror, and that is exactly what Ukraine's aim is, and it should be what the United States' aim is as we support Ukraine defending themselves against Russia's genocidal invasion. So, Alexander, you've come back up. I can tell you have something on your mind. Go ahead. Alexander, you're having some audio difficulty. Cannot really make out what you're saying. I don't know if your connection is bad or if you're in a car or something like that. If that's the case, my suggestion is to drop back down and then request again as speaker. And we'll get you right back up here and in line to talk, but we can't hear you, unfortunately. So while Alexander works on his audio connection, either drops to listener, resolves
Oh,
it.
check.
Oh,
Okay, I got you.
there you go. Now you're loud and clear.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Well, I cannot speak on Angrian's political views or policy views, so that goes a little bit beyond my pay grade. But what I'm here to say is that Shaggy Fellow, I got your response, and I'm waiting for you to match me.
All right, I'm going to do that right now then. I'm going to do that right now, and I'm going to post on my timeline, and I'll DM you my donation.
Always look on the bright side of life.
Yeah, my donation is going to be $50, $50 plus
Yeah.
the expenses. You went a bit.
That's awesome.
You went a bit more than that.
That's awesome.
You went a bit more than that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that.
That's
Yeah,
it,
I'm going to
man.
do that right now, and I'll come back and put my hand up once I've done it.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, great. Okay, great. That's all I wanted to hear. All right, then I'm out.
Thank you, Alexander, and thanks for connecting with Shaggy and making your generous offer to match his donation to Fairlane tonight to the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. You can all do that simply by choosing a tweet up in the nest from Fairlane. Follow that tweet to PayPal, where you can make a donation by using the drop-down menu. It's Toys for the Boys. You don't need a PayPal account to make a donation. It's easy to do. You can just use your credit card, or if you have a PayPal account, use your PayPal account. It's that easy to do. Forrest, we don't have any hands at the moment, but we've had a really good discussion. And, I think we have succeeded in raising some money for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. It's been a really good couple of hours here.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. Most of you probably know at this point, this is my first time ever up as a co-host, but it's been a lot of fun, and it sure helps having Fairlane able to regale us with her stories. Unfortunately, no songs tonight, but it's been a lot of fun, and I'm glad that we were able to do that. Yeah.
Fairlane will be back tomorrow, and hopefully she'll be singing. Because she has an extraordinarily beautiful voice, and the Ukrainian songs she sings, these could be folk songs and songs she learned in her childhood, or popular songs in Ukraine over the last few years. She can sing anything, absolutely anything. So, Forrest, we should come up with a couple of topics to discuss. There's another tweet up in the nest. It's a few days old, but it is important, and this is about the decision by the Council of Europe. I believe it's the Human Rights Committee of the Council of Europe to uh, uh, require Russia to pay reparations to Georgia in the aftermath of its war against Georgia. So this has been in process for a number of years now, and it has only now reached the point of conclusion. Why is it important? In my mind, it does set up a process for Ukraine to follow through with legal action to require Russia to pay for all the damage that they have done in Ukraine. And this is not just infrastructure. This is, in a way, to get some justice for all the innocent Ukrainian civilians they've killed. How does that hit you, Forrest? A good thing to talk about? So the tweet up in the nest is from Doman. As I say, it was a few days ago that he put it up. But I think it's worth talking about.
Absolutely. Almost $145 million settlement, 129 million euros to Georgia to help cover different costs. There's some reparations for killing of innocent civilians. Sorry, I got a 2-year-old yelling in the background. But a very large chunk of it going to help cover the administrative costs of everything that happened and for the infrastructure. It strikes me as a blueprint for what Ukraine can use. However, that million is going to need to have a B in the front of it and be in the billions.
Yes, it will have to be in the billions. And then once you get a decision like this, the next step is figuring out how you can require Russia to pay. And there are lots of people with ideas about that, from using seized Russian assets to going to nations that have seized those assets and asking them to basically make good on Russia's debt in the short term, and then to become the person or the organization that recovers the money from Russia. So the important thing is really to get the money, in this case, into Georgia's hands, and in a few short years, it will be getting money into Ukraine's hands. So we do have a couple of hands up. Speaking of hands, it's Lily and Peter. Lily, go ahead, please.
So on a little lighter comment, I want to be the fly on the wall when Peter Doran is sitting before nonprofit executives and has to say, the largest gathering of donations was on a night that Shaggy was giving his Tinder handle out, raised the most money.
Well, I had no idea that Shaggy was such a magnet, both on Tinder and here at MriyaReport.
I am not on Tinder. I am not on Tinder. Stop that,
not.
Alan. Or Grinder.
Well, Lily, what do you think helps raise money most of all here at MriyaReport?
I think is our heart is warm and very sad for Ukraine, and we switch that into everyday lingo and associations we can relate to. And sometimes that's little salty humor and comments, but even that is a form of communication, right? This is why Hitler wanted to get rid of all the actors and comedians in Germany besides the very wealthy Jews. So because it's another avenue to tap into people of different socioeconomic different socioeconomic levels or buckets, or whatever you say. So I think just what you all are doing there, and us as listeners, and then spreading that word, that's the way I think we raise more money on a regular basis, besides today, which apparently will be like breaking all levels of donations because of that one Freudian slip for Shaggy. So I think whatever you're doing now, what the speakers and just everyone encouraging to come up and speak or ask a question is the way we raise money, because we raise awareness.
Thank you, Lily. Yeah, unlike Shaggy, I don't have any handles except for love handles, which I there's no exercise I know of that can get rid of them. Shaggy, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at your love. I'm just laughing at your love handle joke there. I'm trying to. So I've done my donation now, but I'm trying to stick it up in the nest. I've tagged Alex in on this, and once I figure out my phone through this slight wine haze, I don't know where it's gone. Anyway, I've done it. Alex, if you're listening, I've donated the $50. Well, $51.52 feels like I paid the cost as well, because that's the honourable thing to do. Thank you very much for Alex, for your donation. Your donation was a lot bigger than mine. $50. You went above and beyond, which is a really good trans group actually. But anyway, I get sidetracked now. Thank you everyone who's donated so far. My DMs are. I've been pretty mad actually. It doesn't normally get this mad, my DMs. Oh, there's somebody else as well. Somebody else has donated as well. This is all gone a bit mad. But Verlaine's group and MriyaReport.org have got quite a few donations from my waffling, basically, and from your generosity. So many thanks for that, and I'll shut up.
Thank you, Shaggy. This is something I'm going to do before the night is over, because we are approaching the end of this fundraising campaign for the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade. This is the unit that Verlaine is raising money for right now. And as I say, just go up in the nest, find a tweet from Verlaine, follow it to the donation page, use the drop-down menu to choose Toys for the Boys. And I'll be joining all other donors tonight in doing the same thing. Peter, go ahead, please.
Yeah, somebody came up with a good idea. They said that, when this invasion is finished, that every Russian who goes into any Western country should pay a special tax at the border to enter, and that could go to Ukraine directly. I mean, if it was like $50 or something like that on top of their airline tickets, that over a few years would help. I mean, I don't know if you have the up-to-date figures, but what I read, and it might not be correct or not, but there's been something like about $800 billion worth of damage to Ukraine. This is the repair damage to the destruction that Putin has caused. 800 billion. It is a lot, and you wonder how on earth you're going to get that out of Russia. I think there's a slight problem with taking money from oligarchs, because that'll probably go into years of legal wrangles. You can take it from the state directly, but from individuals, I'm not sure. Do you know about that at all?
I don't know about that, but I saw that very same suggestion that you mentioned, Peter. And Peter, mute your mic when you finish speaking, please. But I think it's a pretty good idea, whether it is a surcharge if you're a Russian purchasing an airline ticket and flying out of Russia, or whether you are crossing a border when that again is permitted, and it may not be for quite some time, to pay a surcharge to leave Russia and enter the Schengen zone, for example. It and it reminds or Russians that they are as responsible for what has happened in Ukraine as Putin is. I mean, that was an ongoing debate at one time. Is this Putin's war or Russia's war? Really, it's Russia's war. There are still a majority of Russians who support Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. But on the other hand, they don't actually know a lot about it because Russian state television issues propaganda every single day. In fact, and I found this particularly disgusting, state TV inside Russia used film of Russia's missile attack in Uman that killed, I believe, the 25 people, including 4 children. They used that film and said it showed Ukrainian attacks in Donetsk. That is just horrible. So, in other words, they took film of an attack the Russians had made, and then used it to tell a completely false story. But this is what Russian propagandists do. They will take any statement, any piece of film, and twist it around in some way to either accuse Ukraine of something or to accuse one of the NATO nations of something. Absolutely, as I say, disgusting, especially in this case. Lunchtime, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. Well, you know, it's, you know, I think we have become soft, and we have become used to peace. We have become far removed from the lessons of the Cold War, certainly, but World War II also. And this technique, this sort of propaganda, the mirror technique, I think it's called, was first used, I believe, by Goebbels. You know, and the short of it, I'm not an expert, but the short version of it is you accuse your enemy of the very thing that you do, right? That's the technique. It's very simple. And it is what Russia has done. Well, it's uninterrupted, really, since the end of the Second World War. It hasn't ever had the desire or the necessity to examine itself or to reconsider the imperial and colonialist view they have of particularly of their bit of the world and the countries that surround it, that border it, and even further afield, of course. But this is the thing, like, you know, we in the West, we had like several reckonings, right, with our past, with the awful things that we did in the past, and we had a reckoning. We had it's not necessarily a process that's complete. Actually, you know, it's a process that's ongoing, but it is a process that we have in most of the Western world started, and it's certainly a process that that we, on the whole, believe it is the correct path. We certainly had a reckoning after World War II, although we ostensibly won the war, particularly in Europe. You know, that victory was not. It was certainly hard won, and it wasn't a victory that led to immediate, certainly economically, it didn't lead to anything immediate in terms of benefits, right? The war was won, but the peace was hard, and it took a lot of work to rebuild. It took a lot of effort to restructure society and to think of ways in which we might progress after such a traumatic and long fought conflict. Russia, well, it didn't do that, and it has been allowed, this perhaps difficult thing to accept, but it has been allowed by our leaders and our businesses, our corporations, our business people to proceed without that self-examination. It's not entirely a malevolent thing. It was, I think, the hope was that as prosperity, due to participation in the world markets and so on, that prosperity would go through Russia and would lift it up. A rising tide lifts all boats, right? That's the sort of thinking. That's not what happened. That's not what happens under authoritarian regimes. And we dropped the ball, I think. We believed these sort of the claims that, they were just another country we could deal with, we could do business with, that the Cold War was in the past. But as you said, Alan, it takes one photo. That photo stays with me, and it's funny that it stays with me because I've seen much more, much worse brutality from Mariupol, from Bucha, from, all through this war. But this photo from the other day of a hand emerging from the rubble as a rescue worker looks down, that photo stays with me. And it's just the most recent illustration that it has no place. It has no place in the modern world, and it must stop. And this space at least is full of people who believe that, and let's hope that the politicians and the other people that have dragged their feet occasionally and schultzed around and whatever, let's hope they get their act together.
Thank you, Lunchtime. The process of reconciliation and delivering justice is a slow, grinding process. As Lunchtime says, Western nations have had their moments of reckoning with their pasts, and they will continue. But I want to go to Beefeater first because, Peter, I think Beefeater can speak to your ideas of how Russia can pay for the damage inflicted on Ukraine. So Beefeater, then Peter, then Shaggy. Beefeater?
Good evening, Alan. Can you hear me?
It was loud and clear, but I think maybe Beefeater got a call or something like that. But he'll be back. So Peter, continue, and I'll bring Beefeater back so he can speak to your points. So if you want to continue, Beefeater will be right back.
Okay, so I'll just go back to something I've talked about before, which is in my own field a bit, because I used to fly into Ukraine to the east side, and Putin blew up MH17, and the airspace was closed completely and has been closed since 2014. And we were then forced to go to Kyiv, which was great for me and the other pilot, because our boss still had to drive across to the east side, which gave us a few days in Kyiv every couple of weeks. But we had special procedures to go into Ukraine, which was different to going into Europe or anywhere else. We had to use a specialist company for the flight planning.
Peter, I know you and I have spoken about this before here at MriyaReport. I did see in just the past couple of days an update about opening civilian airspace in Ukraine, And of course, it cannot be opened while the war continues. But exactly why the statement was made, I don't know. Maybe people had been urging Ukraine to reopen its civilian airspace, but they did make the statement that this is something that cannot be done until the war is ended, and something that is not under consideration.
But that's going to have a major impact on Ukraine being rebuilt, because you can need engineers, architects, business people who will need to jump onto a flight 3 hours later, come in.
All quite true. But that will all occur once the war is ended.
Yeah. Yeah, so that has to be taken into consideration as well. Where did you get that statement from? I'd like to have a look.
I'll DM it to you. It's a statement that came out of one of the Ukrainian ministries, and it. All I can tell you is that it's a statement that came out of one of the ministries this week, and I'll find it for you and DM it to you.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is, it's not just a case of Ukraine saying, "Oh, we're going to open our airspace." There's a whole load of other issues like insurance.
But Ukraine is saying it cannot open its airspace until the war is over. So Peter, I just, because we have talked about this previously when you've come up to speak, and it's a very good topic to pursue. I do want to go to some other hands, and when I get Beefeater back up, we will speak to your points of how to pay, how Russia can pay reparations to Ukraine, because there are a lot of ideas about that. So I just want to go to George, to Lily and Shaggy. George.
Yeah, the airspace over Ukraine for commercial flights is not going to open until after this war is over. Nobody in their right cotton picking mind would give the Russians the chance to shoot down an airliner and give them their sick public publicity stuff that they would want from that. That's not going to happen. So it's not even a point to discuss any further. What would help open the airspace sooner, though, would be if some politicians that are hemming and hawing, if they would get off their ass and actually announce that they're going to send fighter aircraft to Ukraine. And I don't give a shit if it's an F-15, F-16, or a Gripen or Mirage 2000 or whatever. Someone just needs to get off their ass, announce that the training is going to happen, get it started and get it done. And the 6 months crap, please, somebody just whoever says that just needs to be slapped with a trout right across the head, because it's not going to take 6 goddamn months. So these guys are not guys that are flying Piper Cubs right now. They're flying they're flying twin engined jet aircraft. It doesn't take that long. And Alan, I'm trying to get one of my buddies who is presently a pilot for the Hellenic Air Force to get him on here so he can explain how he transitioned over his career from one aircraft to the other. And this 6 months baloney needs to be just shot with a Tommy gun full of holes, because it's absolute nonsense. So that needs to stop. It's just people that are looking at some chart where war, it would be peacetime training scenarios. That's what they're trying to to duplicate here. It's goddamn wartime. We heard the baloney about HIMARS, and that was back in the day. And I know HIMARS isn't a jet fighter. So anybody who's about to DM me with a stupid comment, shove it, okay? what I'm trying to make a point is that they said that would take 2-3 months. No, it's not. It didn't take 2-3 months. It took fucking 3 weeks. Everything with every other bloody system. Hello, did you all hear about what the Ukrainians did with because Germans think, their ethnocentrism, and I'm not talking about just the Germans, everybody's in the West. Ethnocentrism against the Ukrainians is despicable. The Ukrainians took the goddamn computer software for the Panzerhaubitze 2000, wiped it out and reprogrammed it better than the Germans had, and left them with their mouth open like, yeah, dummy. You believe it or not, somebody, from another part of the world is actually might be smarter than you. Problem is they haven't had the opportunity or the money to be able to do it. And engineers and stuff like that, no, you guys can keep them in the West. I've seen some of the buildings you guys design. They're horrible. They're an eyesore. The Ukrainians just need things. They're gonna need things to help build stuff and money. They got their own engineers. Alan, how long does it take for the crew in Maine? You're in Maine, aren't you, Alan?
Yes, that's
How
right.
long does it take for them idiots in Maine, as the same probably as the idiots in Pennsylvania, to rebuild a bridge? What's that take, about a year?
The latest bridge reconstruction took more than a year because they had some problems.
Yeah, because they didn't engineer or design it right from the get-go. What did the Ukrainians do? They've been rebuilding the bridges around their country already. They've been running a railroad in a wartime situation that keeps getting hit and bombed and whatever. Under a wartime situation, trust me, the Ukrainians, you can keep your engineers. I think they've proven that they know a lot more about engineering than we do. So let's just stop with the ethnocentric nonsense. They don't need our especially from some of the countries we're talking about.
Well, I think to your point, George, Ukrainians are motivated.
They're motivated,
in a way.
Alan. They're also smart. What they learn by 6th grade math level, we don't touch till we get to college. Okay, so let's pump the brakes on what they need. What they need is they're going to need our monetary and our production. They're going to need steel. They're going to need all these things, building materials. That's what they're going to need. And cranes. Yes, they're probably not going to have enough cranes to build the buildings they need. That's what they're going to need. The workers, they've got them.
George, Ukrainian steel production. You pointed out that they are running this railway through the war. Ukrainian steel production has gone back up. And they are absolutely amazing in terms of what they can do, their motivation, and their ingenuity.
Yeah, and
so
and like I said, it's gonna be material, construction material. There's gonna be certain things that they're not gonna be able to make in the quantity they're going to need it. Right? We're talking about whole cities right now that have been, and towns and villages that have been absolutely obliterated, and they have to be rebuilt. That's a lot of that's going to take a lot of material and a lot of cranes to be able to do that. Hauling away that rubble, hauling away everything that's broken. Engineering the area and getting it ready for new construction. That takes some time, and that takes a lot of effort. But once they start building things again, they're going to need the money, the funds to buy the material, and obviously the material. But I am not going to be surprised if they can rebuild that stuff a lot faster than people think so.
I'm absolutely certain they can. And so, George, I have a lot of hands. I'm wondering if you have sparked some ideas here talking about Ukrainians who not only have the ability and the know-how, but have the motivation and the ingenuity, whether it's learning a Patriot system in a few weeks' time or learning to fly F-16s in a few weeks' time. Pretty sure they would be able to do that. So I want to go. This is going to be an interesting conversation. Colonel Jeff, I see you. Thank you very much for coming up. We are going to get you into this conversation with George and F-16s, but first to Beefeater to address Peter's idea about how to get Russia to pay reparations, because Beefeater has a follow-up. Beefeater, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Alan. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. Okay. So, in answer to that question, it would be foolish to make claim to any guaranteed way of deriving reparations in Russia. But I think you need to put everything into context and realize that even if the bill topped $1 trillion US, there is more than sufficient money around to pay for those reparations. Now, where that would come from, I'll give you a couple of examples of potential sources. The first one is we currently have a little over $600 billion in assets that have been seized outside of Russia. And although those assets at the moment haven't been liquidated and transferred because there's no legal instrument, I would venture that those assets will probably form part of a solution arrived at by any outcome from an ICC court case that might apportion blame and assign reparations for Ukraine. So there is a potential pot there of $600 billion. That pot is growing on a daily basis at the moment. So quite feasibly that may increase by a sizable amount before this war ends. What else do we have? I think you also need to put into context the wealth that Russia has. So aside from one lucrative source at the moment, which is the National Wealth Fund, the sovereign fund that Putin has money stashed away in, although that's depleting pretty quickly at the moment as he tries to prop up the economy, having already breached the 85% mark of his annual projected deficit. The argument is there might still be a sizable chunk measured in hundreds of billions in that pot to lay claim on. And then just from a context point of view, I think we need to take into consideration just how vast the size of wealth there is in the oil and gas assets from Russia that have been turned out on a daily basis. So just to give you an idea, in December, up to December this year, Russia was still earning $250 million a day for crude oil, and it was earning 1.1. Let me have a look here. I'm just looking at my figures here. So Russia global fossil fuel sales topped $1.1 billion per day in March 2022. That's come down in February to about $600 million a day. There's a sizable amount of money in there that could be subject either to a taxation of sorts or a levy of sorts for reparations if and when Russia get back up and running. Bearing in mind, though, I think there's some really big news that came out this week that's really important and it's probably missed the eye of most. Vladimir Putin has come out with a decree basically muting or preventing Russia from publicizing any oil sales data. And he's put that decree in place, so they won't be reporting on any oil revenue until April next year. And that's probably an indication that not only have the sanctions and the oil price cap worked, but he doesn't want his citizenry to see the extent of the damage that these sanctions and the oil cap have had on the declining revenues across Russia. So that's the third idea, the third source, and the final source. Again, just to give you an idea about the amount of assets that sit outside of Russia. In the last few months, Cyprus, for example, have closed down 43,000 shell companies in Cyprus and closed over 121,000 bank accounts as well. The amount of money that was sat in there was absolutely ridiculous. I won't speculate on the volumes, but you can go out and do some research on the internet. We're probably talking at over $1 trillion in liquid cash that is sitting in one small island. So from a reparations point of view, it's the least of the concerns I think we have. Laying claim to them and seizing them should be fairly easy once the Putin regime is done and dusted with. And I think Ukraine will come good once we've started liquidating these assets and we've started apportioning a levy or a taxation on their oil and revenue, which of course will continue throughout the war and after the war, even if in a reduced capacity. They closed 3 of their 27 refineries. There is an argument not to push the oil price cap too low, because if they do close too many refineries, chances are a lot of them won't start up again, and that will have an impact to the world supply of oil and prices for all of us and hit all of our pockets. So keeping them bubbling over at a zero and net zero level, or perhaps a slight loss, I think is in our interest. But there's lots of money to be had there. I'll end with that.
Thank you very much, Beefeater. A really great summary. So I just want to go to Colonel Jeff next, because he has only a brief time with us, and then we'll get through more hands. Colonel Jeff, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Alan, it's great to be with you. It is getting late here. It's about 1:30 in the morning, but you know, I wanted to talk a little bit, or at least address some of the questions that George had brought up, especially about the cost of the F-16, or the cost of resourcing. I had jumped in a little bit late into that, so I was wondering, is there any way to get a quick summary of what that question was?
So basically, Colonel Jeff, George was speaking to the 6-month minimum training time that Western nations feel Ukrainian pilots would need on F-16s. And George was making the point, and he's rejoined us. George was making the point that struck him as ridiculous. So it's not so much about the cost, it's about how talented Ukrainian pilots are. Colonel Jeff?
Yeah, so to be fair, he's 100% correct, right? And I talked a little bit about this on an interview I did with Kiev Post. And no, I really appreciate MriyaReport actually, pumping that out and amplifying it. But when Undersecretary of Policy, Dr. Khan, had come out and he sticks to his number. He says it will take 18 months to train pilots from the Ukrainian military to fly the F-16, and no one's he doesn't have to say this under testimony. He didn't put his hand on a Bible, and it's not a situation where he's going to be testify, but because his answer at the end of the day is actually true through the correct lens, right? His lens is, if I took you off the street and I said, "Hey, Alan, I'm going to make you an F-16 pilot," and you'd never flown a day in your life, it's going to take us 18 months to get you there. And that shouldn't be a shock, right? Because you're going to have to go through, just learn how to fly a propeller airplane, like, Forrest's young son went and flew. And then once you get comfortable in that, we're going to put you in some jets and you're going to go a little faster. And then we're going to put you in multi-engine jets, and you're going to go asymmetrical thrust, and you're going to learn that. And finally, when you're really good at actually just being a pilot, we're going to give you wings, and that's going to take about a year. And then in another 6 months, over that next 6 months, we're going to teach you how to fly and fight in combat, right? In an F-16. And that's going to take another 6 months. What George is saying, and he's, again, like I said, he's 100% correct. If we're taking a well-seasoned MiG-29, Su-27, Su-25, Su-24 Frogfoot or Fencer aircraft, and we're going to transition these guys into an F-16. According to the Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, General C.Q. Brown, he's on record as saying in a conference earlier this year, or late last year, that it would take 2 to 6 months. And the reason he left that open window is because he didn't know the level of communication ability. In other words, the ability to speak English of the Ukrainian pilots. So theoretically, one would argue if you're a well-seasoned MiG-29 pilot who speaks English very well, that would be on the order of 2 months. And that makes sense, to be fair, right? Because all of the things that a fighter pilot's going to learn, how to do a 30-degree dive bomb drop, how to do a BVR, beyond visual range missile shoot, how to do, combat visual range maneuvers and shoot a IR missile in a visual arena fight. All these types of things you're already going to know from your existing weapon system, whether that, again, be the MiG-29 or the Su-27. What you're going to have to learn are the basic operational procedures of the F-16, which isn't going to take you very long. And then you're going to also have to learn some of the dynamics, right? The beyond visual range weapon shooting is going to be a little different. The radar system is going to tweak a little different. The missile capabilities are going to be, again, but it's easier to teach variances than it is to teach the initial theory. Does that make sense, Alan?
It makes complete sense, Colonel Jeff. And I guarantee it would take more than 18 months to get me to fly a jet.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'd give it a hell of a shot, though. Excuse me, heck of a shot, Alan. We give it a heck of a shot.
I'd give it a hell of a shot, Jeff. We can say that here.
Fair enough. All right.
I'm
All right.
convinced.
So anyway, George? I hope that answers your question. Again, it's about 1:37 in the morning. I'm gonna head off to bed unless there's
Colonel Jeff.
If anyone pumps their hand up a couple times for a question for me, I'm happy to take maybe one or two. But I wanna try and I wanna head off to bed. So George, go ahead.
And I was look. I have one of my friends. That's what he does. He flies F-16s for the Hellenic Air Force, right? And he's transitioned from Mirage 2000s to F-16s, and he's been flying for a while. And he said, he has said repeatedly, he said that we're talking about, we're talking about 3 months. That's what he says, tops for an experienced pilot. He says, and that would be, and he says, and that would be not when you're, what he calls under the gun. He says under the gun with, knowing that your country's under attack. He says he's sure that we could shrink that down to about 2 months if they get enough flying time. And they wear out their instructors.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have 1.2 hours in my flight record flying an F-16, and I'm a navigator. All right, so let's be very clear. When I say flying, it means I was in the back seat flying an F-16 while I was going to Top Gun school and getting my familiarization ride in an F-16. So I learned how an F-16's radar works, its missiles, its performance. Of course, before I ever flew, I had to take 30 hours of academics. It was ridiculous before I flew, right? And then I go fly, and I could actually hook the check ride, believe it or not. I could actually hook my FAM ride, which was kind of crazy. But as we were flying, the pilot gave me the stick. I flew probably 60% of the story. Um, and then when we got back, I took it all the way down to minimums on the approach. And it wasn't until we'd reached decision height where he said, "Okay, dude, I got it." And I think he only took it because he was afraid. Like he didn't want to be the guy who actually was responsible for me crashing. So the thing flies itself. And George, you're 100% correct. Like this isn't trying to fly. Some crazy nuanced weird airplane that it flies by electronics, it's automated systems and its control mechanisms make this thing like, I mean it's like, I mean, I hate to say it because I don't, I know a lot of people don't like Elon Musk, but it's like driving an automated Tesla, right? Like unless you try to mess up, it's not going to let you.
Thanks, Colonel Jeff. I just want to quickly go to my co-host Forrest and let him sign off for the night, especially hoping to be back up here with him again very soon. Forrest, go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, Colonel Jeff put me in the back seat of a Cirrus S20, I think it was, with my 12-year-old at the stick. So I can relate to the feeling that the F-16 pilot had as he was taking the reins back. But yeah, I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. Everyone out there, if you don't have the funds to donate, find something you can do. Retweeting helps. Getting it active, engaged helps. The only reason I'm here tonight is because I wanted to do more. Made a couple DMs, filled out some paperwork, and now here I am. So thank you, everyone. Slava Ukraine, and I will see you soon.
Herom Slava. I happen to know Forrest is off to give a 2-year-old his Saturday night bath, so that's a challenge. And so on to some more hands for Colonel Jeff, who's here only for a brief time. Peter, if you can be concise, I think you might have a question for Colonel Jeff.
Yeah, it's just that I've been shouting this. I'm not a military pilot, but I think if you're a pilot, you're a pilot, and you can take to a different aircraft pretty quickly. I know our own type ratings. You can do it in about 6 weeks, and it's it's political, and I'm still not sure in my own mind what the political problem is, but it is so vitally important that these aircraft are with Ukraine, because if they want this war over quickly, the only way that's going to happen is to give Ukraine what it needs. If not, it'll drag and it'll drag, and the civilian airspace won't open up. And that is so important. It's not just, I know the Ukrainians will do all the building work and God knows what, but it's also companies who will want to go into Ukraine and start up their own companies there and intertrade and everything. So the only way we're going to speed this up, and I agreed with everything George was saying, is to give Ukraine exactly what it needs and stop all this stupidity, which is, slowing everything up and making everything more and more difficult, because we'll regret it if we don't.
Well, I do know, Peter and Colonel Jeff, you may have heard this too. Minister Kuleba did say earlier this week that Ukraine has received signals from European countries about F-16s, fighter jets of all kinds. Did you see that statement, Colonel Jeff?
I have seen that, and to be fair, I think that there's a hint of optimism there, but I couldn't I couldn't agree more with Peter, right? And the thing that infuriates me, and I think this is kind of what George was alluding to, right? When the White House or the current administration said, and this was the same thing that General Breedlove was upset about on the Dish with Fish last week, and he was the EUCOM commander in SACEUR, right? So he's got a little bit more ability and, let's say, panache in his ability to say things, right? His frustration is this: while they make operational or training or logistics claims of why the F-16 can't go, knowing full well these aren't the reasons, they create this, sea of conflict. I argue that the F-16 is the right answer. No, the Jazz Gripen is the right answer. No, the runways are too short. No, the training will take. We all get sucked into this ridiculous, and I mean it sincerely. We're all sucked into this ridiculous argument of what is the right fighter and how long should the training be. And I feel like the people in the White House right now are kind of like thinking, let them eat cake, right? So she's, they're sitting there going, we know the real reason. We don't want to tell them the real reason because heaven forbid we just don't want to debate it, right? And that's how politics works. Let's be fair. You never lead on to why you really don't want to do anything because heaven forbid you don't want to have that debate. And General Breedlove, and one of his other comments, and I'll leave this with, I'll leave it here, is the thing that frustrates him from the current administration is he hears things like, we will support Ukraine, or we will do everything to help Ukraine. And his answer is, quote unquote, at the end of that is, to do what? What are we trying to help them do? What are we trying to help them achieve? What is our desired end state? When we talk about strategy in the military, we talk about a desired end state. We have ways and we have means, and when we use our ways and means the right way together, we achieve some level of military end state. And he doesn't. He feels really bad for the current SACEUR and EUCOM commander, who's General Cavoli, because at the end of the day, imagine if you're General Cavoli and your leader tells you, we want to support Ukraine, and he goes, okay, to do what? Okay, boss, I'm your guy who's going to like whip the hard stick, right? I'm the guy who's going to smack stuff around and knock down doors and break windows. But what do you want me to do? and General Cavoli is now in a real, even a more difficult situation. And I've met the guy. I've had lunch with him with an ambassador. He's a really good guy. So I don't mean this in a bad way, but he was put in a very difficult situation because he had testified in a closed door hearing to Congress, and he said that F-16s needed to go. Right? He said that 2 months ago. Someone leaked that out. That's very unfortunate. But now he just testifies sitting next to Celeste Wallander in an open hearing to Congress, and he said F-16s aren't the right answer. Right? And ironically, none of the congressional members asked him, said, okay, hey, dude, 2 months ago, it was the right answer. Why is it longer the right answer? And the truth is, they all know the answer, and they don't want to put him in a tough situation because they probably like him. He's a nice guy, but they don't want to put him in a situation where he now has to backpedal, making us look even weaker in Europe. And, it's again, it's all politics and perception. It's just Alan, it's really unfortunate. I think that we're fighting over really stupid things. The right answer is to send F-16s. The right answer is to get them there now. When people ask me, why do you want to send F-16s? My answer is very simple. My answer is, if you dominate the battle space, you bring an end to the war very fast because the other side is so overwhelmed. Their only option is unconditional surrender or immediately trying to seek an ability to get to a negotiation table. I use the example over and over again. When the United States went into Operation Allied Force in 1999, that war took 79 days. It was overwhelming force. Slobodan Milosevic, the leader of Serbia, was literally dumbfounded at how strong a coalition military could come beat the bejesus out of him. And yes, we had 30,000 flights and we dropped tons of bombs. But if you look at that war, and I'm going to use Serbian's numbers, Alan. I'm not even going to use the UN's numbers. The death toll from 78 days of precision guided weapon war waged on Serbia, the total amount of death, 3,500 people. I will tell you at the end of this war, that will be a rounding error.
That is a good point, Colonel Jeff, and especially using Serbia's numbers. So let me ask you just one other quick question. This ridiculous discussion is going on about F-16s, but it seems to be a discussion that disguises something else. What's hiding behind this discussion? I mean, this is a decision that could be made in an afternoon meeting at the White House by Joe Biden.
I mean, that's true. 100% true. I mean, it's funny. In the U.S. military, we have inspections, right? Oh, we call them operational readiness inspections, operational readiness evaluations, okay? And these are situations where when you get a deployment order, you have to prove that your entire unit can be off the deck in 72 hours. So this whole notion that it takes like months to send anything, I mean, other than the training is ludicrous, right? So that's the first thing. The other thing is I kind of chuckle because I honestly believe if Joe Biden woke up one day, and this isn't a Republican Democrat, I'm just saying if Joe Biden woke up one day and he said, "Holy shit, F-16s are the right answer." Right? They are the right answer. And he goes to his national security staff and says, "I want to know how fast we can get 24 F-16s into into Ukraine." They would come up with 3 different plans on how to get them there the fastest. One of my friends, his name's Colonel Bailey. He's been the F-16 program manager out in Salt Lake City, which is the largest depot for F-16s, right? He's just about ready to retire. I'm going to get him on the dish with fish, and you're going to have it's going to be a very interesting discussion, right? Because the questions that are being asked he'll tell you they're the wrong questions. The question isn't how quickly, can we get F-16s there? Because he would tell you, look, there's 4,000 F-16s, right? It's not an issue of can we get them there? It's an issue of prioritization. Every F-16 is allocated to go do something, right? It's not like there's a showroom floor like the Mitsubishi dealership or the Mercedes dealership where there's just F-16 sitting around, right? But everyone's allocated. And if you let's say there's, for example, let's say there's a bunch of F-16s that are allocated to go to the boneyard once Unit X gets F-35s, because we know F-35s are replacing F-16s. What if someone went to Canada? This is an example, by the way, people. Please don't go nuts, right? But Canada is kind of on record. It's come out in the press that they're not necessarily ready to receive their F-16s. They haven't done some of the commensurate training that's responsible or required, and they have some facilities that are lagging behind. So what if Canada said, hey, you know what? We're going to move ourselves back in the F-16 or in the F-35 delivery schedule so that we can get ready. We're not giving up. We're just going to move back. And you can send those F-35s that we were going to get, the 100 of them, to F-16 units immediately. And when those F-16 units transition to F-35s immediately, then those F-16s are now free and they can go to Ukraine, right? Because all you got to do is you got to free up F-16s. That's what Jason's going to tell you. You tell me where you want to free them up, and I'll free them up. What if you had a couple guard units that are supposed to get F-35s, and instead of getting F-35s immediately, you just said, we're going to sunset your unit for 3 months, and we're going to send your F-16s immediately, but then you're going to be the priority to get F-35s. I mean, there's dozens and dozens of answers I could give you, and that Jason would also tell you, right? That when Colonel Bailey comes on, he'll tell you the same thing. Be like, you're asking the wrong questions, right? If you keep asking the question of are there any F-16s available, he is the program manager is going to come back and say no. There's not an auto lot. There's not a used car lot for F-16s that are sitting out there where there's 200 sitting there. You're asking the wrong question, right? So But this is again exactly what the current administration wants. They want us arguing over really stupid stuff. But back to your question, Alan, I don't know the right answer. I will tell you that there's people who speculate on it, and they're really smart people. Some of them speculate that Germany and other larger NATO nations are not ready to send in fighter aircraft, and they're very scared of that. And since they're closer to the threat, the White House and the administrations um, aware of that, and they're cognizant, and they don't want to upset the NATO. They don't want to upset the NATO strategy and the coalition, so they're willing to back away. There's other people. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Colonel Jeff, in other words, there are some people who might point at a red line supposedly drawn by Putin.
Exactly.
And so,
yeah. Whatever that red line, it could be a nuke line people are afraid of, whatever it is, you're right.
Of course, Putin's red lines have been crossed from the beginning of this war to now, day 430. What has he done? Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I chuckle at this, right? So one of the other arguments that I've made in my Kia Post op-ed was, okay, send 6, right? Just create a 6 ship or an 8 ship that deploys that you've already trained 2 guys, train a couple more, and just send 6, right? Is Putin really willing to go to a all-out nuclear war over 6 F-16s that show up in Ukraine? I think people kind of chuckle at that, right? But then after you get 6 in there and you prove that it's not, then you go to 12, and then you go to 24, and then you go to 48. And you slowly walk this thing up to a number. And by the way, let's be fair, that's how a fighter squadron and a fighter wing grows, right? You don't just send 48 fighter jets into a nation and go, hey, dude, here's your 48 jets. Where do you want me to park them? Right? I mean, you slowly build, and that's because your maintainers and your logistics support and all those types of things. So,
and so really the first step seems very simple. If you need to free up F-16s, you just do a mission review. Some of those F-16s are probably assigned or allocated to unnecessary missions. Wouldn't you think?
Sure. I mean, Alan, this is no different from a personal perspective. When imagine if you live on a balanced budget, right? Every family lives on some level of balanced budget, and all of a sudden, your air conditioning unit goes Tango uniform, right? And that's a military term. I'm not going to say what it means, but it's Tango uniform, and you need a new $7,000 air conditioning unit. Well, you sit down with your wife and your family, and you go, okay, we've got to come up with $7,000. Your wife doesn't look at you and go, well, we just don't have $7,000, so we're just not going to have air conditioning, right? You reallocate and you reprioritize the money that you have existed, that you had allocated for certain things, and you redirect it to the higher priority. As you said, you redirect things that are of less priority. You might not be going to Disney this year, right? You might have to put that off for a year, but it's probably more important to not sweat to death in your house in the middle of summer.
Colonel Jeff, what is the best way to push this F-16 argument and get it settled once and for all, and get those first F-16s delivered? First, get the Ukrainian pilots trained, then deliver the jets. What's the best way to do that?
That's a great question. And I literally just sent out the tweet today. I tagged my 2 friends that were on the Dish with Fish, and that's Congressman Zach Nunn, Congressman Don Bacon. Then I also put Congressman Carlos Jimenez, who's my congressman in Florida, plus my 2 Florida senators. And I tagged them on a resolution that came out, and it's a letter that is an effort to support that shows Congress wants to support Ukraine, because I have heard scuttlebutt that if the Biden administration hears a bipartisan large enough push from Congress, if he hears a large enough bipartisan push where the centrists, Republicans and Democrats are aligned. And I'm not talking about the fringe left of the fringe right, because they're both kind of against this, and that's fine. They can do what they want to do. There's not a lot of them, and that's fine. But I put out a tweet says, "Congratulations, Democratic Congressman. Republicans, get on your horse," because I know that Republicans support this. But if he hears enough overwhelming support, he's and this becomes an issue, and we leverage things like the most recent attack where, you know, tragically numbers of people were killed in their sleep, right? I mean, this is horrible that Putin he's a war criminal. And he's getting until you poke the bully in the face, you're not going to go away with it. And if people truly want this war to end fast, and I do, please don't. I'm not a warmonger. I hate war. I'm one of the few people who've been to war and can literally tell you I despise it. I hate conflict. I wish that there were no people in this world that were bad. You know, that this utopia of peace could exist, but unfortunately that's not reality, right? And the only way to do this is overwhelming force, overwhelm him, bring him to the table, and end this war immediately. If we keep trying to achieve land and air parity, in other words, we're going to give them just enough tanks to where we think they can. No, I don't want just enough tanks. I want thousands of more tanks than the other guy has. I don't want just enough ATACMs. I want thousands of ATACMs. I literally want them running for the hills. I kind of chuckle about this when I say it, right? Because if you think back to Desert Storm, when the shock and awe happened, I had ground force buddies who were in the Army who were trying to keep up with the Iraqis who were retreating so fast that they couldn't keep up with them, right? That they're like, holy cow, these people are coming so fast, we're just leaving. And literally the U.S. ground forces, they will tell you, they had a hard time keeping up with just the retreating guys. That's the kind of war I want to wage.
That's the kind of war we want to see too. And so with that, Colonel Jeff, I'm going to use up the rest of your daylight hours. I know it's already nighttime. I think Beefeater, lunchtime, loading are in order. If you have questions for
I'll do three quick ones.
If these questions are for Colonel Jeff, Beefeater, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Colonel Jeff. And let me just give you some context about the world I live in. I live in the world of operation strategy. It's a kind of godlike position because from operation strategy, it's interesting to see how jigsaw puzzles move around in the operational amphitheater to deliver that strategy. Now, that aside, I'm going to say something that's quite controversial, and I think it's about the language we're using. And we're using the very wrong language. We are always talking about a language of support, supporting Ukraine. And I'm talking now specifically in these micro conversations around providing various bits of firepower, including airplanes. I think it's wrong. I think we're playing into the hands of politicians that work in a sphere of cognitive dissonance in terms of what they would like to see as a strategy and what happens on the battlefield. Here's the reason why I say we should stop saying we need to support Ukraine. To me, the word support and the language is everything that defines the narrative. Support implies help, it implies restocking, it implies defending Ukraine and defending all those innocent people that are being murdered every single day. I think we're coming at this wrong. We need to up the ante. We've got to stop talking about support. We've either got to go and be with Ukraine to win or not. I think the idea of just supporting them is giving everyone the ammunition to continue these arguments about whether we should supply them various bits of equipment or not. We've got to give them the means to win this, not just to support them. Is that controversial? Would you agree with me?
Beef, I don't think it's controversial at all. But before we get to the point where you're at, what I need is I need to hear my leader. I think you're in the UK, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I need to hear my leader, and I need to hear your leader, and I need to hear the Chancellor of Germany come out and unifiedly say that we support, and I'm going to use the word support, but give me a second, okay?
Yeah.
We support Ukraine, and we will support them to achieve a decisive victory over Russia. I need that phrase at the end of it, because once I hear that phrase, you're right, we're not talking about support anymore. But at the end of the day, I hear leaders say things like, we will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Okay, as long as it takes to do what? Like,
Yeah,
for them to
exactly.
get tired and stop fighting? I don't know.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. But wherever I go and whatever I do, I try and excite the language to go beyond support.
I
So
love
people
it.
are
Yeah, I'm with you. I
they've
need to
got
get the
to be
leaders to
crystal
say it.
clear. Yeah.
Maybe
Anyway,
the
thanks.
king. Can you get the king to say it?
I'm working on it.
Okay, all right. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Beefeater. So lunchtime loading. Recognize it's now after 2 a.m. for Colonel Jeff. Lunchtime.
Oh, thanks, Alan. So, Colonel Jeff, it's refreshing to hear such a clear perspective on military support for Ukraine. It's no surprise that Ukraine needs planes. That was said in the first week, I think, of the invasion. And really, it seems to me that the Biden position. I mean, perhaps we should invent the verb Bidening around as a sort of a similar sort of analogy to Schultzing around. In that, the foreign policy seems to have been like set in the Obama administration to boil the frog, as it were, right? And at the same time, teach Europe the lesson that it needs to pay its keep when it comes to military support. Do you realistically see any change in that policy, given that it seems to be consequence free? There is no although there is, of course, a great deal of support being provided, at least numerically, it looks like big numbers. As a percent of GDP, it's a risibly small amount, and the point's often been made that 1% of GDP would end this war rapidly. Do you see any realistic prospect for change, or do you think it'll take more Ukrainian death to be sort of broadcast on American TV screens for that to cause some sort of sea change in the politics domestically?
Yeah, so here's kind of my take on that, right? The first thing is I take a little bit of umbrage with the idea of Bidening around. And by the way, I say that only because and I want you to know I'm coming at that from actually a conservative place, because I think Alan and George and other people who are familiar with MriyaReport know that I am a conservative. I don't want to make this political, because as soon and I try really hard not to make it political, and I'll tell you why. Because as soon as it becomes political, my nation is so polarized that if Biden's for it, then by default, people on the right will just be against it, because well Joe Biden's for it, and I think that there's grave danger in where the United States has become, and I have really tried. I have tried really hard to try and engage with people from the right. And in doing so, actually, I'm upsetting people in the left, which is a very weird thing, because at the end of the day, if we want bipartisan support, we have to get people from the right, right? So we have to engage them if we want them to believe it, right? So I'm not a big fan of that. I will tell you that to get more directly to your question, right? There are people that I know that are in the inner council and the inner sanctum of the Joe Biden administration. One of them is a woman by the name of Victoria Nuland, and I know she has worked for a very, very long time, and has seen Russia up close, and she's lifted the skirt of Russia, and she's seen what she's seen, and she knows it ain't good, and she, I would imagine, is a huge pit bull in those National Security Council meetings. She's outnumbered, and that's okay. But I know she's tenacious, and she hasn't given up. I also know that we weren't going to give Javelin missiles, and we eventually got there. We weren't going to give M1 Abrams, and we eventually got there. So I do have hope. But if you're a military guy, you know that hope's not a strategy, and anyone who relies on hope as a strategy is destined to fail. So that's why I'm doing everything I can actually to reach across the aisle, and I say that in a very open perspective, right? I do engage with people on the right that I know that some of my friends who are on the left do not like, and that's okay. And we'll have to figure out how we get to a place where that's okay. But I'm doing it for the right reasons. I hope I would like to believe that people realize that. But it's a good question. So thanks for asking.
Thank you, Colonel. I mean, I did not mean to make this a political question, really. It was more that, given the landscape, you know, I guess I was asking, what will it take? And I think I really applaud your efforts to reach across the aisle, as it were, particularly in these polarized times. And I really do appreciate your very clear view on Ukraine. I share it. So thank you again.
Absolutely. And lunchtime, one of the things that I learned, and I'll share it with you, because I think it gets lost by some of the people that listen, right? So we have General Ben Hodges, who comes on to the show on a regular basis, and he's amazing, right? Lieutenant General, was the U.S. Army Europe commander, and I would venture to say, although he's never shared his political affiliation, he leans to the right. That's good for him, right? But every time you hear him speak about a politician, whether as a president, whether it be the last president, the president two before that, or the current president, he will say the word administration. Under the current administration, under the last administration. And I bring this up only because I kind of chuckled, right? My last host was General Breedlove, who was on last week, who is the 4-star commander. He was the the US UCOM commander. And he came out and said, look, everyone knows I'm conservative by nature, right? So he says, I refuse to say Republican, because as soon as I say Republican, he's like, I just say conservative. And he also used the term this administration. He didn't say the individual's name. He didn't say a political party. And I think that is a wonderful place. And there's a reason they probably made 3- and 4-star generals, because they're pretty savvy with doing things like that. So I've often tried to say that that's a pretty good dialogue, that maybe we should stick to that. I've lost that fight on the site many a times, but I think it's the right way to go. So anyway, again, I appreciate your time.
Loading, you get the last question for Colonel Jeff.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Colonel. You've been amazing, very politically savvy. And, the first, I think I have a question and then a just quick answer. The question is, do you think that U.S. politics are currently so fragmented, plus the ability to attrit what I view as the most existential threat to democracy while this is going on, plays a role in this heat, hemming and hawing, in sending jets? And then the second follow-on is your thoughts on the viability of PMC pilots or volunteer pilots if we were to send jets, in a week's time.
Yeah. So the second question I'll take first, right? So Dan Two Dogs Hampton, I had him on 2 weeks ago, who's an F-16 pilot, probably the most decorated F-16 pilot in the United States military, and he's ready to go fly Vipers for Ukraine. He's already come out and said it, and he says he's he's got buddies who are ready to do so. I think that one's up on Spotify if you want to listen to it. Two Dogs did not hold anything back, right? So if you want to listen to, I kind of had to try and set up left and right boundaries as he was talking, and as a host, I've learned that it ain't easy to control a guy when he wants to talk. So it's a pretty funny one. I'd encourage you to go listen to it. I think it's also on. I don't know if Forrest has helped me out. It might also be on YouTube. But so yeah, there's a chance for the Flying Tiger idea to be quite possible, and he says he's got friends to do that. So now I'll get to the other one of the political one, right? So I have asked my friends that, and I'm 55 years old, right? So I've been voting for quite a while in the United States, and I would tell you that if I looked back to the 90s elections, okay, and I watched the debates between, let's say, George W. Bush or Herbert Walker Bush and Bill Clinton, I would tell you that I think most people would tell you, yeah, I'm going to vote for one. I don't necessarily like the other, but I'm going to be okay whichever one wins. Right? I'm going to be all right. I get it. They both believe in capitalism. They both believe in democracy. One wants a little bit bigger government than the other. That, but I'm going to be okay. I would tell you that coming into the 2024 election, whichever side wins, there's going to be another side that is literally so dumbfounded and distraught. There will be thousands of people who, again, will threaten that they're going to leave the nation, that how on earth could, Joe Biden win a second election? And I'm sorry I'm saying his name, but I mean, he's probably going to be the ticket, right? Or, if you're looking at the Republicans and you're just following the poll lines, that Donald Trump could be the nominee, and holy cow, could he win? I'm not saying he's going to, and please let's not make this a political thing, but if he does, there's going to be a large sector of the US society that is going to be extremely viscerally angry. And I get that. I understand why they're angry, but I would also tell you that based on some of the things that Joe Biden's done, I would argue that I also understand why another side is viscerally angry, right? I think that politics has really become a really bad place in the United States. And by the way, why did that happen? Because I think there's too many people in the center that have let the voices on the far right and the far left dominate things for too long, that we haven't called for accountability. We haven't called for accountability of Donald Trump in a true way that probably many people would want. We haven't called for a true level of accountability for Joe Biden and maybe some of the nefarious dealings that his son's done. I think that when the middle's willing to defend their guy to the utmost hilt, even if they are centrist, that's a really bad place. I want honesty and integrity. I'm a free speech absolutist. I want to know what dealings Donald Trump did that were nefarious. I want to hear the voice of the people who accuse him of things. I would like to hear his rebuttal. I also want to hear what Hunter Biden did. I don't think that's wrong. I want to know what the deals were. I think that all this stuff should be out in the open. So yes, I think we're to sum it up, I think we're in a really bad place. And I don't know how we make it better without people stepping up and saying, I want accountability and transparency.
Well, it's a bummer. Just to add, my thoughts anyway, it's a bummer because I think KGB and the SVR influence on this effect that's fragmenting our country is huge. And full transparency on both sides would be more possible, in my opinion, if we ended this war as fucking quickly as possible, as well as that would save so many innocent lives. Anyway, thank you so much for staying up so late and chatting with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time. Hey, Alan, I'm going to turn it back over.
Thank you, Colonel Jeff.
If Aaron has a quick question, if it's for me, I'll take it. But if it's not, I'm going to go.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Colonel Jeff. Is there any way Europe can sort of bypass the American politicization of it and allow America to follow in a way which is not usually the way things are done? I know that Europe would have to, well, I guess they'd have to be given the okay. There'd be some kind of licensing agreement with the F-16s that occur in some of the European countries. But if they were to send some, even 12 F-16s, does that sort of could that normalize it where it's not such a political issue in America? We're just sending some more support equipment, we're sending some munitions, and then it rolls from there? Or is it totally hinged on an American, has to be totally American led? Thanks.
Yeah, so Aaron, that's a good question, and I've talked about it a little bit, but I probably haven't amplified it on it really well, right? So the United States, for any of their weapon systems we sell, we have what's called third party transfer rights. So even if Israel, for example, wants to sell their F-16s to Croatia, which they did, the United States has the right to step in and say, nope, those F-16s have some capabilities that we don't want the Croatians to have, and therefore you are not, even though you've cut a deal, you're not authorized to sell those F-16s to Croatia. So that actually happened, right? You can read about it in the news. But what I would tell you is this: if the United States, and I believe this, right? So this is going to be my parting shot. If the United States could get a overwhelming bipartisan push onto the White House, along with congressional support, to send F-16s, and the White House still balked, okay, that message would not just fall on deaf ears when it got to Europe. In other words, what I mean to that is Sweden, who makes the Jazz 39 Gripen, and Germany and Airbus and France, who make the Eurofighter, would hear this, right? And they'd know that the United States administration is in a pickle, right? Because if the current administration is not willing to send F-16s, but the U.S. population is behind it, boy, we've got a great opportunity. Let's be the first to send Jazz 39 Gripens into Ukraine, or let's send Eurofighters. Let's just start giving them Eurofighters, right? Because to be fair, whatever airplane Ukraine gets first, there's going to be loyalty to that entity, right? There's going to be an amount of loyalty that is paid to Sweden or Germany for being the first ones to send fourth generation multi-role fighters. And everyone else can go pound sand. These are the guys who stepped up and gave Ukraine what they needed as quick as they could. So now you're Northrop Grumman or you're Lockheed, and you've got the F-16, and you're like, and you're the vice president who's got, or the president of marketing, the president of sales, and you've got tons of pressure because the way in which we enable lobbying and paying money to sit there and say, you know, Mr. President, are you freaking nuts? We are going to lose trillions of dollars in future profits because you are holding out on some crazy reason that you haven't explained to anybody, while European fighters are going to go fill the runways and the ramps of Ukraine for the next decade. That is a massive amount of pressure. And that's the way I would do it. I mean, you're not going to get around the White House. You have to put pressure on the White House. So hopefully that answers your question, Alan. I'm going to bed. It's 2:30 in the morning. My wife's probably going to kill me. But it was great talking to you guys, and I really appreciate everyone's time.
Thanks. Good night.
Colonel Jeff, thanks very much for taking time with us tonight. Really appreciate it.
Did I make it through without it hitting the cuss jar? I really tried.
Yeah, you did.
You were fine.
All right, perfect. All right.
I broke it before you even got on the space, so don't worry about it.
All right. Thanks, you guys. You guys have a good night. Cheers.
Thanks, Colonel Jeff. And welcome, George. Good to have you up here.
Yeah, you have a new co-pilot.
I need a new co-pilot.
just bear with me because I'm a little rusty. That's all. But yeah, you see, so and I'm glad Colonel Jeff jumped up here, and just to reiterate what we've been saying on the space. The fact that the 6 month and 18 month and all these crazy windows and these timelines that are put out there, they're nonsensical. It's the same thing with the training with the armored vehicles. Remember, people are looking at a manual and pulling out timelines that are based on civilian timelines. In other words, they're looking at something that they're not familiar with, pulling out a number and saying, "Oh, look, if I train a tank driver, it's 3 months or whatever it is now, and that's how long it will take." Not looking at the reality of what's going on the ground, or the fact that, like Colonel Jeff said, that would be pulling somebody right off the street, putting them in a classroom. They got to learn the physics of flight. Then you start on, in some small propeller plane, and then you transition to like a trainer jet, which is you know, something that looks like it was designed in the 1950s. You know, you start off on a you know, one of those, and you do so many hours of that, and you learn how to land that and take off on that, and then you finally transition to the aircraft that they think you can handle, you know, and whether that's going to be a fighter jet or something else depends on your ability to learn and stuff like that. And of course, that'll take like, you know, 18 months. But if you're talking about someone that's a veteran pilot that's been flying now in this is the crazy part, Alan. These guys have been flying in a contested airspace where they do not have air superiority. We haven't had our pilots haven't had to do that since they flew missions, escort missions, you know, over North Vietnam. No American pilot had to fly over contested airspace. Even during Desert Storm, you know, the opening phase, the air campaign, our pilots weren't flying necessarily over contested airspace because a lot of the anti-aircraft abilities of the Iraqi military had already been taken out, you know. So it's been years since we've had pilots that have had to do this on a daily basis. But here are these Ukrainian pilots, whether they're MiG-29 pilots, Su-24, Su-27, or the, you know, the guys flying those Su-25s right at the front. So they've been able to survive for over 14 months under that environment. Something tells me, Alan, you're a betting man. It would be a solid bet that they'd be able to master that a new airframe in less than 3 months.
I have no doubt, George. I have no doubt that the best Ukrainian pilots could master those F-16s in a matter of weeks. And, you know, that's what 3 months is. It's a matter of weeks. And, you know, the other thing I'll say is when you look at some of the videos from the theater of operation, both the fighter pilots for Ukraine and the helicopter pilots for Ukraine are using tactics to avoid Russian air defense that are, you know, frightening. They're absolutely out of this world. I mean, those helicopter pilots are like 10 feet off the ground, and the fighter pilots are at treetop level. It is absolutely amazing to see their skill.
And just think of here's the funny thing is, you know, like these guys might be able to teach our guys some things. So, and what I want to do is just really quickly explain that is once, let's say you get a experienced Ukrainian pilot in that F-16 cockpit, and he's flying that plane, he might realize there are certain capabilities of that plane that he wishes he had with the MiG-29. And an American pilot, even an experienced one, sometimes it's like it's right there in front of your face and you don't see it. And it takes another set of eyeballs to figure it out, or someone with a different experience. So it would be actually beneficial. It's going to be beneficial, I guarantee you, to whatever Air Force pilots, whatever Air Force is tasked with training the Ukrainian pilots on whatever platform it is, Alan. Whether it's Griffins, F-16s, or F-18s, or French Mirages, whoever those pilots train with, there's going to be a mutual learning experience for both. I am 100% sold on that one.
I'm 100% sold too. So we'll go in order here: Beefeater and then Latin. And Latin, thanks for coming up. I know you're still fighting a cold. Beefeater, go ahead.
So, yeah, good evening, George. To your point, let me draw a comparison, or at least refer you to the Ukrainians that the UK had in a training exercise for the Challenger tanks So before they arrived, the line that was put out was it was going to take months, talking about 3 to 6 months, to train the Ukrainians on the Challenger tanks. They arrived here and the training was completed in a few weeks, not months. And the observations made by both Ben Wallace, the defense minister, and Lieutenant Colonel John Stone, who oversaw the training mission, was that they were awed at the level of competence and dedication and sense of purpose. So what I'm suggesting is that what no one is factoring into this is that we're talking about not only battle-hardened individuals arriving here with a tremendous amount of experience on multiple platforms, but these individuals have a sense of purpose, and their training day wasn't equivalent to the normal training day for a non-combat orientated military rookie. It's 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. They were spending 18 hours a day getting it done, doing the academics and doing the practice and doing the training. They were so focused on getting themselves ready to get back to Ukraine that it reduced it from 3 to 6 months. It took it down to, I think it was a little under 3 weeks. They were done and dusted back in the battlefield. That has surely got to give us some. That's got to be a flag post to the voices that are now being offered to us, saying it's going to take 18 months to train people. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Peter. I think both George and I agree with you 100% there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like that's what I'm saying. If I'm sure if it was another country and the shoe was on the other foot, they would be doing the same thing. They're not going out hanging out at the bar and stuff like that. At the local pub. These guys know that they need to get this. They need to get this training done and get this equipment back to Ukraine as fast as they possibly can. Because remember, these same guys also have to train the guys that might be going and getting hopefully more Challenger tanks. So I'm sure that's happening as soon as they get back into Ukraine with their own equipment. But I see Latin's got his hand up. I know he's been under the weather, but go ahead, Latin.
Hey, George and Alan. Started listening when Colonel Jeff was talking, and I saw the subject came up again. So what the hell? Thought I'd see if anybody wanted to chat about this. What I'm curious about tonight is tonight where I am is did the F-16 subject surface because of the comments or the reported comments from the Ukrainian foreign minister? Is that part of where this came from tonight?
Yep, partly. And Kuleba did say Ukraine has received a signal from some NATO countries that they are ready to start training Ukrainian pilots on F-16 fighter jets.
Yeah, that's what I understood from a couple of sources, is that a NATO country or a number of NATO countries, I mean, I think I know who they are, and you know what, let's be honest, it's probably things like when they see yet another attack on, an apartment block, obviously civilian target, just, blown in two. How many times do we need to see that before we see something happening on this? But so, I mean, I'm taking it very carefully. I was chatting with some of the aviation guys in the back channel, and we're all like, yeah, we've just heard this so many times. If there is something concrete to what the foreign minister is saying, if he does in fact have something definitive coming from his sources that they're saying, look, we're going to do this, but let's, I mean, you know what I mean? It's just it's another tiny drip in this thing, and hopefully there is something substantial to this. I hope there is. I do need to make 2 points that I think are very important on this F-16 debate and the broader Western fighter issue. And I hate to be the realist here. we all want to see those modern types transferred to the Ukrainian Air Force, and they will have a direct benefit. They will save lives on the ground, and they will save the lives of these courageous Ukrainian pilots that are fighting against the odds right now. Okay, full stop. Period. Having said that, we have to consider two things. We have to keep it in mind, because I do see too much of this panacea kind of thinking are surrounding these aircraft. The first is that delivery of F-16s, even the latest block, with the latest block AMRAAM, so therefore the longest range, it's not going to give you air superiority. Air superiority is something that is fought for over time, and in the Western doctrine, in the U.S. doctrine, it's no one type of aircraft that achieves air superiority. So I think we have to be very careful with that kind of talk, because it could lead among Western citizens to a place in a few months, or maybe whenever it is, maybe later this year, when they do finally start getting some of these, which I think is probably when it's going to happen, that we're still going to be hearing about losses and about not having air superiority. We shouldn't be surprised by that. That is the reality of this air war. It will continue to be for a lot of factors, but it does not take away from the fact that we need to give them better aircraft to take on the Russian air threat, because we have them. And the other thing is closely linked to what I just said. I kind of mentioned it there, is that it really needs to be seen from the American point of view. There is another, even if whoever needs to make the call decides that it's time to get F-16s going to Ukraine, the decision to provide the AMRAAM variant that, we hear the Ukrainians talk a lot about, this 120-kilometer range type of scenario, and that's a best case scenario with the latest mark, with the latest block of AMRAAM. That's a decision in itself. I can tell you that is probably going to be as much a decision, as much of a difficult decision for an American administration as releasing F-16s, because that is very sensitive tech, and it's a weapon system that the U.S. Navy and Air Force are relying on for any future confrontation with China. There are longer range systems in the pipeline. One of them is almost imminent now, and that will probably take some pressure off of like a D model AMRAAM. But these things have to be looked at realistically. Having said that, even earlier model AMRAAMs, they do not close the gap. And with the radars that the current variants of F-16s that are being considered, they do not completely close the gap, and they'll still be outnumbered. But yeah, go ahead, George.
Really quick though, yeah, we're not. Yeah, here's the thing that we have to do. We also have to. We really don't know what the hell they're gonna do when it comes to air superiority, right? Like that. But you're looking at the numbers and you're telling us what the capabilities are, and that's a very important part. And the fact that F-16s wouldn't achieve air superiority, is a very clear and cut statement, and it's a very factual statement. But we also have to consider that the Russians should have achieved air superiority, and they haven't. And the other part is that what the F-16s will do for the Ukrainians now will allow them, and hopefully this would be a huge part of their training, I would expect, is them to be able to use now HARMS as a wild weasel configuration, because the F-16s, even the block 30s and 32s would be able to pull this off. They would be able then to denude and push back that Russian air defense envelope. And that's what I would be looking for, to push back their air defense envelope, so they have to push back those S-300s, because now they might eat a harm launched from an F-16. And not only that, then allow those Su-25s, even though they're antiquated, allow them now to actually drop bombs on Russian targets easier, than having to worry about eating, some air defense missile that the Russians have. The F-16 gives the Ukrainians a lot more capabilities, at least on the tactical level, than what they have now with the MiG-29s, right?
Yeah, Latin, just before you go, I think Yehuda wants to get in on this conversation too. Welcome up.
Thanks. I was just coming back, had some comms problems. No, I didn't actually hear the part of it because I had comms issues, but nice to see Latin on, and looking forward to discussing when things happen in the next little while. Air defense, mobile air defense moving up, umbrellas protecting courageous Ukrainian soldiers doing the business. So I think we're going to see a lot of that coming up.
Clyde, you're next. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, question and comment from a totally non-military guy, and appreciate all the expertise that's on here. I read something in the last 24 hours that either Zelensky or somebody around him, foreign minister, whoever, said they have pilots that are ready to go now. Is that correct? Can that be anywhere close to correct?
I think so.
So if they have pilots that are ready to go now, the whole training cycle argument, that's a huge in your face to the administration.
Hold on. Just 1 second. From what Colonel Spencer was saying, that even training at the Air National Guard, California Air National Guard, Ukrainians, I think he said they have experience on F-16s. I don't know. Maybe Latin knows better, but as Colonel Jeff said, training. When someone knows the not just the basics, but the expert level flight of a fighter jet, it would take them some time to acclimatize themselves to a different system. So but I don't know, Latin.
To your point, Yehuda, what you were saying about F-16s, there's always a lot of confusion when people see images that were taken a few years ago of Ukrainians hanging around F-15s or F-16s or vice versa, those aircraft on Ukrainian bases. And those were part of exchanges with the U.S. Air Force as Ukraine started to grow closer, stronger ties with Western militaries, mostly post-2014. They have a very strong relationship with the California National Guard. That's an F-15 unit. There's an F-15 unit within the California National Guard, but they did not train on those aircraft. They would have had a close-up look at them. They flew with them in operational training, but certainly that informed the pilots and other members of the Ukrainian Air Force. Seeing them up close, I'm sure it informed their opinion of wanting these aircraft. These men and women clearly, as long as 10 years ago, I'm sure we're already thinking it's time to move on from these Soviet platforms. To the question that Clyde had about their pilots, well, the absolute number of pilots that they have available is not something that we're going to know exactly, but they have said as early as like last summer, I remember was the first time I heard it, that they had this cadre of pilots, English speakers. I think they're generally younger pilots. That English is an important element of transitioning to a Western aircraft, to working in a NATO framework, and that they had those people put aside quite a while ago. So, as far as I know, that's probably what we're talking about here.
Well, and I think I heard on this space 6 months ago, they've had this group that you're talking about flying simulators on their off time. They don't spend their off time like going to coffee shops. They've been like in F-16 simulators and whatever they think they might get their hands on later, just as a look, this may happen down the line. We have to be ready. Is that right?
I just want to jump in real quick, Latin. I just not to push back, way more about this than I do, but I'm pretty sure that I heard that they did have training, like maybe it was informal, maybe it was like, I don't know if it has a second seat. I don't know these planes at all. But I could have sworn John Spencer was saying that they're for sure acclimatized, as you said, up close and perhaps simulators. But I'm pretty sure that they might have been training. Now I don't know pilot stuff, so I don't know if you're even allowed. If a foreign officer or soldier came to Canada
and they were a tanker, like would they be allowed, without the training, right? Like if you're not current on your licenses and your qualifications on anything, even if you're in, Canadian Army or the US Army, I assume you're not even allowed to drive those things, right? I mean, it goes down to driving a civilian pattern vehicle. If your 404s or your defensive driving course isn't up to date, you're technically not allowed to drive, even though you clearly know how to drive. So I know that NATO countries are really strict with that, but for some reason, could be under. I'm prepared to be disabused of what I'm saying, but is there any chance that Ukrainian air pilots have been in the seat of an F-15 or an F-16 and flown around? Latin?
On some of these operations, some of these training exchanges with the U.S. Air Force, it's possible somebody got into the back seat of a two-seater to just to go for a flight. But I doubt a solo flight would have been. No, I don't think so. I think we may be confusing because there's a lot of things happening here. When you follow this, it's been drawn out for so long, and if you take it even back to those much earlier contacts between NATO air forces and Ukraine, it becomes even more confusing because people see bits and pieces of information on social media. What a lot of people are confused about is that there was that very small group, I think it was 2 or 3 pilots, might have been more, late last year, I think it was, maybe early this year, that went to the US. It was not to train, it was not to transition onto F-16s. It was to get an idea of where current Ukrainian Air Force fighter pilots would like to get an idea how quickly they would be able to transition, kind of where they're at. And in that situation, for sure, they would have flown in back seats of 2-seat F-16s with instructors. They would have probably taken the controls. That's my guess. Simulator work, that sort of thing. And the conclusions of that, we've heard bits and pieces of it, seems to have been fairly positive. But what I know for a fact is that officially, unless something, and I would love to hear something going on under the radar, but officially there's been no transition course for Ukrainian pilots conducted.
Fair enough. I'll take that for $1. But the Ukrainians are pretty wily. I wouldn't be surprised if they found some way to do something somehow. But I don't know. Maybe I'm dreaming. Either way, I think Colonel Jeff said it. He goes, look, if you took a qualified MiG fighter pilot and, he said he thinks it would take 2 months. Now, that's the first I've heard someone who knows what he's talking about, or herself, say that crossover could exist. I don't know. I'm not a pilot.
Yehuda, he was actually quoting General Cavoli, who said it would take 2 to 6 months.
What would he know?
What would Cavoli know?
Yeah.
He's an Air Force general.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. I'm being funny, Alan, when I'm still young. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, look, if you're like a superstar Ferrari driver and you're like whatever the races are, who knows, the Indy 500, I don't know where you drive Ferraris, or the Tour de France, I think that's bicycles, but whatever. I guess you could say, hey, can you be just as good at the Ferrari but in a Lamborghini? The things are different center of gravity. I don't think it would take 1.5 years. I think 2 to 6 months might be about right. No,
I think it would be about right too. The question that comes to my mind, Yehuda, George, and Latin, is how much more does Ukraine have to prove? I mean, they had to prove that they were not going to be defeated in 72 hours. Well, they proved that. And then they had to prove with really limited weapons available that they could drive the Russians out of Kherson and out of Kharkiv. Well, they proved that. Now, how much more do they have to prove? It seems to me that the missing piece for the coming counteroffensive is the air power piece. Not talking about air superiority, but some kind of approaching air equivalency. And I think that the Western leaders who cannot make up their minds about delivering F-16s are going to regret dragging their feet. Latin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Alan. They're going to regret as we continue to see more images of of the kind that we've seen in the last 24 hours or so, of more of those outrages, more of those attacks on civilian population, and the fact that air superiority aside, that more advanced aircraft could help to prevent those things from happening. The debate over transition and transition time it doesn't show any signs of letting up. And I'll put it this way. Here's where I land on it. And I'm not a pilot, okay? But I just read a lot about airplanes. And I listen to people who are pilots. And the conclusion I've come to is that we can't say with any real certainty how long it would take the average Ukrainian pilot to become proficient on an F-16. I personally don't buy the far end of it, like the kind of the 18 months. And whatever it's going to be less than it is by the book. The situation is exceptional historically. I can't think of anything since, I've said this before, but since Finland 1939, where an air force would have to absorb new types in the middle of an existential battle with a large enemy. So how long will it take? It'll take as long as it takes for them to do it. I hope that doesn't sound ridiculous, but we will know when the instructors say, yeah, they're ready. These guys are amazing. They're ready to go. And when it happens, we'll see it, and they'll be in theater, and we'll know. But what I can't understand is what is stopping us from the West from just saying, let's start the training now. I mean, how afraid can we be of Russia? Let's just start the training now. The decision to transfer the aircraft is an independent decision. The decision of what missiles to provide with is an independent decision. But get them trained. Start it now.
Hey, Ryan, I'm going to ask a question here, trying to throw a monkey wrench into things. But do you think one of the reasons, and this is going to sound cuckoo nuts, but cuckoo nuts sometimes permeates warfare. Do you think one of the reasons why these decisions haven't been made is because someone in the administration is scared that once Ukraine gets F-16s, that some ex-US Air Force or ex-NATO pilots might just join the Ukrainian Air Force, and that is going to become a political hot football or whatever you have? Is that maybe what's going on?
But if that's the case, what about all the probably thousands, hundreds for sure, of foreigners that are already fighting on the ground? I mean, I just don't see that.
Exactly. But you see, but there's got to be some goober, and it's always some little goober that you used to run into at the Pentagon. There's always some goober that's thinking that way, and it's got somebody's ear saying, "Oh, boy, it's going to look really bad if our pilots come, one-on-one with a Russian pilot, and one of them gets shot down." Like, I'm just trying to think outside the box. What kind of pretzel freaking logic? Because it's always an idiot that's gumming up the works, and that's what I'm thinking. Because this is the other problem. We keep talking about training of the damn Ukrainian pilots. I got news for people. I'm sure throughout the thousands of pilots that have flown F-16s throughout the United States and Europe, that you're not going to find 15 guys that are going to say, you know what, hey, I'm going to volunteer. And I'm going to volunteer, and I'm going to fly those F-16s for Ukraine till they get their guys up to speed. And, and Colonel Jeff was right. Remember, we started off with 4 HIMARS to test the waters, to see if what Putin was going to do with his line in the sand. I always refer to the SNL skit that was like I think it was in the early 90s, and it was a skit on Gaddafi. Remember, Gaddafi had that red line, and then they made fun of him. He was like drawing a red line. He goes, "You cross this line, I kill you." And whoever was playing the Americans, they crossed the line, and he kept drawing lines in the sand. till they finally said, you know, you knock on my door, I'm not going to come out. I mean, this is what we're talking about. So if they send 6 F-16s at first, that, you know, they send them in the country, you get 15 volunteers. They can take turns flying and also training guys on a couple of two-seaters. This is, I mean, this thing is just nonsensical because they think of ways of why not to send them instead of figuring out how to send them.
You know,
And
George,
George,
can I jump?
George, when you mentioned the possibility of foreign pilots, which is great. I mean, that would be a real force multiplier if they were to be able to get people like that to come in. Always important to remember that just as important as what an experienced F-16 pilot could bring to bear for the effort, something like an experienced F-16 crew chief is
Exactly.
equally vital, right?
That was going to be the next point. You're going to get guys. Look, there are people in the world that are just sick and tired of watching the Russians bomb and kill children. And I guarantee you, there's at least 12 to 15 pilots, if not more, that have flown F-16s that are chomping at the bit to be able to blow those murderous bastards right out of the fucking sky.
George.
So let's.
I mean,
Sorry,
flip in the sky.
no.
Hey, George.
Out of the
No,
sky.
but let
Yes.
me ask you this, George. You know, some people think that you're onto something. Some people think you're crazy. Here's you know, think about it for a second. Think of how many thousands and thousands of F-16 fighter pilots that are between the ages of, let's say, I don't know, 20, 30, and 60, who probably spent their entire career in the West, in NATO, preparing to do a thing they never got to do. Right? Think of that for a second. Like
Bingo.
people who they their whole life, they're like, I will fight an F-16, I will fight a MiG, and they never did. They were always prepared, but they never did. Now, if it had never happened in history before, maybe you'd have a point. But it happened before. It happened in after World War II, 1948, in Israel. Pilots from all over the world, not even Jewish, said, I want to, you know, they were some of them were at the end of the beginning of their career when World War II ended, and they volunteered. They volunteered to fight for a fledgling state that was being attacked by a bunch of other people, and they
And
went.
what were they
Now,
flying?
the funny thing is, some of them were flying Messerschmitts, believe it or not. Well, no, I'm just being honest. They weren't flying any. I don't know if they were. I mean, the first aircraft of the Israeli Air Force were actually Cessnas with machine guns strapped to the wings and a pulley on the trigger. But in the War of Independence for Israel, some of the planes, they had 4 Messerschmitts that had disassembled in Czechoslovakia and brought to Israel. Now, the difference is the Israelis took or bought or got them. Here, we're in a position where the world can give F-16s fully functional, ready to go. And I think you make a good point. Are there not
Exactly.
15? Are there not 20? Are there not 30? They don't even have to be sympathetic to Ukraine. We hope they are. They might just say, hey, I'm a 45-year-old pilot. I flew in the Air National Guard in whatever state, or in this country and that country, and I've never got a chance to go into combat. Let's have a whirl. I don't know, just food for thought, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's got to be people chomping at the bit. But I know we got a bunch of hands here, Alan, and I think hopefully I'm praying that you remember the order because I surely don't.
Yeah, so Robin was the first to raise her hand, but she's put it down. Robin, do you have a question?
I think we sort of went past what I was going to say. I
Well,
just
I'm not
wanted to
sure
mention
Robin is
that,
even with us.
you don't hear me, Alan?
To
Alan,
Clyde,
you don't hear me?
Adam,
Yeah.
Dryfly, all these questions.
Okay, Alan.
Alan,
you can't hear Robin, right?
She's talking.
Alan, you hear me now?
I don't think he can hear you.
Alan's not going to hear you because there's a glitch. So, Alan, why don't we wait one and go? Robin, why don't you ask your question unless it's for Alan?
Actually, it's not a question. It's just a very quick observation that I don't remember where I read it because this is not my field any at all, but I remember reading that there are Ukrainian pilots in their downtime are even doing things like studying screenshots of what the F-16 cockpit looks like and whatever. They're doing everything they possibly can to get themselves as much up to speed as possible. So I think that everyone is right in saying that once they actually get their hands on these planes, we're going to be surprised at how quickly they're ready to go into action with them. And that was what I wanted to say. Thanks so much. Slava Ukraini.
I
Thank
came
you,
up
Robin.
to say this, and sorry to interrupt and bust in, but I came up to say this, and I DM'd Alan the tweet. It's the only source I could find for it, and that's the only thing I came up to say was what Robin just saw. I found a single tweet about it, but it's pretty interesting, and I DM'd it to Alan. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, so I'm going to go to Dry Fly next, and then Latin, and then Clyde. Sorry if I messed up the order, but I'm going to go to Dry Fly next. Go ahead, Dry Fly.
Hey guys, listen to what you said. I just had one comment on what the pilot situation and the Ukraine and the decision in Washington. My thought, and it has been this way for probably 3 or 4 months, is that the administration is waiting to see how the offensive goes with what they got. And the reason is that they're starting to think about 2024 and the election, and they don't want to be hung out where they give Ukraine a whole bunch of air assets and then the offensive goes poorly, even with those assets. They're more comfortable, sadly, in the case of Ukrainian blood loss, of having it be rough, but they don't want to have it go, give them everything, and then have it be a disaster. That's going to feed the MTGs and all of that whole group, Trump, the whole club, just tons of ammunition going into the election. So they're going to want to see success before they go at it. And I'm betting money that middle manager that George is referring to, who's saying, "Oh, we should hold off, we should wait," and I believe, we don't know who the guy is, but you can bet there's somebody there. He's reading those same reports we saw in those leaks, that there's no confidence in amongst some of at least the Pentagon think tank that this thing is going to be decisive or even really all that successive. That it'll be, quote, I think the quote was incremental. So I really think the key to it is that Ukraine really has to have a successful offensive with the Air Force that they have, and then show that giving them more is not a bad bet. And then you're going to see a whole lot of people on both sides of the aisle really, really step up. Now, is there something that can circumvent that? Yeah. Get on the horn with your congressman, your senator, and get them to pass that resolution that gives the Biden administration a ton of cover to be able to make the tough political decision. I mean, I'm not blaming the Democrats 100% or the Republicans really on this one, but I know how politicians think, and they do not want to be abandoned. They don't want to be orphaned if this thing doesn't work. And I think in the end of the day, we're going to have to see some success before they're going to be able to get another big jump in capability. And it's not right. It's kind of catch-22. It's self-prophesizing a tough offensive, but I think that's what's going to happen, and I'll listen.
Hey, Jeff, really quick. Yeah, the thing about those bloody leaks and stuff like that, I think people are starting to confuse a thing, because some of those leaks were done months ago, even before the Kherson offensive. So those appraisals that are put in those leaks, what are they? They're from what, 6 months ago, 7 months ago?
Yeah, at least. Some are more recent, some are into December and January, but I don't think it changes the situation in that they believe there is a faction in the Pentagon, and you can hear it in some of their press releases, that they do not have 100% confidence that the Russians are just going to fall and melt. Okay. My personal opinion is that I think they will. Okay. I'm the one who keeps saying that this is Putin's Kerensky moment. Okay. This is going to be a lot like the Kerensky offensive, in my opinion. Okay. I think they're going to absolutely fall away. But there's people in the Pentagon who have spent their whole life being believed that the Russians were the boogeyman, and that they were this unbeatable force that would require, Herculean efforts to save Western Europe. And all of a sudden they're just melting. I just think it's just too hard a paradigm for them to step beyond. And so they're thinking that, geez, even if we give them F-16s, this is going to become a slog. It's going to be like Afghanistan. It's going to be like every war we've ever been in, that it's going to be 20 years. I don't buy that. I personally don't see that. But I think that's what their fear is. So there's two things that have to happen. Either the Ukrainians have to have evidence proven to them that they can win this thing, or two, they're gonna have to Biden administration is gonna have to have cover from the other side of the aisle. They're gonna have to have enough Republicans come forward to say, yeah, we back you on this. In fact, we're forcing you to give them jets. That's why I've been such a proponent of this resolution, and I've called my congressman. He don't love me. He's a Republican. He's a conservative Republican, and I'm in the Democratic database. I give money. I walk the doors for him, but I'm still calling the guy because you just got to do it. So anyway,
Yeah,
that's my thought.
yeah, and that's true, Dryfly. And I'm just going to make a really quick prediction. I think what's going to really open the vault and lend lease and everything, and when they say everything but and the kitchen sink, is this offensive once they liberate Mariupol. And I think that's somehow, I don't know how, and I'm not going to postulate on here or take a wild guess how they're going to do it. When they liberate Mariupol, the Ukrainians know what effect that's going to have, because it's going to have it's going to be phase 2 of wipe the floor with the Russians. Because phase 1 was after they liberated Bucha and Irpin. All of a sudden, the floodgates started to open. And I think floodgate number 2 is going to open once they liberate Mariupol, and everybody sees the atrocities. Sorry, I caught myself, Yehuda. The atrocities that the Russians have committed there, and the mass murder. And then you're going to see F-16s and everything that can fly and go bang and go boom will be coming after that, because that's going to force a lot of congressmen to say, "Oh my God, I do not want to be on the wrong side of this one."
I agree 100%. That's why I'm watching this offensive develop. And it doesn't have to be perfect in the sense that it pushes them all the way through Crimea. It just has to absolutely show that Ukraine is in this for real, and that the Russians, no matter what their propaganda says, is not the force that we thought they were in the 1980s. Maybe they were in the 1980s, but they ain't that anymore. And I'm going to listen so other people can speak.
All right. I think I said Latin next, and then Clyde.
Thanks, George. Just two quick points, and one of them is kind of coming off of what Dryfly said. The first thing is that let's keep in mind that regardless of whatever political debate is going on in the U.S. about supplying F-16s, there are things that Europe can do on its own. And it's not as easy. It's a much more mixed picture, and it's not ideal in some ways. But there are things that they could be doing. And so that's on them. And unfortunately, George, essentially what you're saying, which I agree with, I mean, at least part of what you're saying, is that provision of aid from Western countries, if you look at the way it's played out over the last 14 months, there's a price attached to that, and it's Ukrainian lives. The more outrages we see, the more it becomes easier, it seems, for us to say, okay, well, we'll send this, we'll send that. Because if I'm not mistaken, the way I remember it, the main battle tank thing kind of broke as we were seeing that sustained campaign against civilian infrastructure and population late last year, and that as I remember it, kind of really drove that. And we may see that again in this next offensive, where in the counteroffensive stage, where similar outrages are going to push a lot of people in the West finally over the edge in Europe and in the US to providing aircraft. And it's a scenario that's, potentially could be really ugly. We've discussed it before, some of us on this space, where depending on the state of Ukraine's ground-based air defenses, which we really can't say exactly where it's at, and at what point holes in that air defense that's held up pretty well so far, at what point holes could start to appear in it that the Russians could exploit. And I've said it before, I don't have any doubt that, so the Russian Air Force, they've shown us at several stages that they're not what we thought they were. But at the same time, it's still a very large force with capabilities that if they find that opportunity, the potential for destruction and for loss of life is tremendous. And in the end, it won't work for them. But maybe that's unfortunately, I can't come to another conclusion that may be the price of getting this moving.
You're right, Landon. Unfortunately, I mean, it's taken one atrocity after the other to move the needle, right? So, like we said, after Bucha, then we started hearing about M777s and HIMARS, but then we saw, well, when the beginning was only 4, but then it became 24, and then MLRS systems from other countries. But and then as you said, that campaign to destroy that absolute terroristic campaign waged by the Russians and their military to destroy critical infrastructure. And we're talking about heating plants, right? They were trying to attack the heating plants to kill the ability for the central heating plants because a lot of the cities in Ukraine are heated that way, and of course electricity, and it failed. But that's what got the tanks into Ukraine was that campaign. So, it's frustrating for us that know the capabilities of the weapon systems that Ukraine needs that they don't have. But I'm going to go to Clyde next. Clyde, go ahead, sir.
Just one more brief question, and then I'll step down. Is that, are we really sure that they haven't started the process? Latin, you say, well, can't they at least start the process? Are we totally sure that they haven't started that process somewhere, and there's not 30 Ukrainian pilots somewhere in the world that are got their hair on fire in F-16s, and we just don't know?
Oh, of course, there's that possibility, but of course, but we're talking about the unknown. I mean, it's officially no, but could we find out that something's been going on? And I sure hope that's the case. But no, we can't say definitively.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, Clyde. Can you all hear me now? I'll take that as a yes.
Is Alan there? I see his mic is going, but I don't hear him.
Parlez-vous français?
Alan,
we can hear you.
But it goes back to the question I was asking. What do the Ukrainians have to prove? And this is why I think Western leaders are really going to regret the speed at which they have given Ukraine the weapons they need to win this war. And I think it is really, it's worse than regret. The people who are going to regret it are the Ukrainians. The Western leaders really, at this point in time, should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, Alan, this is going to be unfortunate. I hate saying this, but I keep pointing to Mariupol because we have a good idea of what happened. We don't want to speak it. We don't want to speak numbers, but we have a good idea of what happened in Mariupol. And that shame is not going to be, it's not going to be in short supply. Once that's discovered, there's going to be a lot of people looking like, the sloths that they have been. And, like I've said, I think that's going to be opening the floodgate. And it's a shame that we have to get to that bloody point to get there. That we have to, that some of these people have to see the atrocities up front and personal, right? Up in their face to decide, oh, yeah, maybe we need to send more stuff, or, oh, this is really a war of genocide. Like, what do you think? Like, what are you expecting? Like, that's the most frustrating place. And there's a lot of people that have, I'm sure there's Poles, there's Jewish people that who's had family that they lost in the Holocaust and survived it, and people from all over the world that have gone through these genocidal episodes that are just pulling their hair out, like saying, "What else do you idiots need to see?"
Yeah, I agree with you, George. I do agree with you. Tell me, has the fire at the refinery in Sevastopol finally been put out?
I'm not sure. There was like there was a video that was put out that said the fire was under control, but that didn't look like it was from the same refinery because let's put it this way. Let's say there's 20 tanks, right? Fuel tanks there, and 9 of them or 10 of them caught on fire. Do you think the other 10 tanks are going to have nice shiny white exteriors?
No, they might not even have what is meant to be kept inside them any longer. I mean,
Exactly.
that was the hottest fire I think that you can imagine.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, the paint would have at least peeled off, and be full of soot and stuff like that. So I think a film that, some video that was released by the Russians is full of baloney. I don't know if the fire's still burning because maybe all the fuel burnt out by now, but it was a nice beacon.
it was a heck of a beacon. A beacon. Notice how I said heck there, George. A heck of a beacon.
Yes, we're trying to keep it clean here because us Americans we tend to overstuff
Horrible.
the curse jars.
Yeah, you guys are horrible. You just wish you were Canadian, and that's fine. We wish you were Canadian too, especially Michigan, parts of Maine, and San Juan
But I
Island.
am Yehuda.
Yeah,
I am. I'm actually in the process of renewing my Canadian passport as we speak.
well, until you've done it, talk to me then, all right, buddy?
Well, you know what? It's a Megillah because I live in the United States and I'm actually taking a trip to Canada in 2 weeks. They won't allow me to actually go to Montreal and renew my passport because
I
I
wouldn't
live
either.
in this. Oh yeah, thank you.
Just
Because
kidding.
because I live in the States, I have to renew it through the Canadian Embassy in DC, and I'm like, why can't I just do it in Montreal when I'm there?
Well, you could actually. You could
Bureaucracy.
just you could travel on your U.S. passport and just. I mean, yeah, you could
Okay,
actually
yeah,
get
I
a
know that.
passport.
I know that. But since I'm in Montreal and they have the passport office there, why can't I just bring all my papers and stuff and get it done in Montreal?
You could,
But no.
you could, but you're a resident of the States. Maybe that's why.
Yes.
Yeah, George, I think it's because all those Canadian workers are on strike.
Probably.
Don't get me going.
So, Irish, you've come up and raised your hand. What do you have?
Yeah, just with the oil distribution, the fuel depot. I worked I do civil construction. I worked in like an airbase one time, and I had all like a much smaller system than that. But like the tanks are only one part of it. Under the ground, you have fuel pipes. You've got like thousands of meters of just for one little system. You need thousands and thousands of meters of electrical conduit. They've got sensors. They've got it's all that interlinked. So each tank's linked to the other one, and so basically, like even the tanks that would be left after it's burnt are useless because all the system is all connected. They all have different sensors to different lines, and like under the ground would be kilometers and kilometers of pipe network that's all destroyed as well. Like that thing, that would be major, refurbishment to ever put that back. They'd have to rebuild the whole thing.
I think it's pretty likely they will have to rebuild the whole thing. And it's one of 2 depots in Sevastopol, and I believe this one is the smaller depot. Cornelius, and then Michigan. Cornelius, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. A couple of speakers ago, I think it might have been Colonel Jeff mentioned that with the American election coming up, there'd be some there'll be some effect of that election and the analysis that has to go in to what kind of moves and decisions to make right now to make sure that there were no repercussions when it came time to casting ballots. And I kind of wanted to explore and ask you folks what other bits and pieces of factors go into the calculus. Those F-16s may be affected by that that big equation where they've got to think, okay, we're coming up for re-election, we're facing possibility Donald Trump, possibility of Joe Biden, and if we make this move, it could have that effect. If we don't make this move, it could have this effect. Which one has the best downside? Which one has an upside? Are the balances and trade-offs worth it? I'm wondering what kind of trade-offs there are. If they decide not to go with F-16s, possibly, and the election might not be the only factor going on here, but if they decide not to go with the F-16s, what is it in that election calculus that is either a good thing or a bad thing as far as the current decision makers go?
Well, the election calculus, Cornelius, can change overnight. And the election calculus that you might be figuring out today, months ahead of November 2024, is probably going to be wrong. So much, as you know, happens in politics in a very short time. I think it is, people on the left in the United States, people on the right in the United States, they've figured out the political calculus that they believe works for them. Their constituents or their voting blocs require them to be highly critical of the Biden administration for doing too much for Ukraine. They've both arrived at that spot. Now, in the center, and the center of the United States is still big. It's certainly very big in the U.S. Congress, in both the Senate and the House. I think you have a much different kind of calculus going on, and a better awareness that it's up to the United States and NATO countries to give Ukraine what it needs to win the war. And I think that they will come around to that point of view, and I think they're going to express it strenuously in hearings in Congress this summer. There are already both Republicans and Democrats criticizing the Biden administration for dragging its feet.
So, in my experience, people get fried. People, I should say, high-level bureaucrats, politicians get fried for making decisions, and less fried, although you can get fried, for not making decisions. So, is there an effect here? Is there something at play here in that? By not making decisions and drawing this out to the point where we absolutely have to decide because of election downsiding. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. This is a kind of I don't inside baseball thing, but probably the primary stage that this is going to be played out on will occur in the fall when General Milley's term as chief of the Joint Chiefs is up. It comes to an end. Biden's going to have to appoint a new chief of the Joint Staff. He also is going to have to appoint, I think, a new head of the Army and a new head of the Navy. These are all going to go through Senate hearings for confirmation, and they are going to be drilled about Ukrainian policy. That's really the stage where this is going to play out.
Alan, I can't throw my head in that ring.
Okay.
Alan, listen, I'm gonna jump off here and sign off, but I'm gonna leave you in the good hands of Yehuda.
But thanks, guys, for the opportunity. I'm gonna jump down. I got some other things to do, but please, like Dry Fly said, please get on your congressman if you're an American citizen. Get on your congressman, get on your senator to sign that resolution, because that would put more pressure on the administration, Pentagon, and everyone else to support Ukraine better and hopefully get those planes in there sooner than later. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, George. So, George, you mean you're not going to compete to become the next chief of the joint staff?
Oh, are you kidding me? Can you imagine that? There'd be 3 carrier groups in the Aegean, with 1 week later, and they would just be there flying around, just buzzing over the Black Sea. Why not? It's international airspace.
Well, George, this is why you're not going to get that position.
Exactly.
So thank you very much for your time co-hosting with me tonight. Really appreciate it. Cornelius, what do you think about just over the summer months, and what are you going to be looking for in the U.S. Congress? Although I know you'll be looking from afar, what do you expect to happen?
Honestly, I have no idea. I think the Democrats will navel gaze for a while at whether Joe should be the boss going forward, and have a little bit of a convulsion, and he will be. And it'll be interesting for a while, but I'm afraid that that whole effort will draw down everybody's attention, or draw away everybody's attention, and allow them to unfocus from the Ukrainian situation. And Lord knows it's hard enough to keep everybody focused on Ukraine now. It should be front page news, I think, and I'm seeing sometimes it drifts into a third page if there's a mention at all. I still get a paper newspaper.
Yeah, I was absolutely shocked to see the same thing, Cornelius, in the newspapers that I receive, and I get a paper newspaper too. I always expect to see a story from Ukraine on the front page, frankly, above the fold. But there was a day earlier this week, and late last week, not a single story about Ukraine on the front page. And it absolutely astonished me to the point where I called up a friend of mine who's an editor and said, what's going on here? I know you have a big enough news hole that you should be putting stories from Ukraine on the front page every single day.
Yeah, they've got enough every single day. The constituencies behind some of these newspapers influences that. The Sevastopol bombing, where the tank farm went up in smoke, that was enough to get our own local newspaper to pseudo front page at its 2 sections. So it was the second section front page. But that was up there, and I think it's because it really would appall the environmentalist green people, and that was another thing I was thinking about with respect to the constituency of the American electorate. There'll be a lot of people who are more focused on the care of their pets or what have you, or environmentalism, green. There are people out there who see human endeavors as less important than environmental stewardship. And that whole tank farm thing probably appalled much of the constituency that the Democrats may be looking at. Anyway, I'll go back to listen. I've taken up so much time. Thanks, folks. Good discussion.
Thanks, Cornelius, for coming up. Michigan, please go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm concerned about the Lukoil refinery in Burgas that's been under Bulgarian control since January. It's supplying the Ukraine with oil, so why is that not a target for retaliation? Because it's NATO? What are the chances that there'll be targets outside of the Ukraine, like NATO allies, like Bulgaria, specifically
So
Burgas,
just
like where
it's
I'm from.
yeah, Michigan. Just let me be sure I understand what you're asking. What you're asking is, would Russia make targets in Bulgaria like this refinery, a military target for? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. What are the chances of that?
0.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Michigan, and thanks for coming up once again. Folks, we don't have any hands at the moment. Yes, we do. We have Cornelius. Cornelius, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry to jump back in so quick. I think Michigan had a good question. It made me think about the fifth column. I was thinking about fifth column kinds of enterprises with respect to different countries. And I was thinking to myself, Russia's got to have a terrible fifth column. Who wants to advocate and do surreptitious things for Russia these days? But in some of those countries in Europe, there could exist a substantial fifth column. And I'm not so sure the likelihood drops completely to 0. Risk management wise, there's no such thing as no risk. But it'd be interesting. I think if I was the king of Bulgaria, if I was the king of Bulgaria, I would tighten up security around some facilities that have very big exposure and could be linked to NATO endeavors.
So you are suggesting sabotage, right, Cornelius?
Yeah, I am.
Well, sabotage of anything is always a possibility, and there are fifth columns, as I say, inside every country. But so the risk of 0. I was saying to Michigan, it's a 0 risk of a Russian military strike.
Okay, quite true.
That's a 0 risk because and any NATO asset is a 0 risk. I mean, we already know what a great job they did on Nord Stream. Just a spectacular operation they pulled off to blow up that gas pipeline. But are they headed to do more of that? I know that there have been Russian ships in the North Sea sailing past wind farms that supply electricity to the United Kingdom. Are they going to try to take those out? I really actually doubt it.
Agreed. Thanks.
What I was just going to say, Cornelius, and I know you'll help me accomplish this. Retweet this space. It's MriyaReport. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Pardon me, bringing you news from Ukraine and bringing Ukrainian voices here. Voices like Fairlane and the voices from the Rubige Rapid Response Brigade, like Ocha, who is a drone operator.
So Alan, to play sort of pseudo devil's advocate, how does one retweet this space? Is there a button I should click on this this interface that I'm looking at right now?
If you're on an iPhone, you can tap the little arrow that's in a bucket at the very top of your screen pointing up. Tap on that. It'll give you the option to share the space. Choose Twitter to share it with, and tweet something out about the conversation that's going on here or the importance of MriyaReport to you. That's one way to do it. If you're on an Android phone, I believe the options you are looking for are at the bottom of your phone screen. But because I've never had an Android phone, it's difficult for me to explain it to you. But that would be one way to do it. Or if you're following someone who is here listening or speaking, find one of their tweets and retweet that. That's how you do it.
Thanks, Alan. Actually, I see that little squiggly thing to the right of the plus heart sign at the very bottom on the Android interface. It looks like 3 dots. I think that's the share symbol. It's between the racetrack that's blue and the little heart with the plus sign on. And when you click it, it says share via tweet. Understood? I'm going to give it a try. Thanks.
Thank you, Cornelius. It's really important to retweet MriyaReport because we want to bring new people here every single day. And new people do arrive at MriyaReport every day because they need to know more about what is happening in Ukraine. Well, one of the things that's happening, I think, as everybody here knows, is that Ukraine is gearing up for a counteroffensive. So this is a very crucial time for every unit inside Ukraine, like the Rubij Rapid Response Brigade. What we're doing with Verlaine and with Verlaine's help is to raise money for reconnaissance drones, for drone batteries, for secure communications, for drone spare parts, and for other kinds of technical gear that they will really need to be ready to step into this counteroffensive. So if you go up into the nest, find a tweet from Verlaine and follow it to PayPal, where you can make a donation. Just use the drop-down menu and choose Toys for the Boys. Or go to MriyaReport.org, our website, tap on the donate button, and then follow that to PayPal. Use the drop-down menu, Toys for the Boys. It's really Toys for the Boys and Girls, because in the Rubij Brigade, there are both men and women fighting to defend Ukraine. So with that, we can take a look at some other news. I will say this, there's not a lot of breaking news right now. There's certainly not a lot of military news coming out. One reason why is because the Ukrainian government has imposed a media blackout, and responsible journalists follow that request. But following up on the huge fire at the oil depot in Sevastopol, one of the repercussions has been a miles-long traffic jam leading to the Kerch Bridge. It is filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of cars of Russians fleeing the Crimean Peninsula. They can't get out of there fast enough, but I'll tell you, this line of cars is not moving fast at all. Clearly, they want to get out of Crimea. So that's one immediate overnight result of this Ukrainian strike on the oil depot outside Sevastopol. In just one second here. I am hoping, yes, I'm hoping Yehuda is coming back up. In other news,
I just wanted to jump in there, Alan, for a second.
Thank you, Yehuda.
Gee whiz, it wasn't a Ukrainian strike. It was a goodwill gesture on behalf of the Russians. They're so tired of winning. They had so much gas. They said, we're tired of winning. We're just going to burn this gas. We don't need it. And that's kind of what happened. No. Okay, so there's an interesting point. So a lot of there's Sky News and all these big channels, Deutsche Welle, in Germany, they reported on this, and they said apparently they called it a Ukrainian suicide drone attack in retaliation for an attack on Kyiv. Did you hear that?
I did not hear that.
I heard it, and it's not true. It's not true. Ukrainians don't need to retaliate tit for tat. And if they were to retaliate tit for tat, they'd be bombing apartment buildings in Moscow, but they're not barbarians, you see, Alan. The truth is, what I suspect is So here's the thing. Ukraine has limited resources. It has growing resources, but they use their resources appropriately, accordingly, efficiently. So could they have attacked this depot, this fuel depot, 3 months ago, Alan? What do you think?
Probably not 3 months ago, Yehuda. Although they
Oh,
did take out the Moskva, I don't think they had the means to do it 3 months ago, did they?
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They had the means 3 months ago, 6 months ago. They could have. The lines haven't changed where they couldn't have hit that target, right? They could have hit the target, but what we know is that if they had hit it 3 months ago, maybe the Russians would have, fixed the problem and moved fuel to different areas, right? So Ukrainians can see where the Russians are moving things. They see where their depots are, and they want to wait to hit them at a particular point. And guess what that point, Alan, may or may not be?
Right before they launch a
Gee
counteroffensive.
whiz! Did you go to staff college? Because it sounds like you did, Alan. I think
No,
you
I
did.
learned it from you.
So people say, well, why don't they hit it right now? People said in December, hit all of the targets. No, no, let the Russians, let there be a coalescence. Is that a word? Coalescence? Let them coalesce, congregate all of their supplies in certain areas where the Ukrainians are aware of. And the Ukrainians will watch it carefully and quietly. And when it's time for the hammer to drop, the Ukrainians will conduct shaping operations, enabling operations. They will hit. It's called the deep battle, close battle. It's a deep battle. They're going to conduct fire missions, artillery strikes, high Mars, low Mars, medium Mars. Who knows what they're called, Alan? I'm not an artillery person, thank God. They are hitting Russian, sustainment facilities that are involved in the sustainment plan for the Russian forces. So what they want to do is, if they know something that the Russians don't know, they're not going to let the Russians figure it out. They're not going to attack it in January when they're not ready to go. They're not going to attack it in February or March. They're going to attack it now because they're going to want to limit the Russians' ability to defend themselves and conduct counter moves. So this wasn't a retaliation for an attack on an apartment building. I suspect this was the Ukrainians starting to really increase these deep strikes, these mass fires, not fire like a forest fire or a barbecue, but artillery fire. The guns, the gun lines, they're going off, and they're hitting the Russians right where they need to. They're hitting them because they're about to go. That's I think everyone knows that. It's the elephant in the room. Um, Ukrainians are primed, ready, willing, and able to liberate their country, and you're going to slowly see or quickly see a lot of Russian assets go boom. And why that's important to do it now, again, because you don't want to do it too soon. If you see your enemy is storing stuff, a lot of stuff, fuel, tanks, this, that, and the other, you want to make sure that they are lazy, that they are complacent, that they think that we're safe here, and then blowing up, 800 gazillion, whatever, liters of gasoline or petrol or diesel. It's going to take a long time for the Russians to resupply that or restock it. And who knows, it could take months. But I suspect all across, deep within Russian lines, things you don't see, things where there are no cameras or drones, Russian supply depots are being destroyed. And I think it's just important to note in the Zaporizhia area, there's about 120 kilometers of defensive positions, layered defensives that the Russians are trying to dig. I think there was a Sky News general or military analyst who said, "We have not seen this since World War II, but we've seen it actually last year. The Russians deployed in Luhansk region Dragon's Teeth. Not very well, not very classy, not very sophisticated, but it looks like part of the Russian army is preparing for a defense. We've got Mr. Angry Prigozhin, who is a sometime listener of the MriyaReport, apparently, because he hears what we say. And he knows that if the Russians don't adopt en masse a defensive posture, they're in big old trouble. and he's actually threatened as of the 20th of April, which was yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I don't own a calendar, Alan, but he said if we don't get a commitment from Shoigu, we'll be gone. We're going to leave Bakhmut and collapse all Russian lines. Now, obviously, he says, and he threatens. He goes, and if not, I will tell our great supreme leader. He doesn't think he knows. It's silly, but the reality is the Russians aren't postured for the defense. In some cases, they are. You can build tank ditches. You can deploy dragon's teeth for those. It's basically a concrete pyramid about a meter tall. It's not going to do much if it's not covered by fire. There are hundreds of thousands of more Russians in Ukraine than Russians share with anybody. But again, they're usually dismounted or improperly or untrained tankers, engineers, artillery men. They don't have women in their army except for medics, I think. So we're on the precipice of liberation, I'd say, Alan. And the strike on that fuel depot is one of many that have happened just because it's fuel, and the Russians were dumb enough to put together such a large supply. As a result of that, a car park, a huge vehicle park of Russian tanks and BMPs have skedaddled. We don't know where they've gone. I don't think it's across the Kerch. As you know, yes, hundreds and thousands of vehicles are trying to leave. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It is where things are going. So I wanted to point that out. I wanted to get a little bit military-ish, if that's a word. And I will yield to you and start reading some notes, and let's go.
Well, Yehuda, I have a couple of more military questions for you. So this was, as I say, this was one depot in Sebastopol, one fuel depot. But there's a second one there. I think the Russians actually assumed that these were secure, safe from being struck. That's a kind of miscalculation you wouldn't expect, right?
They could have thought that maybe the Ukrainians didn't know that they were stocking up fuel there. I think they must have an idea that the Ukrainians, if they could hit the Kerch Bridge, wasn't a vehicle laden IED. They know they must know. I think what they figure is they'll assume the risk. Do you know what I mean by that?
I do.
Yeah, so they can say, "Oh, we'll assume the risk. We got so many of them." Well, who knows how many they have, but the Ukrainians probably do. They have the best intelligence in the world, not just because of Ukrainians are super smart, but they have NATO, the United States, satellites, all sorts of cool things that the Russians just don't have. So we'll see more and more of what we're seeing today, and I'm pretty confident of that, Alan.
I am too, and every such strike we see will mean we're one step closer to the counteroffensive going off. Robin, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, do you hear me now, Alan?
Yes, I can.
Oh, terrific, good. I just wanted to back up a little bit and look at the larger picture. I find it absolutely astounding the leadership team that Ukraine has built. I was earlier today watching one of Zelensky's latest press conference. It was a press opportunity with foreign correspondents, and honestly, they didn't have subtitles, so I didn't get a lot of it. But the man is such a heavyweight, such a presence. And if you look back at his comedy routines from a couple of years ago, he was a riot. He was very funny, but who could have predicted this? And one of the things that I think is one of the most important things that he's done, which just amazes me, and you see the difference between him and Putin, thank God. Zelensky puts people in place, Alexander Commission, Reznikov, Valery Zaluzhny, of course, and he leaves them alone to do what they're good at. He doesn't stick his nose in. He doesn't get in stuff he doesn't know what to do, that he doesn't know about. As opposed to Putin, who I think some of the mess where the Russians are now is because Putin makes certain demands and having no military background or whatever. So he should continue doing that. But anyway, I just wanted to to pull back a little bit and acknowledge what an incredible leader Volodymyr Zelensky has turned out to be, and who could have predicted it. Anyway, that was what I wanted to share. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Robin, and thank you. I think we all regard Zelensky as the as a heavyweight, as you say, but I think he's the most inspiring leader in the world right now. And just look at what he does inside Ukraine. Where does he go? He goes to Bakhmut. He goes to Avdiivka, and very soon he will be walking around Mariupol, because Mariupol has become a sacred ground inside Ukraine. Robin, a follow up, and then Cornelius.
Yeah, very quick. Thank you for mentioning that. That was another thing that I've been noticing. He every time, and unfortunately this happens a lot, every time there are people who are killed, he shows up in the hospitals and he shows up in funerals, and when he gives out awards, and you can tell the look on his face, it hurts him. You can see the empathy, and it's got to be wearing on him to do all of that on top of everything else, but he does it because he knows that's what he should be doing. And Kol hakavod is this in Hebrew. I give him a tremendous credit for that. Thanks.
Well, look at a photograph of Zelensky when he was elected, and look at a photograph of him today. His responsibilities are aging him, and we can see that happening right in front of our eyes. Cornelius, go ahead, please.
I was thinking about something Yehuda said a moment ago, and I wonder if anybody else caught those tweets where somebody was claiming to have heard that Putin has declared that Bakhmut will fall by the 8th of May in order for him to be able to say something positive to his Russian population on the 9th of May. Is there any substance to that, or was that wishful thinking? Probably wishful thinking on his part, but I don't know if that was reliably reported.
I have not seen those tweets. I don't know who they would have come from, Cornelius. If you have a source, or if you've seen them, let me know, and I'll take a look at them too.
Okay,
But
thanks.
I think it is wishful thinking on Putin's part, because I don't expect it will happen. Of course, May 9th is the day that Russia celebrates a victory in World War II. The rest of the world celebrates it on May 8th, but Russia needs to make themselves exceptional and stand out. So they needed their own victory day to tell the world that they are the ones who defeated Nazi Germany. Prince, welcome, and please go ahead.
Yeah, you were just talking about that tweet that was about a video by Prigozhin. Is that correct?
Well, did Prigozhin say Bakhmut would fall by May 8th?
It does. It says. Go ahead.
Yeah, he said that if they don't get resupply on the 28th of April yesterday, he will withdraw and Bakhmut will fall. I didn't see the May 8th thing. He said after May 2nd, because he's a weatherman, that this ground will be sufficiently hard. He said, well, he didn't say that. He said the wind will blow along the ground, which will make it, dry. I'm not sure how he knows how evaporation works and the sun.
Yeah.
But it's a threat. I don't think it's a real threat. Who knows? Maybe he's posturing. Maybe he's preparing to take over Russia, right? Maybe he's saying, "Hey, I'm the one who called it from the beginning, and no one listened to me." He hates Shoigu. He hates Gerasimov. I mean, Shoigu's not even an actual military person. He's literally like a defense Ministry of Defense bureaucrat who gets to wear a uniform, but he's actually called a suit, meaning he's not a real army person. Probably didn't, has no experience. Anyways, over to you, Alan.
Well, what I was gonna say is the note that is in this tweet here is that Putin has ordered that Bakhmut must be taken by May 8th in time for Soviet Victory Day parade on May 9th. He has threatened Shoigu and others with dire consequences.
That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually 6 different points. So I'm going to go ahead and send that to you, Alan and Yehuda, so you can look at it more thoroughly. It is from Igor Shushko. So I'll send that over to you right now.
Okay, thanks. Well, I guess Shoigu and Prigozhin and Gerasimov will all be suffering the consequences when Bakhmut holds. Michael, go ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Yehuda. I just was recalling the conversation, and I so much want to apologize because I didn't get the speaker's name, talking about Zelensky and his staff and his composure and his willingness to get out across the countryside and see the troops. I think he is so emblematic of Winston Churchill. And it would not surprise me that if he was a student of history, I believe he is, or his staff has sort of made him sort of emblematic of Churchill. But Churchill, Zelensky's doing many of the same things in country that Churchill did in the 1930s and 40s. Churchill, earlier, before he was ever prime minister, was what was the position called the First Sea Lord. He was head of the Navy. So in the United States, I think you'd call that the Chief of Naval Operations. But Churchill came to the position of prime minister with both ground combat experience and being a First Sea Lord, or Chief of Naval Operations, as we would call it. Zelensky had none of this training, but he's behaving in almost a similar manner. Churchill used to go out amongst the populace, greet people. He actually did it accidentally a few times or unintentionally, and ended up in the middle of a crowd several times on a subway tube line. It's depicted in movies. It's written about in books. And Zelensky's doing the same thing. He is unafraid. He's bold. He's extremely proud of both the population and his war fighters. And I just think it is such a remarkable resemblance to Winston Churchill. And I'm a huge fan, and I know we all are.
Well, I think if Churchill had not made the model of a wartime leader, and so did Franklin Roosevelt, Zelensky would be making that model for everyone today. Because I think what Zelensky does and how he does it, how he speaks, what he says, it comes from someplace inside him. I don't think he gets up in the morning and says, "What would Winston Churchill do?" This is all stuff that comes right from his heart, right from the core of his spirit. And as it was Robin who was talking about Zelensky, as a matter of fact, Michael, and I bet she feels the same way.
Yeah,
Michael?
I think one big difference is that Churchill was, if you read his books, he was intensely involved in strategy and planning. Now, he did leave it up to his staff, but he was very deeply involved, as opposed to, well, he was, I would say, even to the point of meddling, and he influenced operations to some extent. What I see Zelensky doing is sort of the Reagan model. You surround yourself with high quality people that are capable. And Zelensky's staff have been nothing less than impressive. And I see him leveraging his staff. We don't know the extent, I certainly don't know the extent to which Zelensky is participating in strategy meetings, but he certainly has a capable staff. And in many similar ways, he's doing outreach to the out on the forward lines. But it'd be interesting to know when we read the history books how much, if any, I doubt as a former entertainer that he's in there, throwing in opinions about where they should attack or where they should defend and how the offensive should go.
I think Zelensky is more on the FDR model, and Churchill was a meddler. Some of his generals, some of his war planners, despised the guy, frankly, because he meddled so much, and he also pushed war plans that were not wise. and they had to push back against him. The Americans also had to push back against Churchill's meddling, and there are some really good books about that, which we can talk about sometime. Robin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm sort of uncomfortable with the Zelensky as the second coming of Churchill. Churchill was a great wartime leader, and Zelensky is a great wartime leader. In that way, they're both the same, but I think he really is a very different model. One of the things that I don't remember if it was Zaluzhny himself or one of his higher ups, but right in the beginning of the invasion, one of the things that they pointed out was they were really concerned that this comedian was going to start dictating military policy, and how surprised and happy they were that he had made it very clear to them that this was not his area and that he trusted them to do what was right. So, as I said, I think they're both great wartime leaders. I'm not sure that I would say Zelensky is another Churchill. He's another great leader, though. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with you, Robin. That's exactly how I would put it. Killicky, welcome, and please go ahead.
Hi, Alan. I've been listening for a few hours, and then I just heard about a little bit about Zelensky, and I'm a huge fan and have done reading as much as I could about him, and especially when he gives interviews that are translated. Just an interesting point is that many people have compared Zelensky to Churchill. Zelensky himself does not very much admire Churchill. He does not like to be compared to Churchill. I mean, I guess he'll take it if, the Americans are telling him, in a formal setting that he's like Churchill. He's not going to start protesting, but he did say in an interview to an English magazine, I've read so many that I can't remember, but he said that Churchill was an imperialist and he doesn't respect his politics and views. So kind of interesting that Zelensky himself doesn't want to be compared to Churchill. That's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Killicky. It is interesting. Of course, history is revising its estimate of Churchill, who was an extraordinarily complicated individual. And no one obviously can take away the success he had at bringing together the British people in their darkest hour. No one can take away how extraordinarily he spoke and how inspiringly he spoke. And he really did fight alone for all intents and purposes. And he helped the British people stand alone against Nazi Germany. So maybe in that regard, Churchill and Zelensky are very much alike, the inspiring wartime leader in terms of what they think and their policies and that kind of thing. Probably very, very different. No question about that. Elizabeth, I see you have come up. What do you have on your mind?
I just wanted to I don't even know. I just wanted to say that for me, as just an American person witnessing what's happening, that Zelensky for me just represents the best of what humanity can be. He's just a normal person who is smart and kind and dealing with extraordinary circumstances. And I find that just unbelievably refreshing. And that's why he's inspiring to me. Not necessarily because of strategy or policy or anything, but he just seems to be a quality human being doing the best he can with the most horrendous circumstances that anybody can face. And that's what he means to me. And with that, I'll step back and listen.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Well, I do think that Zelensky actually means something to everybody who is aware of what's happening in Ukraine. And I think that anyone who is aware of what's happening cannot help but be inspired by Zelensky's example. And when he spoke before Congress, just in December of last year, I think that Americans, by and large, were inspired by him. They were impressed by him. And the other thing that Americans will remember most of all about that visit here by Zelensky was the bond that Biden and Zelensky had, almost a kind of father and son relationship. And then when Biden visited Kyiv, which was a surprise, we saw that bond on the public stage again. And to see two leaders like that together is also inspiring. It really is. I mean, Zelensky obviously could not have such a relationship with Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, or with Emmanuel Macron, the President of France. He might with Boris Johnson, but that might be more brotherly. With Biden, it's just something inspiring to see, I think. Prince, welcome as co-host. Great to see you.
Good evening, Alan, and good evening, everybody. I hope that you are all doing well and having a nice Saturday evening or Sunday morning, depending on where you are in the world. Because, well, I think I pretty much see, well, I don't know. I think lunchtime might be asleep. But I think the rest
I
of
guarantee you he's asleep.
yeah, but I think most of the rest of you are in North America. So, good evening. And Nafo Davo will be joining me here soon, and we'll take you on until the European and Australian team wake up and take over. And we will address many topics, of which we will see where the night takes us. You never know. So, how has the last few hours been, Alan?
You know, they have been filled with some great conversation. I will say that. But, you know, Prince, watching the Maria report go around the clock is a lot like watching the sun come up around the world. As you say, in a few hours' time, the Australians and the Europeans in Eastern Europe will be with us. And then as the sun keeps traveling, we'll come up with folks farther west in Europe, in the United Kingdom, and then on the other side of the Atlantic, we will come back inevitably to the North American time and American and Canadian co-hosts. But it's kind of a marvel, Prince. It really is. And finally, we have someone in Hawaii, a place that's really important when you need to watch the clock.
Yeah, he gets to have the much earlier time. You know, it's I don't even know what time it is in Hawaii, but it's 7 o'clock p.m. for me on the Pacific Coast. So it's probably like 4 in the afternoon for him or something. I don't know. It's a there's a few hours difference there, and yeah, but it's good to have him on with our North American evening to share his knowledge and give us information. And he's been great in the mornings, on the weekends, getting up, especially to do track ruts with his expertise on the tanks and the military equipment and combined arms battle. He has been a very, very, very valuable person who is coming to visit our space on a regular basis now. So, yeah, it's go ahead, Alan.
One question I have for you is how will you prepare for tomorrow's Tynerton? Thomas Tyner will be back. We don't know how long that session will go. It could be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours.
Well, since I don't have to I don't have to come up as speaker at all. I can do whatever I want, and I will probably just rove around the house and do little things here and there. and probably still do research to make sure I'm keeping up with what's happening in Ukraine, because that's what I do before I co-host, to make sure that I have at least a good feel of many things relating to Ukraine, so that I can try to keep you guys informed as possible. I just hope, what my concern is, as always, is how well cared for and what kind of prep will Thomas Steiner do for his cat, because we have had times when we have been seriously concerned about poor Thomas's cat, from the amount of time that he spends on the space. And there was one time we were afraid that the poor thing had starved to death, which of course I'm kidding. Nobody was afraid of that. But Thomas takes good care of his kitty. Um, but yeah, I mean, I think that I'll probably maybe be sending some messages to some people to, remember to ask Thomas how the cat's doing. So I may be doing some of that.
Well, Thomas usually tells us how the cat is doing, and sometimes he uses the cat as an excuse to leave for a few minutes and then come back. But you really do not want to miss a single word that Thomas Tyner has to say. If you go up in the nest, you can find the preview about when he will be on here tomorrow, Sunday, here on Maria Report. Cornelius, go ahead, please.
Did you two ever follow up on your promise to each other to go into? I thought it was evolving into some sort of a more structured discussion about that book you were raving about on tyranny. I was looking forward to that. Did I miss it?
No, you haven't missed it. But Prince and I, who both are reading Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny, will go back into that book and take it chapter by chapter, or wherever it looks interesting to us, or wherever it connects with the day's news, because it's a great book.
I made myself a non-New Year's resolution to pick that up and read it too, because it sounds good. It's short and pithy. It sounds like, so I'm going to try and follow that. I don't know how you would announce when you're going to be discussing it, because I can't follow every evening. But somehow, if there's a way of saying, that would be good.
You know what, Prince and I, when we co-host together, we'll talk about it beforehand, and one of us will send you a DM if we're going to put that book into the show.
Oh, that rocks! Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sometimes it's hard to predict, because you never know what's happening in the news and what people want to talk about. So there have been a couple of times we thought we might get around to talking about it, but then something has happened in the news, or a subject has come up, and it's really grabbed the audience's attention, and so we end up talking about that rather than the book. And so it's just the way things flow, and sometimes I realize that can be frustrating. But maybe it would be good for us to try to set aside an hour or so on for the next few weeks or something to go through that book. That might be a good thing for us to try to do.
I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to do it with you, Prince. So let's make a plan. Then we'll let Cornelius know, and maybe we will even get it in the schedule so others know too. Robin, go ahead, please.
I think this is a fabulous idea. I just right now ordered was one of the only Snyder books I haven't read. I ordered it from Amazon. It would be great if we could start a series of, have our little Maria Report book clubs. There's a number of books I think that would be great to go through together as time allows. Thanks.
I think that's a great idea too. If we can taste whiskey and rum and whatever else here on Saturday mornings or over the holidays, we can certainly organize an hour's time when we all come together after reading a book like On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder, or a much longer work, maybe Bloodlands, which is Europe between Hitler and Stalin, also would help us enrich our understanding of Ukraine. But Prince and I will start with a short book, I think. On Tyranny is just the right place to go. Robin?
Sorry, yeah. I would suggest looking at The Road to Unfreedom. I learned a frightening amount about the Russian, the Ruski Mir, what they're basing their fascist philosophy. Anyway.
I think we may be developing a segment here live on air, Alan. This could be a very interesting segment. I mean, we have somebody like Dr. Nick amongst our midst who has probably read most, if not all, of these books, who teaches on these types of subjects, and is a very, very busy woman, but I know loves to come and talk in detail about this kind of stuff when we have a chance. It's there are actually questions I have from February in a notebook that I wanted to ask Dr. Nick that I haven't gotten around to. I'm not kidding about that either. I do have a question for Dr. Nick about something from February that I have not asked her about.
Well, we better get around to that, Prince. I don't know exactly when Dr. Nick will be back. I'm sure she will be here tomorrow, because if possible, she will be here for the Tyner Ton, as I hope all of you will be too. I know I'll be here for sure. But yeah, Prince, I think it's a good idea. We can find an hour, maybe a slow hour on weekends like this, and tackle a book like On Tyranny. I think it would be a great conversation starter, and I think we would get a lot of interest in it. So,
and I really quick, I'm going to correct myself here because I went and found the note. It was from January 22nd. It was from January 22nd. So yeah, there you go.
And if you hadn't written it down, you wouldn't have remembered it, would you?
No, I would not have. No, I would not have. That would have gone through my brain because my brain can be a sieve at times.
So, what stories in particular have caught your eye today, Prince? I mean, I've been watching the aftermath of the huge fire at the oil depot in Sevastopol, and that aftermath is a miles-long traffic jam, moving very slowly, if at all, filled with hundreds or thousands of cars of Russians wanting to escape Crimea.
Well, there are a few things. One of the things that I thought was interesting, that coincided sort of with today, is oh my goodness, that today actually was the anniversary of sorts. Today is the 105th anniversary of the raising of the Ukrainian flags on ships of the Black Sea Fleet at the Sevastopol fortress, which when I came across that little piece of news late last night as the sun was rising over a big, huge flame in Sevastopol, I thought that was a very interesting little tidbit to coincide with the big, huge blast that they tried to have and little weenie roast and marshmallow roast. So yeah, I thought that was a very interesting coincidence, and that it was something worthy of at least mentioning.
Oh, absolutely. And every day, some things are going up in Ukraine, like the oil depot, and some things are coming down, like a statue of Catherine, the Russian Empress. At the statue in Odessa of Catherine has been dismantled and removed.
Yeah, and another thing that that I noticed today was it looks like there is a meeting of mayors, and our friend of the space, Ivan Fedorov, is in the United States. He is currently at a at, with a delegation of Ukrainian mayors at this event for mayors around the world in Denver. And so, oh no,
I think it was in
um,
I think it was in Denver, Prince.
it was in Denver, but I had a reaction to somebody requesting to speak. Um, Good morning, Axel. More than 200 mayors from 35 countries of the world. Special attention to Ukraine at the summit of the cities in Denver. So it was really good. I mean, I've seen that. Oh, starts with a K. Mayor of Kiev. Klitschko, is that correct? Mayor of Kiev has been in DC and in other places um, this last week. So it's nice to see them in the United States doing some work for Ukraine that is working with other cities around the world to garner support and educate people on what exactly is happening in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's Mayor Klitschko. I think he's a former heavyweight boxer, if I'm not mistaken.
He's
And
big.
he's a
He is
giant.
tall. He
Yeah,
is very tall.
he's a giant. and Mayor Fedorov, the mayor of Melitopol, we might say, and he's the mayor of occupied Melitopol. He's running the city's administration in exile when you come right down to it, just an oblast away in Zaporizhia Oblast.
Yeah, and he's doing a very good job. It's always nice to have him on the space. And I follow many Telegram accounts, and I don't always have time to look through them all. Um, but there are a few that I always make sure that I check, and his is one. He does not make a lot of Telegram posts, but he does a couple every day. Um, but his is one that I always check because he puts out short and concise information about the occupied territory of Melitopol. And when I hear that there is an explosion or something like that in Melitopol, I can pretty much feel like it's a confirmed piece of information when the mayor of the city, even though he is in exile, um, when he tweets that it has happened. So I keep a close eye on what he has tweeted for information for what is going on there. Also information about how the people in the occupied territory there are being treated and how just like in Godar, um, with their Telegram page where they give descriptions of how the children are being taken to Russia and what that process is like. And so it's clear also because of the information that they get that they have people on the ground there in those cities who are informing them and keeping them informed as to what's really happening on the ground, um, so that so that they can stay abreast of the situation. So it's also a very good clear picture. And go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, Prince, we were talking about what an inspirational leader Zelensky is, but Mayor Klitschko and Mayor Fedorov are equally inspiring. They might not have the global profile that Zelensky has, but people in their own cities and people all across Ukraine know Klitschko and Fedorov by sight, and and by example of how they continue to lead their cities. In Klitschko's case, of course, he's in Kyiv. In Fedorov's case, he cannot be in Melitopol, but he will be very soon. And I think that there are other inspiring leaders in the Ukrainian government. I think Kuleba, the foreign minister, is inspiring, and so is Reznikov, the defense minister. And of course, when Commission was head of the Ukrainian railway, he was also inspiring. These are individuals who may be inspiring to a smaller group of Ukrainians. I think Zelensky inspires the nation, but each of these people contribute to Ukraine's ability to stand together and withstand Russia's genocidal invasion. Each of them play a role.
Go ahead, Elizabeth. What do you have for us?
Well, on that topic, and I'm sorry, my dogs are barking in the background, but I'm just wondering about no. I'm just wondering about local politics and the mayoral aspect of that, because I know many cities have sister cities. So in Louisville, Kentucky, I don't know, but I'm guessing that there's a Ukrainian sister city that we can support. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap between local government that I can maybe do something about and the global situation that we face. And I'll listen.
You should head down to City Hall and see who your sister city is, Elizabeth. So, Portland, Maine had a sister city in Russia. It was Archangel, and we no longer have Archangel as a sister city. You can all guess why.
Yeah. Portland isn't one of your sister cities? I mean, come on, man.
No, that's always referred to as the other Portland.
Yeah, you're the other Portland. It cracks me up that we co-host together sometimes and we both live in Portland on opposite sides of the country. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Well, just that is an avenue that every time I come on here, there's an avenue I never considered before. And so you all are talking about mayoral stuff, and I'm like, oh, I wonder how my mayor feels, and again, what link does Louisville, Kentucky have with Ukraine? And I bet there's a sister city. So, I think the more personal that we make things, the better off it is for local people. And that's all I'm going to say.
Nancy, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan, thanks. And yeah, this is actually something I looked into early into the full-scale invasion. And at that point, most of the sister cities organizations were very reluctant to break ties with Russian sister cities. And I'm seeing just on a quick skim, because I had kind of turned away from that idea in disgust last year, that more of them since that time have temporarily paused or ended their sister city partnerships with Russian cities. For example, Elizabeth, I did look up that Perm, Russia, was a sister city for Louisville. I don't see a sister city listed for Ukraine, but then again, that would probably be a good thing to run down there and ask them, hey, if you guys have a vacancy effectively now, why don't you think about this? But I'll DM you that URL from worldkentucky.org that lists the sister cities there.
That's a great idea. So I understand, Nancy and Prince, it is time for me to step down. In fact, it is past that time. I just didn't realize it. So thank you all for joining MriyaReport again tonight. I hope every day. With that, I will say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Night, Alan.
Better home, Slava. Good night, Alan. Get some rest. And yeah, we've been anyway, doesn't matter. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow, like always, I'm sure. The sister city thing is a really interesting thing, and I think it's a good thing. We have seen actually a lot of support for Ukraine from different countries and different cities and different areas all around the world. There was a meeting in Italy this past week about, I believe there were over 700 representatives of different um, areas or cities or countries. I can't remember the specific detail. I do remember it was over 700 because I thought that was pretty impressive. But they were meeting to talk about ways that they could support Ukraine and to help Ukraine rebuild. And the support that was expressed was great. And it's something that continues to hit me. And somebody came up and tried to use a talking point a while back about Maloney not, being right wing and not supporting Ukraine. And boy, howdy, is so not true. There were questions and there was skepticism when she was first elected as she was taking office, but she has been a very, very avid supporter and a very vocal supporter of Ukraine in making sure that Ukraine gets what it needs now and through victory and to victory and beyond. So I have been rather impressed with her and really happy to see that. Good evening, Nafo Devo. We have a couple of hands up, but I wanted to say good evening to you and ask you how you are real quick.
Oh, I'm here, so that's about all I can comment on. But I'm glad to be here.
Good
And
deal.
I was just because you were just having this talk about sister cities, I decided I would look up. So my little town is apparently not big enough for this kind of thing, but Salt Lake City, which is the closest city to us, their sister city is Chernivtsi, which I don't know where it is. I'm looking it up on a map right now. So go ahead and get hands while I look this up.
Sure, no problem. The first hand was Elizabeth. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh no, my mistake. I'm stepping back.
No problem, Cornelius.
Yeah, sister cities is an idea that appeals to me, but I was just quickly Googled it up, a sister city for the town I live in. It turns out that there's in Canada, it's a Wikipedia page that lists all the sister cities of Canadian cities, and there are still some Russian ones, surprisingly enough. But maybe the page is stale. I'll have to check in on that. And Beijing is one of our cities, sister cities. So it's interesting. I think maybe some maintenance on those wiki pages needs to be done.
That's not necessarily surprising. Wikipedia pages aren't always reliable and aren't always up to date. And I was going to make a smart ass comment, but I'm going to refrain from that.
Me too.
I see that with some official websites also, and I'm like, man, it's been 6 months. You couldn't have updated this by now. So anyway, let's go to Babsy.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you this evening?
I'm fine, thank you. It's been a beautiful day here in Idaho. I wanted to circle back to when you were talking earlier about the Klitschko's, Mayor Klitschko. Just to give you a little background on them. they were both world heavyweight champions at boxing, and Vitaly, who's the mayor of Kiev, was also a world heavyweight champion in kickboxing. And his brother Vladimir, who was a world heavyweight champion for at least a decade, and he was also an Olympic gold medal winner. So I thought, I'd just provide a little background on some of the Ukrainian athletes. If you're at all interested in boxing, the current world heavyweight champion is also a Ukrainian. He's Alexander Usyk, Usyk, and he is amazing. So now you're kind of caught up to date on Ukrainian boxing. And I'll go
Well,
to
thank
listen.
you. No, that's okay. Thank you very much. It's always good to have those little tidbits of information. I mean, as you're saying it, I'm remembering it, but as I said before, sometimes little things get shoved out of my head to remember other things. So anyway, I hope that you come up and join us again and keep filling us in and ask us any questions and things like that you may have. Sharing information is what we do, and we sure appreciate it when people come up and talk to us. And so while you're at it, people, go ahead and retweet the space and tweet the space, and don't forget we have the fundraiser going on for Lane's unit for the brigade, Rabish Brigade, and we will be raising money for them. I think tomorrow's supposed to be the last day, but I'm just going to say that's what I've heard at this point. I don't have. I'm not 100% sure. It may go longer. Who knows? I'm Nancy. I saw you had your hand up, but you took your hand down. Did you want to say something?
Nope, thanks.
Well, you're no fun. Elizabeth,
I thought I'd found something and then I realized I hadn't, so never mind.
Okay, fine. Elizabeth did the same thing. So, Elizabeth, did you want to say something? Okay, we'll assume Elizabeth didn't either. Let's go to Irish.
Hey guys, you mentioned boxing, which I'm a massive boxing fan, and you can't mention Ukrainian boxers and not mention Vasily Lomachenko, who is an absolute welterweight, pound for pound king. And also, I'm pretty sure that he served with the Ukrainian military at the start of the FMO, as the Russians fucking like to call it.
Yes, it seems that there are a lot of famous Ukrainian boxers, which I've never really been into boxing, so I wasn't familiar with them until I started following MriyaReport and Ukraine. And now you've just added another boxer to my list of boxers. Thank you. Babiz, how are you doing today or tonight or this morning, wherever you are?
Was that Babsy?
Babsy, sorry, Babi. Yeah, sorry.
No worries. I wanted to agree with Irish about Lomachenko and add another one, Baranchek, something like that. He has actually been visiting troops on the line and, distributing like flags and souvenirs and stuff. And they're all very, very thrilled to have him there. And Usyk has been doing the same kind of thing. He's been sending vehicles to the frontline troops. You know how they always need vehicles. And also on the 24 United, the government app, where you can make donations for things. He has donated, I think it's $200,000 towards rebuilding an apartment building that was destroyed by Russia. And he is seeking, you know, other donors to help finish. I think he needs like $125,000 more. But they're doing outstanding work, unlike a lot of American boxers would have done, in my opinion.
Wow, lots of hands here. Let's see. I think Jerome had his hand up, and then Irish and Babies.
Thank you, Dave. I just was wondering, maybe it's already been discussed about. I just have seen a couple, excuse me, clips with Prigozhin speaking as though the Wagner's going to cease to exist, and is that what to make of that? If anybody has any input, and is that just to escape maybe treating it as a business and maybe just looking to fold the business per se and escape any sort of I know it's hard for him per se to fade away, but maybe, burn the paperwork and shut down the beautiful training facility they constructed. I know it's not beautiful, but just maybe trying to erase things as we fade into the next phase and escape some repercussions legally. Maybe it's just time for that to go away. So, or it's just more disinformation.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to comment on that because well, we don't know when it was recorded, and most things that even any of the Russian leaders, especially Putin, but Prigozhin as well, and all the other military leaders, they have a pretty strong history of not telling the truth. So I don't know what to think about that, but it is interesting that he would make that kind of a threat that he's going to pull out if they can't get ammunition.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to, just wondering along the same line of thinking in the, establishment of that company, as long as the same with the people under the ICC ruling, maybe hesitant to continue on, but I don't know, maybe just rearranging the chairs in the Titanic, but I don't know, just was interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome. Irish.
Yeah, I was going to say about Usyk in the last fight against Anthony Joshua. You should look at the the press from that. Like, he was very much in support of Ukraine. But yeah, as for Prigozhin, like, I think he's just one day he'll say one thing, the next day another. It's all just a big circus with him. I think I wouldn't trust what he says as far as control the guy.
Yeah. Babs? Babsy. I got it wrong again. Babsy. There you go.
Yes.
I've been reading too many Ukrainian names.
I didn't think I had my hand up.
Yeah, it's up.
Oh,
Now it's not.
I'm sorry. I should have taken it down.
Okay. Cornelius.
Hey, Nafu Dave. Yeah, somebody was just talking about Ukrainian sports heroes turned politician, I think. But got me Googling Ukrainian arm wrestlings. But I like arm wrestling. Arm wrestling is kind of cool. And it turns out the second best arm wrestler in the whole world is a Ukrainian, Denis Saplenkov. If you ever want to look him up, he has had arm wrestles against an old friend of mine, Devin Larat, and they're all over YouTube. So if you're interested at all in seeing like the pinnacle of just sheer arm strength toughness, Denis Saplenkov versus Devin Larat, unbelievable little 2 minutes of entertainment. Ukraine's got well, I think he's on the decline. He's kind of old, but wow, what a powerhouse.
Oh, I'll look that up. I have a neighbor that is really into arm wrestling. He's got the table and all the stuff.
Oh, they get right
He's
into
really
it.
good.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of a cult. They're not really packing stadiums. They're mostly packing, bars and malls and things like that once in a while for the events. But it's picking up, and because of social media, arm wrestling's getting more exposure. And Denis Saplenkov, I'm so happy because yesterday I thought he was Russian. And I was like, oh, bummer. He seems like such a nice guy on all the YouTube videos. But then I re-looked it up today to see if there was a presence, and it turns out he's Ukrainian. So I'm my spirits are a bit lightened by that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's nice. I have so I use a wheelchair, so I a manual chair. So my arms are pretty strong, um, and I can take most people in arm wrestling because I use a wheelchair.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And if you know technique, it's unbelievable. Some of those arm wrestling guys, you watch them take down these mega huge bodybuilders who've got like 380 pounds of steroid pumped muscle on them, and these arm wrestlers look at them and go, "Oh, okay." And little weedy arm wrestlers take them down. So you don't have to be big to be tough. It's just a matter of repetition and technique.
Yeah, exactly. And that just I guess sparked a a segue back into Ukraine from this, because we see this difference in Ukrainian army versus the Russian army is that practice, practice, practice. Ukrainians train, and they've been training. In fact, Canadians were over there training them, 7 years ago or so. And I believe from your accent, you are probably Ukraine, or you probably Canadian.
You're mistaken. I don't have an accent.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm the one with the accent. I know. So, but the Ukrainians trained and trained, and they're ready, and they practice. Even now, I've seen some reports earlier today that Poland has several companies of Ukrainians training in Poland right now, and Russia, they're lucky if they get 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then they're sent to the front line. So of course, big, they have this huge army that they brag about, but it's really not huge, and it's not practiced, and it's not efficient. Just like this, the skinny arm wrestler going up against the big muscly arm wrestler. Looks aren't everything.
No, an old sergeant, I think it was an American sergeant, once told me, "What's the difference?" He said, "What's the difference between a good shot and a great shot?" And pause for effect because you don't answer the sergeant. And he said, "Thousands of rounds." And that's what it is, practice. I don't see thousands of rounds being shot off at any ranges in Russia. No, not that I've been there, but they need to practice. And I think Ukraine's done a much, much better job of being conscientious about that.
So while we're briefly on the topic of boxing, I seem to remember at the beginning of the war there were two brothers that were boxers that joined the army. Am I remembering that correctly? Ukrainian boxers.
I think you're thinking of the mayor and his brother, the mayor of Kiev and his brother, Klitschko.
Oh, okay.
Klitschko brothers. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I thought they had joined the army. I guess they're just supporting the army.
They were in the territorial defense.
Okay. So kind of like the National Guard for their territory. Okay. Well, that's an interesting. It's always, you never know what you are going to hear on the NAFO night shift. I'll just say that right now, because other times of the day they have we have people that want to be up. We have people that want to be interviewed, and for some strange reason, nobody wants to be interviewed really late at night U.S. time or really, really early Ukrainian time. So we tend to bounce around to different topics. I like to think of it as we're exploring a garden here on the night shift, and sometimes we come across some really pretty things, and we spend a while discussing it. And sometimes we're just digging through dirt, and sometimes we'll find a worm. And then when we find that worm, we'll save it and we'll give it to Whiskey so he can feed his frogs. Hey, Whiskey, are you up now?
Yeah, I was just gonna see if you guys want some lovely frogs in the background, I can provide that. But Nafo Dave, please go ahead.
No, you just provided the perfect segue there for me. I was wondering where I was going to go to that and go with that, and then suddenly you're here. And so we just has somebody told you, Whiskey, that that we need to get you and Bearded Brit on at the same time because he has frogs too.
Does Bearded Brit have frogs? I've been on the space when Bearded Brit has been on, but I have not heard his frogs.
Yeah, he does. Depends on if he opens his window or not, of course. But yeah, we've had a thing going in the back channels about if we could get you and Bearded Brit on at the same time, and then we could have a big fundraiser to name both your frogs.
It'd be like the Kermit show.
Exactly. So, but thank you for coming up. We always appreciate your visit, Cornelius.
Yeah, just a quick question to Whiskey there. I've heard your frogs in the background a number of times now. Are they actually living in your house, or you like have frogs as pets, or are you like in the bayou and that's just where you live and you've got the front door open and that's the music to the background?
No, they don't. This is just where I live. They are outside. I am outside on the porch. It's I'm
Yeah.
on the same Pacific Standard Time as Prince is. But yeah, I'm up in the Sierra Mountains, and these are tree frogs.
That's magical.
Yeah, these are the frogs, from what I've been told, that Hollywood uses for their sound bites. Whenever they have frogs in the background.
Oh, it should be. It's amazing. Every time you speak, well, except tonight, must be a cold night or something.
No, it's actually about 84 degrees Fahrenheit out right now. They're in a lull right now, but come 3 o'clock in the morning, you're cursing them out because you just want to sleep. And even though you have double pane windows and the most economical house possible, they will still keep you up at night.
Oh! I hear them. I hear them now.
Yeah, they can hear me talking about them.
So somebody must have like brought this subject up before. Does Ukraine have frogs?
I'm pretty
Nobody's
sure
hit you
they
up with
do.
that.
Nobody's asked me, but I'm pretty sure they have amphibians. They're perfect frog territory. They got lots of rivers and lakes.
Well, you say Ukraine, you never think frogs. You think wheat fields and sunflowers and mining and industriousness, but frogs just never come, immediately to mind. Interesting.
Yeah. Personally, when I hear frogs, I think about the French, but that's just me.
Oh, Dave, you went there. So we're coming from the family I come from. Like and I know Chuck has my back on this one. I come from a Navy SEAL family, multi-generational. So the frogs are just for me just a comfort of home.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like having family around then. Lots of frogmen. So, unless somebody else has another topic, I have another topic that we can move to. Is that okay, Prince, or do you want to pitch into the little discussion on frogs?
Oh no, we can move beyond the frogs. We
Can
move
we though?
beyond the frogs. That is fine.
Can
Yeah,
we?
that is fine. Did you see the Ukrainian polecat?
No, I didn't.
Yes. I think Nancy is going to go look for the video, but there was a Ukrainian polecat stuck in a trench, just like the beaver was. So
Oh,
yeah, and they are rather endangered in Ukraine. They are, I believe it said they only have about 100 of them in the country. So, and obviously they're around the front line, so that's putting them in danger too. So, yeah, I'll go find that video too, because it is, I ran across, I can't even tell you how many times I ran across that video today in my timeline. It's rather cute and entertaining all at the same time.
Yeah,
So,
I
yeah.
he's a cute little bugger, isn't he?
the polecats I'm familiar with in Oklahoma, at least, are pretty vicious.
Oh, he looked vicious. He was not happy. He was not amused. He was not amused at all.
Yeah. So I'm guessing they didn't just grab his tail and pull him out like the beaver. Who, by the way, I should point out, everybody on the space, he's named Sigourney Beaver. He is an official member of the Ukraine army now. Just briefly back on the frogs, there are apparently, Google says there are 7 types of frogs native to Ukraine. And that there's been a lot of studies of the frogs in the Chernobyl area for obvious reasons. I won't take the time to go into that, but if you want to look it up, go ahead and look it up, and then you can come back and tell us what they found about the radioactive frogs. So the story I wanted to get to was that we've seen videos of in the past of different Russian troops that say they're they're not getting supplied, or they were not trained and they don't like what's happening. So in Donetsk, in Marinka, which is by Bakhmut, there it's become increasingly difficult to get the troops to actually fight. This is on Ukrainiform or Ukraineform. I threw an extra I in there. That says that the main reasons for refusal are the huge personnel losses, the untimely ammunition supplies, the lack of personal protective equipment, and that they are forced to conduct storming actions without support of heavy equipment and artillery. So basically what we know has been going on for months in Bakhmut. They're using human waves, and finally the humans are starting to speak up and say they don't want to be a wave. Let's just hope this continues. Irish.
Yeah, I've been excited to see, like a few months ago, I remember coming on and actually getting in trouble on here. I asked a question and said, does anyone know about, if Ukraine have got their own suicide drones and the equivalent of the Shaheed kind of, does anyone know if it's coming out? And I've been very happy now in the last few weeks to see that, instead of like just the Russians being sending, one that they've figured out how to deal with the Shaheeds to a certain extent, which Russia probably haven't. And, the Lancets, they seem to be, but now, like, it's great seeing that the Ukrainians have developed their own little suicide drone. And I think it's very timely, I think it's really, it was really shocking at the start that actually we had nothing in the West that was, they got them, what do you call them, The American ones, oh my brain. But anyway, now it's great to see that, this long range little cheap drones that can do carnage, and I guess it's great to see the Ukrainians developing their own things that, they're not completely dependent on, the Western support, which could, like, it's up and down, in the low season when everyone's, when nothing's going on, there isn't a whole lot of voice, but I think they're independent, like their domestic arms industry is really starting to come up with some really exciting things, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, I do not question Ukrainian ingenuity in the slightest now. They can, they aren't the type to just sit around and wait for things to happen. They go and make it. And they have, I guess at least I heard about it several months ago that they were making these, but as far as I'm concerned, I really don't need to know some things. If they don't want to tell me about it, then that's okay. Of course, we focus on what Russia is doing and what Russia has because we want everybody to know, and Ukraine does too. So Ukraine is very, very good about reporting what kind of missiles what kind of missiles Russia had. Sorry, and when they were made, even like I just saw a report today that the missiles that they fired yesterday were made sometime in the fall or the winter, which means that they are running out of their old stock and they're still making them, but we know from many outside reports that their ability to make them has been greatly reduced. So they've shot all of their old ones and now they're shooting their new ones, and we'll see how long that lasts. Whiskey.
Hey, Dave. So just to address what Irish was talking about, um, so there's a video that a good friend of mine from the East Coast of the United States actually made. He was interviewing one of the gentlemen in Ukraine uh, back in February, or no, I'm sorry. This was, I think, back in May of 22. But the efforts were that this gentleman was doing was going back to February of 22. And it's a very interesting interview. Not many people have seen this interview. It's not it's not it hasn't been widespread. It didn't go viral or any stuff like that. But Ukraine actually has, like, there was quite a number of drone operators in Ukraine prior to the war kicking off. There was actually the gentleman that was actually being interviewed. Um, was actually teaching um, you know, citizens in Ukraine about operating drones. And then after the war kicked off, everything went into high speed, and we were seeing, um, much later on in the news streams about these FPV drones. But this was something that most of us, kind of being in that world of tech, knew was already going on. And just to go back to Irish, uh, uh, Ukraine has a lot of skilled, talented engineers that are constantly working on this. On what's next, what's evolving next, what's going on next with the drones, and this didn't start in the middle of the war. It started long before the war started. And NAFO, Dave, if you actually want to see that interview, I'll DM that to you, so you know what's up.
Sure. Thank you. And everybody, if you do have general drone questions, Whiskey is a pretty much a drone expert on the space. The Irish.
Yeah, I watch. I don't know if any of you guys watch the Aussie guy Perun. He does like covers a lot of different things, and that was one interesting thing he said about the drones. That for 8 years they've actually been. That's why people think they just go out and buy like some Chinese drone and start dropping bombs. He said it's like 8 years of a process where they've through trial and error and the Donbass, they've learned how to make them to a fine art, like I did say that it was very, like they've made a lot of mistakes and they've had a lot of trial and error to get where they are today. Like I know, and that's why Russia can't replicate what Ukraine is doing quite so easily.
Yeah, no, there's a lot to be said about that. It's actually a experience. There's a lot to be said about trial and error. And yeah, going forward, we're going to see a lot more about what's actually capable with this technology.
Yes, Irish.
And Whiskey, do you think the drones that they've captured from Russia, like the Lancets and stuff, like would they be able to clone them? Like the parts, like weapons are a big thing, but like I'm sure they can get any electronic parts that are probably being donated by the day. Like would they be able to just basically copy it, reproduce it, and send it back within 6 months?
Actually, the Lancelot drone is actually a copy of a Israeli drone. It's actually like a cheap knockoff of an Israeli drone. I think it's like, correct me please if I'm wrong, but it's actually the Hero drone. And the Lancelot is it's a less capable drone. They have been successful in what they do, but you still need an Orlan 10 or such, a Russian Orlan 10 to operate and guide the Lancelot drone into that. Whereas the Israeli version of that is a lot more capable. So the Russians are still pretty far behind in that, but yes, they have actually been somewhat successful in using those, but they can still be shot down pretty easily. The question becomes, do you shoot down the Lancelot drone or do you shoot down the Orlan 10?
Yes.
So they're like
Go ahead.
master and slave kind of system.
Yeah, that's correct.
It's very interesting. Thank you. So, I have another topic, unless we have some more drone questions here. I'm not a drone expert, though I did stay in a Motel 6 once, so there's that. But I'll refer any questions for drones to Whiskey. I've got another topic that's interesting about. This kind of goes along with the previous story about the Russians not wanting to fight because they were seeing how worthless their commanders were treating their lives. And just so coming up, probably by the end of this week, Russia will have lost 190,000 soldiers killed in action. Does anybody know why 190,000 is a significant number, other than it's big?
Why don't you go ahead and tell us? Because I didn't take notes on that part.
Oh, okay. I was just waiting for, somebody to tell me because that makes me feel like I know things. Um, it's so 190,000 is the number of troops that Russia committed to the full-scale invasion on February 24th. So by the end of this week, all the Russians that invaded Ukraine will be dead. Um, that's kind of significant, I think. And you think back at a lot of people, very smart military people, only gave Ukraine 72 hours. And here we are, 15 months later, they've lost more than the United States lost in 21 years of Vietnam. Way more. And so if you take into account that historically, you usually have a 3-to-1 kill ratio. So 3-to-1 wounded to kill. So 3 times as many wounded as killed, and that puts you at 570,000, 568 wounded, which kind of um, makes you wonder where these men are going to be coming from. And there's a couple interesting stories. This is in Kyiv Post, and there's another one in the Washington Post that I'll get to. I think if Irish has a comment on this particular subject, go ahead.
I think you're about to say what I was going to say about the how bad they're chopping off legs because they don't have tourniquets, so people are dying from stuff that in any modern military they should be able to save them because they're just so incompetent. They're just letting their guys die for infections and just lack of basic hygiene and basic frontline treatment.
Yeah, exactly. We went into that in some detail on Thursday night when I was here. But yes, that's the Ukrainians are frequently finding Russian soldiers that are dead with the tourniquet on, but the tourniquet didn't work, and they were left. This is their fellow soldiers just left them behind with the tourniquet, and they bled out because they didn't have they don't have good tourniquets. And that's one of the things that we are getting. If you donate to help Rubiz brigade, tourniquets are one of the things that we will be supplying them. And of course, when you look at the hospitals that the Russian soldiers are being taken to, it's like, I don't know, it's like almost like World War I hospitals where they basically triage people, and if they can't be saved immediately, then they stick them off to the side and let them bleed out and die. Or they get an infection and they die because of lack of antibiotics. Or I could go on in this, but actually, where I was going with this is that that goes along with what Prigozhin said earlier. What Whiskey brought up, what was brought up, that that Prigozhin, he's running out of patience, and Russia apparently is running out of soldiers too. So there were some documents leaked that the Washington Post got, and there's notes about a proposal to quietly recruit 400,000 additional troops. Now ask yourself, how is Russia going to quietly recruit that many people? Already they are actively recruiting people out of prisons, and they're actively recruiting people that are enrolled in college with via email even. And they've even recruited a mentally disabled boy that had no idea what he was doing. You probably have seen that video from a few days ago where they're recruiting everybody. But how do you quietly recruit? Well,
Well, Dave,
yeah,
Dave,
go ahead.
did you see the video? Did you see the video of them dragging a recruit into the car that didn't want to get into the car?
Yes, I did. I was going to bring that up.
Okay, sorry. You were listing ways, and I wanted to make sure that was on the list. Keep on going. I apologize for interrupting.
Speak about the guy. That's not very quiet, is it? To drag some guy out of his car and throw him into the back of a van.
No, it's not quiet at all.
Hello?
I'm here.
My
Can you
mic.
hear me?
Yeah, I can. My mic button is like 5 seconds slow, which means my app is going to crash in a few minutes.
No, that's not good.
So prepare for a crash, everyone. Well, you won't
No.
crash. I will, and
Exactly.
I'll be up after it's all over. So why don't you take over, because I don't know when this is going to happen.
Okay. Maybe a preemptive restart for you would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So like I said, I haven't totally thoroughly read what Dave was just talking about, but I will say that while he was talking, because he sent me those articles, and it appears that well, they are a couple of days old, and we have actually broken the 190,000 mark. The numbers that were received for April 29th, 2023, that came out the early morning of Ukraine today. Yeah, pretty much everybody's in the US will still go with that. We have 190,040. So just to point that out, and I'll make sure Dave knows it too. So we had Whiskey put his hand up first, and then we'll go to Cornelius.
Hey, thanks, Prince. Can you hear me? I got some Canadian copper chickens in the background now that are offsetting the frogs, but can you hear me clear?
I can hear you, and I can hear the Canadian chickens. Those are a lot of fun.
Yeah, I got two groups of parents. They're inbound right now. They can hear the second group coming in right now. Here they come. Oh, and they're landing, and they have a bunch of little youngins. But what I wanted to bring up that actually kind of dovetails into what Nifo Dave was saying was, before February 24th, 2022 kicked off. We watched the buildup of Russian forces, across the border. One of the big indications, and this kind of dovetails into what Dave was talking about, was they started setting up field hospitals, and there was actually, I think there was like some leaked news as far as getting blood to the front line. Kind of a blood bank. And so, what Dave was saying is, these tourniquets that weren't being, that weren't effective, and they're just leaving their guys on the front line. Um, you know, we've all been here a year already. We've been here for what, 15 months now. This was a massive preparation on Russia's front to do the best that they could, and they fucking failed miserably. and now they're leaving their guys on the front lines with tourniquets that don't work. They fail, and then what happened to those field hospitals? On the other side of the line, and this blood bank drive. Clearly they're reaching. Uh, they're drawing at straws. I would say at this point, for anything they can do to try and make a difference, to try and save face. And as far as Prigozhin goes, um, whatever him and Putin worked out on the 28th, as far as the May 9th date coming up, it's going to be interesting to see, because I don't know, from where I'm standing, nothing has gone according to plan, and they're getting their asses handed to them. We're losing a lot of guys on our side too, but they're getting their asses handed to them.
Yes. Yep. Go ahead, NAFO.
Hey, I think I'm back. So go ahead, Prince.
Oh no, I mean, whiskey's right. It's not a surprise, but yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I noticed very specifically leading up to the February 24th invasion was the reporting about blood being delivered. And you're right. I had no clue what happened to those field hospitals. And clearly it didn't work. And what we've seen repeatedly is that, number one, Russia abandons their soldiers on the field and does not even take them to try to um, fix their wounds and try to help them. Um, and number two, they abandon their dead, but when they do manage to get to a hospital, the hospital has crappy care, like Dave pointed out, and and even in the field, they have. We've seen the first aid kits that the Russians carry with them, and they're just crap. They're not anything up to what would be considered a reasonable standard. So it's all it I don't see how they can do this, and I don't see how they can get 400,000 more troops to join. Yeah. So shall we go back to Hans Nafo Devo, or did you have more to say?
I did have a little bit more to say about this quiet recruiting that they're doing. So it it appears Putin is realizing that maybe the war is not quite as popular as he likes to make out, and so he's delegated the recruiting to the local um, uh, regional governors. Not sure what they're called in Russia, but so basically they're the ones that are in charge of recruiting, and so he stays hands off. It's not directly him that's getting it, but they're trying to increase enlistments across the board, from what they're doing with in prisons. They're trying to get more prisoners. They've launched a ad campaign, which we talked about some on Thursday. If you haven't seen these ads, you should see the Ukrainian response to the ads, because the ad basically shows everyday Russians transforming into soldiers and going to the front, and they're basically saying, be a man and join the army. They're preying on, well, they're going to the lowest common denominator in men, and poking their ego and saying you're not a man unless you're a soldier. um, so the at Ukraine, they did a brilliant response to using the exact footage of the Russian commercial. They just reversed it, and it is brilliant. You should look at it. Not sure it used to be in the nest. I'm not sure if it is anymore. But and also they're planning on the leaked documents say they are planning on moving to long-term military contracts. That they're looking more like 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 Wanker Group. They're looking for more soldiers of fortune, soldiers for hire. So they conscript some, and then they're going to promise to pay a whole bunch of money to some others, and I'm wondering where that money is going to come from. So it appears that I'm going to steal a quote from Darth Putin. If you don't follow Darth Putin on Twitter, you need to. He's brilliant, and most of his tweets end is like he's Putin, and Putin saying, "I remain." What is it? No, I'm blanking
A
on it.
master
I
strategist.
remain a master strategist. Yes, I forgot the master part. See, Prince knows it. You should be talking, not me.
You're giving better detail on this than I would, so keep on going, man.
Well, that's about all I have for right now. You can go some hands here, but I do not know who was first.
Cornelius. Cornelius was first.
Oh, I was just thinking about was it Whiskey mentioned that they're having their asses handed to them, and I'm not so sure it's having their asses handed to them, or Putin is actually getting the Ukrainians to wipe his arse, in a sense. The troops that they've sent to Ukraine seem, as far as I can tell, to be the ones they've just washed up from the gutters, purged from the prisons, and all the scrapings that they could possibly muster on the cheap without affecting mainstream Russian middle class people. They've reached out to the far reaches of their empire and pulled people who still have outdoor toilets and don't have any connection to technology, and quite rustic folk. And I think he's running out of those. And I'm wondering if running out of those means he's going to end up getting a better quality soldier. If he keeps digging, he's going to have to dip in. I'd say look at a big pot full of soup. The deeper you have to dip, the more of the good stuff you get. And if he does that, two things will happen. He'll get better troops, but he will also piss off more effective members of society. So I'm wondering how that balancing act might work.
So like let's actually back up here a second. Most of the Cornelius, that's a great question, by the way, but I appreciate you actually bringing that up because it's actually really relevant. But when the war kicked off, when Russia started closing down their borders, there was quite a number of these let's say high value, highly educated folks that said, "Nope, not for me. I'm leaving. I'm jumping ship. I'm out of here," and they left. And so yes, what they've actually been recruiting so far has actually been kind of the dredges. They've been dragging the bottom of the barrel. And just to be honest, like let's not be an echo chamber here. Let's actually give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that they actually got some pretty talented people to actually be on their side. The problem is that those are few and far between from what I can gauge, because they're, what we've seen actually play out on the battlefield is not the best and the brightest. So thinking that they have a reserve of the best and the brightest that are going back to maybe some of these St. Petersburg or Moscow middle class families that haven't been drawn upon yet. Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, those are the same folks that are going to be like, nope, this is not for me. I'm out. Um, I just don't see it. Ukraine is fighting for, for what they have always known is their freedom, their independence. You have this asshole nation, not excuse me, sorry, but this asshole nation that's actually come in to invade them and genocide them. They're put like every single person in Ukraine uh, has a reason to basically say, no, fuck you, dude. I'm done. Like you can take your ass back across the border, and if the West is not going to support us, we're going to come up with some ingenious stuff to actually mess with you. And that's the side that I'm on.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on the same side too, but even though many Russians left when Putin started this invasion, and before when they were conducting operations more quietly, um, uh, although many of the movers and shakers of advanced society left and abandoned ship, there's still a lot left. I mean, Moscow is not empty. Uh, St. Petersburg's not empty. And once he starts drawing on those ones, the risk of having, quality motivated people in the military, it gets higher. Mind you, it's also a large risk that those same people will be connected by social media, able to reach into the halls of their local representatives in government, and get parents who can make deals. So yeah.
How many of them? How many of them are left? Are there though? That's a question you got to kind of ask. Is yes, I agree with you, Cornelius. You're not wrong. You're spot on. But at the same time, though, that pool that you're talking about is going to be much less. It's just, I mean, let's look at the facts of you know you're trying to operate in in an environment that is oppressive to you, realizing the full potential of your craft, right? um so you have a lot of folks that I have actually jumped ship, but how many of them are actually left that are going to say, yeah, I'm here to support Putin?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think you're right. The counterbalance will be the reluctance to serve such an oppressive thing, and it'll implode. I kind of think that's the way it'll go.
Yeah, I think that Putin has decided that's the way it's going to go, and that's why they're going with this quiet recruiting, and they're not making such a overt show of it. They're doing it through lots of advertising that makes it seem like your boring day job is terrible, and it'd be better if you were fighting in the army. And they do it by um, bribing them, basically saying that they'll get $2,500 a month, which is roughly 4 times the national average. I'm wondering where they're going to get that money. And also to go along with Whiskey's idea of how many of them are left, There's a report by the I don't know how accurate this institute is, the Gator Institute for Economic Policy. It's an economic research center in Russia. They just produced a report saying that Russia has the worst workforce shortage in over 20 years due to the war in Ukraine and the loss of young, able-bodied men. So there may be something to what Whiskey is saying too.
Yeah, no,
Well,
NAFO
and you,
date. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Prince. Please go ahead.
no, I mean, and further mobilization will only make that worse. And even though they are illegally deporting people into Ukraine, or I'm sorry, into Russia from Ukraine, um, jobs that that are the high paying ones. They're not giving them good jobs. And they're sending a lot of them over to Siberia. There's this little population exchange happening where um, Russia is taking people from from Siberia in the poor communities in Siberia and moving them to the occupied territories in Ukraine. And they are taking the Ukrainians and illegally deporting them and sending them to Siberia. And I've read some stories of how that goes for the people who are resettled in Siberia, and it's not good. You know, one woman said, "I had a nice house, I had a good job that I loved, and on and on and on, and now here I am in a really crappy job in a really crappy house, way over here in Siberia, where I can practically throw a rock into North Korea. It's basically sucks." So, sorry to sort of interject there, but go ahead, Whiskey.
No, and actually, Prince, that's actually a super important part that you actually bring up. Let's not skip over this. Let's think about community for a second. We like let's okay. Hear me out. I'm gonna go on a little rant here, but Prince brings up a great point. You are living in, like, let's say prior to this war, you're living in a community that everybody's thriving, everybody's has like is using their education to actually work together. Like you have your neighbors, you have your friends and such. um your work, you have a sense of community that everybody's kind of like working toward the same thing, whether it's actually prior to the war for this one company or whatever else. And then this war breaks out, and then you got get all separated. So, like Prince said, it's like this one lady, she said she's in Siberia now. She does not have the contacts that she had before. The living conditions are shitty. Um, you know, it's something not to, I don't know. It's not something to kind of brush aside as, yeah, okay, yeah, it's your personal struggle. That's like being you. No, it's actually a huge thing. That's the human condition. That's life. Um, uh, Everything has gotten tossed upside down. um if you want to be okay, so okay, again, I'm starting to jump around here. I got these frogs in the background, and I appreciate you guys all like humoring me on this, but um you know when you want to really sit down and actually develop something that's actually going to be that's going to actually make a difference, like, you want to have your people around you. You want to have like a sense of community. It's like, hey, I know my friend Joe is really good at this. I know my friend, Russell is really good at this. I know my friend Dave is really good at this. We're gonna get together and we're actually going to develop something. But when you look at what is actually happening in Russia right now, where they're just saying like, "Hey, let's just throw bodies at this war," you're dividing people. You're disrupting life. You're disrupting the flow. That is something that is not going to be easily. You're not going to recover from that. You're not going to easily recover from that. You're not going to all of a sudden be like, "Hey, we are the guy that's gonna put the that next spaceship up in the up in the stratosphere to solve this problem." No, you're basically knee jerking, cluster fucking, chuckle fucking, uh, like yourself
Careful.
into.
Sorry.
So
Sorry.
yeah,
It was, yeah, you
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. Sorry, but you're basically knee jerking yourself into uh, what you can actually solve now versus what's actually good for everybody else. And what's actually going to build like a community that can actually add something to the world. Um, Sorry guys, but like Prince, you brought up a huge point. Like you touched on it for a second, but it's actually super important. Um, yeah, when you start displacing people, you start disrupting communities. Um, those communities need to work together to actually develop technology. And when you can't have that, when you have a dictator that just wants to, uh, reach a goal that has no idea how to reach it, yeah, it's not going to happen. And then, especially when you have a dictator that's trying to reach a goal, when you have a highly motivated people that is trying to say, "Oh hell no, you're not going to come into our country. You're not going to invade us. You're not going to kill our people. You're not going to, bomb our apartments and kill our children. We're going to fight back." Yeah, you're going to get what's actually happening today. And the rest of the world, the rest of the people that actually uh, see this and say, "No, I'm not going to stand for that." We're going to stand behind them and actually do everything we can to say, "No, you're done. Fuck you."
Oh, yeah, we're gonna have a full swear jar tonight, I imagine. We have Daniel up here too, and but I think Irish had his hand up first. We'll go with Irish and then Daniel, if that's okay.
Hey, yeah. On that, I think Cornelius made the point about Russia going into the better quality, but like, I think that at the moment, like as far as force regeneration, both countries are still a massive eligible pool of military age males, but no one could ever sustain like a million, 2, 3 million man army in World War II or World War One terms. But I think the main point is like the Russians, they're tough. They're as tough as you can get. Like them poor Russians that grow up with no toilet and everything, they're as tough as nails. That's the only real thing they've had going for them. If it wasn't for that, they would have packed it in a long time ago. But Ukraine has already got that upper echelon of society. They've got maths teachers who are artillerymen, and they've got farmers' sons who grew up with machinery as tank operators. And I think that the head start that Ukraine has, like Russia can never bridge that gap, unless they have a much larger force, which means they'll take away from their industry. And yeah, once they dip into that educated class, when there's amputees running around Moscow and St. Petersburg and there are hundreds of thousands, it's not going to, people start questioning it. I guess the biggest danger with Russia is that they become more fascist. And it seems that that's where they're headed. They've got school children being indoctrinated by, what would you say, like the Soviet Union, they're gone back to that indoctrinate the children, the biggest danger is more in 10 years' time, and all these kids grow up and they're all brainwashed. Like, that's the biggest danger, I think, at the moment.
Yeah, that is. I have seen several videos of school children dressed up as soldiers, parade marching in their school. It's very reminiscent of video, black and white, of course, back in the 30s of Hitler Youth marching through the streets. Same thing.
And Japan
Daniel.
as well.
Yeah, and Japan did that too. Daniel, how are things in Romania this morning?
That's fine. Good morning. I think here. I raise my hand because I see you asking about question. And
I can't really hear you, Daniel.
one moment. Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, let me put a bit lower the settings because my family is sleeping. What I want to tell you are three things. First, your perspective about Russia is wrong at so many levels. I will try to explain to you. First, did you hear about converting Ukrainians to Russian passports?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What do you understand about Russian passports?
Well, it's part of the way that they become citizens, and they have to give up their Ukrainian passports in order to do that. It is a part of Russifying them.
No, you are wrong. Okay, let me explain about this. In Soviet Union, but also in Warsaw Pact, because I lived in Warsaw Pact. One of the things, one of the fundamental rights you enjoy and you take it for granted is freedom of movement. So if you live in one city, for me it's Galați, yeah, and I want to go to Bucharest, I was not free to move. And in Soviet Russia was even worse. You cannot go in communist time, for example, leave your home, because usually it was not your home, was state home, and go to live in Bucharest. You can't. You need to have the approval to rent an apartment in a communist city block. In Russia, in modern Russia, 2023, if I live in Krasnodar Krai, for example, I cannot go to Ekaterinburg and buy a dacha. If I'm not an oligarch, if you are an oligarch, you can do anything in Russia. Huh? These passports are internal passports. So, Russian Federation is comprised of oblasts, autonomous republics, and krais, and few autonomous cities. But if I live in Vladivostok, I cannot settle in St. Petersburg. I need approvals. And when I try to get a train or a flight to go there, the police will examine my passport and will give me approval to go there. You don't have free movement inside Russia. The passportization of Ukrainians doesn't mean giving them Russian citizenship. Is to limit their movement. So you don't go from Zaporizhia, for example, to Crimea. That is I think you need to understand. Imagine you live in Oregon and you want to go to Montana. In United States, you have just driving license, like ID card. You don't have, like in Europe, ID card which are specifically to ID you. I think the exception is just UK. In Russia, you have really passports to go from one oblast to other. And when you don't have freedom of movement, you are just, I can say, extremely oppressed. And this I need you to sink in and to understand. When people imagine, you come from the front and you'll go to Moscow and show your absence of limbs, that this will not happen. Will never happen, because you cannot go from Belgorod to Oriol if you don't have the approval. Second thing I want to add to you to understand better. I have a pet. I have a cat. Half of Romanians have a cat in their homes. Until I get this cat, I was not extremely animal lover. I love animals, I love children, but I was not totally, and I had difficulties to understand people who said how much they love their animals. In Russia, to kill animals, not just pets, any animal, is very similar with China. They don't respect animals. They have a cruelty towards animals you cannot even comprehend. You saw some glimpses in Ukraine when you see dogs tortured, cutted, branded, rigged, bombed. If you ask any psychologist, they will explain to you, when you express cruelty against animals, this is a psychotic behavior which will reflect against humans also. And the third topic, which will illuminate you, what does it mean to be Russian, is domestic violence, legalized by the regime a few years ago, when to beat your wife or your children is no more an infraction to get punished anyway. Now, if you don't kill your wife, you don't cut her hands or ears, you will not be investigated by police. You can beat freely your woman, exactly like a Muslim in Saudi Arabia, for example. And this is bad. This is extremely bad. If Russians lose the monopoly of violence of the state, for example, in the 90s, because oligarchic wars, and now is normalized, violence is normalized, people against people, individuals against individuals, and this is normal for 40 years. Imagine what does it mean to be a woman in Russia, beaten on the street, and you don't see just bystanders. You'll see comments like, she made something wrong, she deserved it, maybe she talked too much, maybe she doesn't listen, she's not a good housewife, maybe her men have right to slap her, and slap her is something easy. You'll see Russians beating their wives with their fists, with their legs, using home appliance to kick her. That is a harsh reality. You must understand. Because when you see torturing Ukrainians by Russian soldiers, this don't come from nowhere. It's not just expression of poor educated Russians throw it to the war. It's a society where violence against your wife or your children not is only normal, but is the right things to do. That is the conservative value so precious to Vladimir Putin. And keep this in mind. No freedom of movement, totally disgusting behavior against animals, and finally, your right, like a husband and father, to beat your children and your wife. And you understand better the Russians.
Thank you for painting that very sobering picture for us. I was aware of the law that was recently passed. I believe I covered it a month or so ago. I was I wasn't shocked, but at the same time I was, because it just seems so I don't know, so archaic to go back to these situations where men have power to do whatever they want to their family, because it's very a very patriarchal society to the extreme. um, and I've seen videos too of women on YouTube and Telegram. They just post them like, oh, this is just an average day in my house. I get to beat my wife because she burned the pancakes or something. It's I understand. I don't understand the society that can create that kind of environment, but I do understand what that does to a person. Um, I've seen some people like that here in my own life. Um, Go ahead, Daniel.
The law is not recent, as I remember well, 5 years, and it came after other law which decriminalized this type of violence. And I can give you a Romanian perspective about violence against you, your wife, your children, your relatives. Like Russia, my country was 100 years ago a very, I can say, undeveloped, uneducated society. We got, if I remember well, 90 years ago, more than 80% of Romanians were analphabets. They cannot read or write. One of the good things communism had in Romania was basic education. And this applied for any communist country. But the violence is something very, very, very old. And even in well-developed societies like United States or UK or any other country which you respect and appreciate, 200-300 years ago, when agriculture was the most economical thing to do, if your technology was not and get the crops, like a farmer family, in fact, was to be spent on the fields. And this makes you to have more rights, like male head of the family, and to act very similar, like countries we have a bit distaste now in the 21st century. You know, your wife is a property, your children are a property, and this extends in what conservative not understand when they talk about conservative values or traditional values. These are the real traditional values. The wife must be submissive to accept the dictatorial attitude of the husband, and the children are made to be, I don't know, the second grade line of rights in the family. We evolve faster, very, very fast in the communist regime, and after that, we still have domestic violence, and we criticize and we work on this, and is the societal pressure, there are low pressure, is the state authority where equality, respect is similar with your country, for example, is no more even accepted in small minorities to beat your wife or your life partner is considered extremely offensive. If you are on the street and your child is, I don't know, pissing you off and you slap her, you can take your phone, call the authorities, and the authorities will come and give a ticket to the parent. The protection associations or agency of the state will make an investigation and they can take your child. Not so fast, not so easy. It's a thorough process, but you know, normalization. Normalization to treat human beings like human beings and citizens having rights, even if he's a child of a few years old, right? This process was somehow turned in Russia. In Soviet times, Russia had their cycle of extreme violence and repression, but we can say in the 80s, at least some level, they got very close with Western civilization. For example, Gorbachev worked very far to limit the alcohol consumptions. People doesn't know this. And there were very, very ideological terms where the woman and the man are not just equal to go, you know, in political side, in career side. And they were very, very close to reach where, you know, a Dutch family understands is their place in society. In the 90s, this thing became very disturbed in Russia, for example, and probably was also in Ukraine, because economical depression made people who worked in Soviet plants or factory or, you know, any enterprise to become unemployed or not paid for months. People had difficulties to get food. And when you apply this stress and you cannot go to authorities, any authorities, if you go to policemen to say, look, this guy stole my fur hat from my head after he punched me in the face, police probably will arrest you because you make fake complaints, you know, or maybe the police already worked for some mobster who took half of the city under tax protection. And this evolved and evolved and evolved. For example, when Yeltsin got second election, like Russian president, which was fake elections because he lost it, people vote for Russian mafia to enter in Duma. Why? Because if you make a deal with mafia, they will keep their promise to not burn your business, for example. You pay the tax, exactly like Costa Nostra in Sicily, for example, and they keep their promise to protect you. Policemen, you get, you put a bribe in their hand and they promise, you know, you don't have any problem. And 2 days later, another one come and say, but you don't pay me. And they can arrest you, you know. So the trust of the people go for individuals like Prigozhin, who are perceived more trustworthy. Yeah, this is not cancer. This is metastasis, right?
Yeah, but you have to have cancer before you get metastasis. So I think the cancer was the Soviet Union, and it metastasized into what we have today. To go ahead with that analogy, I really appreciate your insights in this, Daniel. Having never lived in a your Eastern European country, I value your input and your perspective. And you teach.
Dave, let me tell you something. I have 11 years when we killed Ceausescu, right? 11 years. In 1992, I go to high school, and my streets were very similar with Russian streets at that moment. Same bullshit. Criminals beating you to, I don't know, get your things. In 96, I go to university. We still had financial distress, banks going bankrupt, people being, you know, putting their money and discover they get less. In 1999, my country was almost bankrupt. My country, we have a huge inflation. And from there, we go to entering in NATO. After that, entering European Union. We made huge reforms in judicial system. We clean up very thoroughly through politics, arresting people, changing the society, changing the gay laws. You know, was an infraction to have a gay relation. Everything go in this direction in 20, 25 years. In 25 years, we change the society because everybody want to live like in the United States. Everybody want to be like a German. Was a need, and we change our minds. We change our habits. Of course, we have still stupid things. Every country have. These things are similar. What happened in Ukraine, I don't know, 2014, previously 2006, 2007. And this helps. Russia didn't go in that process. Was a dam called Vladimir Putin, who said, look, this is bullshit. Look at these guys dressing like a woman. Look at these guys. A woman can talk back to the man. Look at these guys. They are rich, but they are hopeless and they are depressed. You know, That is the alternative view. And sadly, Russian embraced because they say, look, I can buy more buckwheat. I can buy a Lexus. I can live in this beautiful city with high skyscrapers in St. Petersburg or Moscow. That is the bullshit. And all the bad things remained, and they are bragging about this. A violent society, horrible society.
Yes, a very it's surprisingly uncivilized society for saying that it's 2023. They've had a long time to catch up, and they just haven't. Probably because of the ingrained violence in their system. Quote Monty Python: "Come see the violence inherent in the system." Unfortunately, it's not that funny in this case. Prince,
Yeah,
you have
it's
anything to?
interesting. Well, no, I always appreciate hearing from Daniel and Anda, and I think they bring a unique perspective to us, and give us a lot of education, because of where they grew up. And even though Romania was not a USSR territory, it was occupied many times over the years, by the USSR in the Russian Empire, in over hundreds of years. I made the mistake once of mentioning that Romania was occupied, and it was once an occupied territory, and Anna interrupted me and stopped me and said it wasn't once, and went through, you know, over hundreds of years how many times Romania was occupied. And so I think that there are things that help us to understand Russia, to understand how it relates to Ukraine, that we can really learn from the experience of people from Romania like Daniel. He can sit and tell us exactly what a Russian passport is. Because, to me, I grew up in the United States, who didn't even have a passport until I went to Europe and I was 20 years old. Didn't need one. And I let that one expire, and then I got another one because I thought I was going to have to go to Canada with my dad. But anyway, that's beside the point. So those of us who grew up and have lived in times and where we have free movement from one state to another, and basically one country to another rather easily, aren't used to um, being familiar with some of the things that that Russians are still going through today, and that countries have gone through in the past. And Daniel gives us that kind of a perspective and helps us understand, in a way that a lot of us can't. And that's why I'm always thankful for Daniel, even if he just flat out says you're wrong. And you know what? He proved I was wrong, and that's good. Um, because I learned something, and hopefully in the process, some of you learned something too. Let's go back to Daniel.
Prince, imagine something like this. It's not about freedom of movement in my country. I don't need a passport to go from here to Madrid if I take a train or a car or a bicycle or a plane. If I go to a plane, they will look at my ID card and I just enter. And if I landed anywhere, I don't know, Brussels or Roma, they will ask, why do you come here? Because we are not in Schengen, not just other motive. And I say, I go to visit. Okay, have a nice day. If I was in Schengen, my country was in Schengen, like Bulgaria, even these questions will not happen in airport. And this applies just in airport. The irony is in freedom of movement, European Union, the countries in European Union are very similar with United States or Canada. Yeah, so it's total free movement from Germany to Poland to Czech Republic to Bulgaria to Italy, any country in the European Union. And imagine something like this. You're living in Ekaterinburg, you buy a visa from some touristic agency inside Russia. You buy a visa, let's say, for Poland or Lithuania. You buy a trip to Lithuania. After you pay all the commissions, all the money you need to spend, you get the airplane ticket, go to airport. After you show the visa to Russian border guards, you embark in your plane and you land, let's say, at Vilnius airport. You know what is funny? Getting a rubber stamped visa to a country in European Union, in a Schengen European country, you like Russian, with Russian passport, with this visa, you can visit more countries in Europe than inside Russia. That is the irony. Freedom of movement of Russians until this war. If they get the visa to Europe, they can visit any country in Europe for the time the visa was applied. Inside Russia, they didn't have the same right. That is the irony.
That is, yeah, something to make you think. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, it's I still don't have a visa. I went to Mexico twice, but you don't need a visa to go to Mexico. You just need a voter registration card to prove you're a citizen, I guess. But I'm I've been reading a little bit about the Warsaw Pact since you mentioned it, Daniel, and that's I really didn't know much about it. It's like the Soviet Union's answer to NATO. But I guess it's Russia's not in any position to start another Warsaw Pact. In any case,
They have CSTO, or at least they pretend to have. Warsaw Pact was an answer to NATO. And the idea was behind when Soviet Union decided to go to the Fulda Gap and invade Western Germany, all the countries under communist rule to join. So Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Albania until they exit the Warsaw Pact, Romania, Poland, and Eastern Democratic Republic of Germany will join the Soviet forces and invade Germany and get to Paris faster than later. This idea of Warsaw Pact was the motivation to invade the revolution in Budapest in 1956. Behind the same decision was the invasion of Prague after that in 1968. And Warsaw Pact was always put it like the opposing bloc against NATO. Problem with the Warsaw Pact was the countries inside have a different approach. For example, Poland declared martial law in 1981 when Solidarity Union started to enter in political side and contest communist rule. In Romania, I think before Stalin was dead, the Soviet occupation troops were retreated. And this happened because our Communist Party was inspired and evolved more like a nationalistic fascist party than a communist one. And also, Soviets trust our repressive regime is strong enough, don't need the support of Russian occupation troops. They failed in their assumptions because Romania didn't join invasion of Prague in '68. Hungary, for example, was occupied, like Eastern Germany, until 1991. CSTO was this idea of, Warsaw Pact 2.0, like Community of Independent States was a version of Soviet Union 2.0. They failed because Russian Federation was a failed state in the 90s, because people start wondering what we can do without Moscow. For example, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. They turned their back and they discovered dictatorship, national dictatorship is more interesting. Look at Azerbaijan. What Azerbaijan reached with oppressive regime, but not under the thumb of Moscow. And now they don't have even this. These organizations are empty of any meat, CSTO and Community of Independent States. They are dead organizations.
Thank you. I don't have anything to add to that, so go to Carla.
Yeah, sorry. What Daniel was telling us about the lack of freedom on a Russian passport really applies to the children they take away. The Ukrainian government made a video, a documentary about 3 girls that were rescued from Crimea. They were teenagers, but they showed how that was done. But one of the girls said twice, "I refuse to sign the documents for the Russian passport." And I didn't know why she said that. Now I do, because I think if she had a Russian passport, she would not have been able to go through the checkpoints. Is that correct, Daniel?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So giving them Russian passports is really nasty. Really nasty. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Imagine this. When people, Kiev authorities, President Zelensky, tell to the Kherson people, we'll go to make an offensive in Kherson. So please be smart and run away from this part of occupied oblast. And if you need it, go to Crimea, and from Crimea to any Asian country or Georgia. And from there, you can apply to embassy and consulate to get connection to come back in Ukraine. And this was a smart move because Ukrainians can go out from Kherson City or Nova Kakhovka and across the Crimea with Ukrainian passport. They can travel hard, bad bribes you need to apply, and probably you can be detained just because a Russian policeman don't respect you, right? But you have the chance to go to Belarus, for example, and crossing the Baltics. Weird enough is, even now, there are very weird bus lines from Lugansk and Donetsk across Russia and Belarus to enter in Ukraine. You need to make 3 or 4 days, sometimes 1 week. You need to pay a lot. You assume a risk to have problems traveling, but it was possible because you have Ukrainian passport. If you don't have Ukrainian passport, you have a problem. The law, what they make now, and what they try to do is to tell every local small authorities to don't recognize Ukrainian passport, to not let people with Ukrainian passport crossing Crimea or Donetsk or Lugansk occupied territories, and not allow you to travel inside the Russian Federation or, to escape. That is their idea. Not only to send them, deport them to Siberia, but once deported in Siberia with Russian papers, you cannot leave your city or your village where you are deported. You cannot cross to Mongolia or North Korea or China. You cannot, because Russian passports are internal passports, are not international passports. They don't get visa for other countries. They get visa for other oblasts if they give you. So it's very, very important. This.
It's interesting. I was reading. I've read some of the stories of the children who have been returned, and there's a very small number of those that have been returned and reunited with their families. But it's always true that the path that they end up taking is extremely long, extremely long. They go through Poland, they go through Lithuania, they go through Belarus before they get to Russia. And they take that trip, each way by vehicle. And that is pretty much the only way for them to do it safely. And I always come back to the story of the grandma who was going to go and pick up her grandchild who had been taken to Russia. Actually, they went through Russia and then into Crimea anyway. So that's how they had to go the long, long way around. Anyway, so that long trip, of course, will take a toll on a grandma, depending on how old they were. It could have been, more on the elderly side of a grandma. Anyway, but the story of this grandma didn't end so well, because in the process of that long trip, which I'm sure was extremely exhausting, and then spending hours and hours being interrogated and prove that she had the ability and the right to take this child back to Ukraine. 14 hours of interrogation, she had a incident with her heart and she died. And that child was not able to be returned to Ukraine. And so, that having and we've heard that. We've had people on the space who were from Mariupol. We had 2 women from Mariupol, and they told how they were able to go through Crimea into Russia, and then somehow made their way to, I believe, Finland. Yes, I believe it was Finland that they made their way to. So, in order to escape Mariupol, they went all that way, in order to be able to get out safely. And we hear stories like this from time to time, and it's it's just tragic, because what ends up happening is that Russia wants to evacuate people and for safety or whatever, and this was even towards the beginning of the war, and they say that they're going to open up a safety corridor. Well, there is no safety corridor in the direction of going to Ukrainian held territory, There is only safety corridor in the direction of Russian-held territory. So it's not like people have a chance, and even when these green zones were created so that people could possibly, go to Ukrainian-held territory into safety, Russia didn't hold to that. Russia continued to attack that area, so it wasn't safe, even though they said it would be safe. So they have given people no choice but to leave the area and go towards the Russian occupied territories and then to be deported into Russia. I saw a story just the other day of a young boy who, actually, I think he was like 12, that's still young, who was evacuating with his grandma. Or no, I'm sorry, I apologize. Evacuating with his mom. And during the filtration process, they got separated and he got sent to Russia and he has no clue what happened to his mom. And now, after a year, he has been returned to Ukraine safely, thanks to the grandma, but nobody still has heard from the mother and nobody knows where she is or what has happened to her. So these are the kinds of things that we see happening on a regular basis, and I'm sure continuing to happen all of the time. That are definite war crimes committed by Russia and terrible, terrible things done to Ukrainians when all they want is their freedom and their land. And I could go on, but I'm not going to. I will hand it back to Nafo Devo.
Oh, you can go on. I enjoy listening to other people, which is, I guess, is kind of odd for me to be a co-host when I don't really like speaking. But these are the times we live in, so I do what I can. Along these along these lines of children, let me find it. I just had it here. Who was telling? Oh, there it is. So recently, you may remember Ukrainian's prime minister visited Pope Francis in the Vatican, and he says that one of the main things he talked about was how how the Pope could, well, I ask His Holiness to help us return home Ukrainian children who are detained, arrested, and criminally deported to Russia. So he asked them about that specifically. He only had 30 minutes, so I can't imagine he had a whole lot of other things he could talk about. But that was on top of his list. And I see that as, I see the Vatican as trying to play both sides here. They're kind of, you know, the Pope has talked about visiting both Ukraine and Russia, which I can maybe see from his point of view that there's Catholics in both countries, and so he has to keep those in mind. But I really wish the Pope would take a bigger stand on genocide. It's pretty clear that that's what Russia is doing. As we discussed earlier, not only is Russia trying to eliminate the Ukrainian population through killing them or deporting them and Russification, but they're also getting rid of their own unwanted minority populations. These different ethnic minorities that have been shoved off to the east. Finally, Russia can just send them off to Ukraine and they'll die and then they'll be gone. Kind of going back a long ways earlier to what Cornelius said, I think. But yeah, to me, there's no question on, there's no waffling on genocide. It's kind of like, being partially pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not. If it's genocide, you need to do something about it. Yes, Daniel.
On the Pope side, I saw a lot of pushback against Vatican, especially from United States, because you are not very big fans of Catholics. I'm an atheist. I am not, let's say, sympathetic to any religion, but I had the chance to talk with people who are Catholic, professors, and well invested in international relations. And they explained to me how the ecclesiastic diplomacy works in Vatican. It's easy to judge. It's very easy to blame them for World War II, for example. And the Catholic route through Italy and Spain to send Nazis to Paraguay and Argentina is very easy. And they don't care about our judgments. Actual Pope now, he played the same role. They don't take sides. Maybe his personal perception is, we don't know, where he is supporting of Ukraine or he doesn't like Ukraine. I think he likes Ukraine because Ukraine is in the west side is a Greco-Catholic church united with Rome, very similar with Greco-Catholics in Romania. And that is a very important thing for Vatican. But they also, even in communist time, they had a very smart balancing act. And I can say Pope John II was extremely important for what happened after he was elected. How important is for Poland? Why Polish people are so dedicated to Catholics? Because they know how important was for them Catholic Church and Vatican. And now maybe he looks not strong political enough, condemning the genocide and but you don't see Catholics even yelling at Beijing, which they are even worse with Catholics there. They can be a good channel, exactly like Switzerland is acting like a bridge, Iran, United States. You don't have embassies in Tehran. If you want to talk with Iran, talk through Switzerland. You can shit on Swiss anytime you want, but Switzerland, Oman, Vatican, they're underground channels, negotiating, become a middleman. And people don't understand that. People want someone very strong, yelling, destroy Moscow, let's kill Vladimir Putin, genocide, stop this shit. Sometimes you need to work on this. Sometimes we need to understand there are even Russians who helped Ukrainians to escape from Russia. You know, I read, they are not massive reports, but I read about Russians meeting a couple of Ukrainian women, put them in his car and traveling to Baltics and deliver them there so they can cross and escape Russia. Yeah, there are few, but they exist. And we need to keep this in mind and be, open to reason.
Very much so. And and I know that that's not I know that's not a popular opinion on this space, but you have made a really good point. There are Russians who are fighting in Ukraine for Ukraine. I just read a story the other day about one of them who was killed in action. There, like you said, are Russians who have driven Ukrainians places so that they can escape, so that they can get to someplace that is not Russia, someplace that is safe. You know, I think about that story that I mentioned earlier about the women who escaped Mariupol and had to make that long journey all the way up to Finland to get out of Russia. Now, they didn't give any details on how exactly they did that, how they managed that, but I am sure that they did not manage that without some help from some Russians along the way. And just going back to the Pope really quick, I'm not going to take very long. He is in Hungary right now, and he spent some time with some Ukrainian refugees today. Um, I do. The Pope is one of the biggest like diplomats in the world. He has to be because that is his job. He sees he as the Pope has to be able to see everybody as God's children that are his responsibility. And I do believe that he has said more supportive things um, for Ukraine than people realize. And I do believe that even though he has not flat out condemned Russia and called it a genocide, he has in his Easter address, I believe it was, he encouraged Russians to seek the truth as to what is happening in their country. So those are some little things. And before I go to your hand, Daniel, I am sort of working in the background um, to possibly set up an interview with an archbishop in the United States of the Orthodox. It's an Orthodox Catholic church. I believe I'll look it up while you talk, Daniel. Hoping to help give us some insight into the complexities of the different religions within Ukraine. So that I think is going to take a little while to try to set up, but I'm hoping that can help, and that may also help to guide us and look at the Pope in a different light. And I hate it. I absolutely hate that I have to sort of defend somebody who really clearly is in many ways both sidesing the thing, but that is the responsibility. That is his job. That is his calling, and that is what he believes God has called him to do. And as Pope, that is sort of what he has to do. So go ahead, Daniel.
Two things I want to add about this. You know, in Israel is a memorial about rights of the people who made some extraordinary act saving Jewish people from many occupied territories, including my country. For example, if the political regime in Romania until 1944 allied with Germany, making a great Holocaust deal in Ukraine via Romanian army. And we are not proud of that. But the Queen Mother of our monarch is there on that memorial because she saved a lot of Jews, a lot. And I imagine after this war will be over, we will see something similar in Ukraine about people you don't expect saving Ukrainian children, women, people of Ukraine, citizens of Ukraine. Probably will see this. And second thing I want to remember some of us I write a small tweet about this, and it's very ironical. I said something like, 20 years from now, some child in Ekaterinburg will read in history book that Russian neo-Nazis who fights now in a battalion, and they were, the guys who raided Bryansk Oblast, they were more humane, more empathic, and more helpful for Russia than political regime in Moscow, or neo-Nazi being more human than Vladimir Putin. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. And I think you're right. I think that, we can look back at history and, you know, um, there are so many stories. It always brings to mind the movie Schindler's List. It brings to mind, and I can't remember his name, a gentleman who helped to evacuate a bunch of children. And I'll have to look at it because there is a very, very moving video of him at some ceremony or something like that. And they are talking about him and what he did to save these children and get them out, to save them from what was happening by the Nazis. And um, at the end of the video, what it is really moving because they ask people who have been impacted by this man to stand up, and standing up for the children or grandchildren or um, the people that he saved, the children of the people that he saved, the grandchildren of the people he saved. This huge auditorium, this decent sized auditorium filled with people who were alive because of the actions that this one man took to save several several children during Nazi Germany. And you're right, Daniel. And I know you dropped down, but it wouldn't surprise me if we hear stories like that. And not to say that in any means that that there are good Russians. I can't say that because I think that there are Russians who could be standing up and doing things. At the same time, Chris, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you wait. At the same time, I read two stories today, and well, I read more than two stories today, but these two were ones that stood out to me. And so here are some examples. Um, it's hard to imagine a more insecure and archaic country than Putin's Russia. It is now harassing cakes. Dave, you like cake, don't you? You like to bake.
I do.
Yes. It
Me
is
and
now
Marie
harassing.
Antoinette would get along.
Yes. The Moscow court fined a Russian baker 35,000 rubles, around $440, for decorating her cake with pro-Ukrainian and peace slogans. So baking a cake in the way you decorate it can get you a fine. And I bet you if she does it again, she could end up in jail. And now let's go to the next story that I have in my list today. A woman laid.
Before you go on,
Yeah.
don't forget that you can get arrested for just standing outside with a blank piece of paper.
This is true. And this sort of goes that way. A woman laid flowers at the monument of Lisa Ukraina in Moscow and was detained. Yulia Petrova was detained for placing a sign at a spontaneous memorial. You can throw away the flowers, but you can't throw anything out of your memory. So yeah, this is what happens to Russians as they speak out. And if you do it alone, it's very difficult and can have consequences. If you can get 1,000 people to do it with you, it's going to have a bigger impact, and they're not going to be able to arrest all of you. But at this point, that's not happening. So just as we saw in Germany during World War II, just as we saw people who resisted the Nazis very silently and hid people and helped people escape, I think we're seeing some of that kind of action and behavior in Russia from people who are doing things behind the scenes so that they can stay safe, so that they can continue to help Ukrainians. And I know that sucks. And there are people that I'm sort of glad are asleep because they'd be ripping me a new one right now. But I don't disagree with them either. So there's that. It's a little bit confusing and disconcerting. Go ahead, Chris. How are you this morning, bright and early? Are your Malamutes awake?
Good morning, Prince. Good morning, Nathan, Dave, Daniel, everybody. No, they're not awake yet. They are quiet at the minute. Little bit of a challenging time though, because the one of the girls is in season and that, and we've got 2 boys, so it always makes it an interesting time. I won't go into massive detail on that, but yeah, bit of we have to be careful during those times. Now, Prince, the problem with you making me wait is I forget what I've got to say, but I think I've just about got it. So yes, okay. So on my Twitter feed, on my profile, I've pinned a tweet to the top, Prince. I've changed my pinned tweet and I've pinned a tweet to the top. And it is a polite appeal to our Princess of Wales, Kate, yeah, to who is the patron of the Lawn Tennis Association, and she's also the patron of the Wimbledon. I don't know if I got this right now, but a Wimbledon Tennis and Croquet Club or something like that. I need Ming to clarify that for me, but anyway, yeah, she's the patron of Wimbledon, the Lawn Tennis Association, basically, and we're just appealing to her not to allow Russians and Belarusians to play at Wimbledon. Yeah. We don't want that, do we? What do you think?
No, we have been talking about this for a little while. We do not want Russians and Belarusians to play at Wimbledon. There should be a Wimbledon ban.
Yep, exactly. So you'll see on my tweet that I have Wimbledon ban on there. I've said that to the princess. I've said we would prefer, ma'am, not to have Russians and Belarusians playing at Wimbledon. We would prefer them to be Wimbledon banned. Right. So I started it yesterday when we were having a discussion here yesterday, and I'm glad to say that it has got a lot of shares and replies and all the rest of it. So if anybody would like to support that post, I'd be grateful. Yeah, there is some fantastic content being produced about Wimbledon and the Wimbledon ban. But I thought I would just send a polite tweet to our princess. And actually, I've copied King Charles and the Queen, by the way, I was in the Navy with King Charles. So I'm not saying that we were buddies or anything, but I was in the Navy with King Charles, and I went through Britannia Royal Naval College with Prince Andrew. So maybe I've got some influence there. Hopefully I have. Anyway, just decided to try a polite tweet to the princess to see if we can get them banned. If you remember, Prince, there were some lovely pictures of the Princess of Wales with the Ukrainians when they were training over here. Did you see those pictures?
Absolutely. I cried when I got my Canadian citizenship, not because I got my Canadian citizenship, but because I realized that I was at that time then a subject of the Queen, and
Ah,
it hadn't occurred to me that that would happen. I don't know why it didn't occur to me that that would happen. Um, but yeah, when I got my Canadian citizenship, I broke down in tears because I was a subject of the Queen and now a king. So yes, there. So I am
oh,
very interested in the royal family, and I suggest you keep up this campaign. And I think things might be a tad calmer. I know they always have very busy lives, but it may be a tad calmer after the coronation next week. I imagine they're going to be very busy this week.
that's true. That's true. Well, you never know, do you? We can't always get our timing right, but let's see how we go on with that. Yeah. So anyway, grateful for any likes and retweets of that tweet. Like I say, it has done actually really well. So that's that. I was just going to comment briefly, Prince, if I may, and say that actually, do you know there was an amazing number of Ukrainians in the USA last week. So obviously, there were Ukrainians at the RSA conference. So there was a delegation basically there. There was another one that I know of in Maryland, and then Angry Ants has been talking about quite a big one that was in Washington, right? About 100 people, I think I heard, Prince. Does that sound about
There
right?
were there were delegate. Yes. Well, I don't know how many people were in Washington. I know that there was a group, and I think it was week before last. I think they left. It'll be a week tomorrow that they left Washington, D.C. But in the last couple of weeks, there have been a great number of Ukrainians. Um, and there was the Ukrainian Veterans Affairs people who were there for meetings on Capitol Hill and the like, and they did many things while they were there. There was also a group, I don't know how large it was, that same week while the Veterans Affairs people were there. There was also a group there that testified about war crimes and recognizing what is happening in Ukraine as a genocide um, that appeared before the Foreign Relations Committee. So I know that group was there also. Currently, at the moment, there is a group of um, mayors from Ukraine who are in Denver for a meeting of mayors from around the world. So yes, there. Well, and you know who else was there? I don't know if he's still there. I haven't seen a post from him lately. Is our friend the firefighter Roman, along with some other firefighter folk from Ukraine. They have done. They were in Chicago and Indianapolis and Washington D.C. and I think New York. Um, that they had a trip that was, of course, to interface and interact with the United States firefighters. I saw some pictures that Roman posted of him training with firefighters. I believe it was in Indiana. And so there, what I see happening is a steady stream of Ukrainians from different organizations and with the government or without the government and things such as that. And the people that were at that conference that you mentioned, um, those things, there's a pretty steady flow of Ukrainians into the United States promoting letting people know and keeping people aware of what is happening in Ukraine. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I sort of interrupted you and took over.
No, that was great, Prince. And there's even more people than I thought, even more Ukrainians than I thought in the USA. So that's been a great couple of weeks, hasn't it? And actually, you just remind me, Prince, that I saw somewhere that the fire hydrants in Canada are painted yellow and blue, like Ukraine, aren't they?
I don't know. I don't live in Canada. I actually was born and raised in the United States and live in the United States. But my parents were both Canadian, so I had the right to Canadian citizenship, and there were some things happening in the United States that inspired me to pursue acquiring my Canadian citizenship. So I have dual citizenship, but live in the U.S.
Oh, okay. Well, I think then I can tell you, and somebody can tell me I'm wrong, but I'm 99% sure that I'm right. That it might be certain parts of Canada, the fire hydrants are painted the same color as the Ukrainian flag.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. It was one thing that I appreciated and looked forward to every time that we would drive to Canada. I would know. I after we crossed the border, there was something about it in the 70s that there were a lot of blue roofs, and for some reason I was obsessed with seeing the blue roofs in Canada. So there may be blue and yellow fire hydrants. It wouldn't surprise me. It would seem like a very Canadian thing to do. We know that Canada has a large diaspora of Ukrainian people, and it just wouldn't surprise me. There is a lot of Ukrainian roots in in uh, in Canada that I think people would lobby for that and make that happen. I could totally see that in areas.
I think it's actually just a coincidence, Prince. I think they always were blue and yellow. So, but I don't know. So a Canadian's going to come and tell us, aren't they? Anyway, that's that. And then the other thing I wanted to say to you, Prince, was if I don't know if Daniel's still around, but just a clarification, right? Because when you said that there were Russians in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine, right? This is not criticism, by the way, Prince, but I'm just curious about that because I sort of think actually, yes, the Russians are in Ukraine fighting for Ukraine, but what they're actually fighting for is an alternative Russia. As with the Belarusians, as with the Georgians, as with the Chechens, and all the rest of it. So they're basically fighting for, and I hope they go back to Russia and fight when we have victory in Ukraine. I think that they're fighting for an alternate to the Putin regime. I think. What do you think?
That makes sense. I wasn't sure where you were going with it, but yes, yeah. Once you arrived, I think that makes sense that they're fighting for a better Russia by fighting on the side of Ukraine, and that makes sense. I could see that as a possibility, and yeah. And now you have me sort of drifting off into um, my previous day's notes, looking for where I had that note about the Russian. They called him a Russian anarchist, but a Russian who was definitely against the Putin regime, who died while fighting against Russia in Ukraine. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, well, he'll be called a Nazi, won't he, Prince? Because anybody that's against the Putin regime is a Nazi, aren't they?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
And I just wanted to say that as you said, Prince, what Daniel said about the Russian passport, that is absolutely fascinating. A fascinating perspective. And it's the trouble is here, Prince, isn't it? It's so bloody complicated. This, right? I mean, I would never have thought that the Russian passport was to control the Russians in Russia. Oh my God. I can't even, spin my head around it.
Yeah, that definitely is. Okay, we've sort of waffled on here back and forth, Chris. I don't want NAFO Dave to feel left out, and I wanted to say good morning to Mockers. So, NAFO Dave, Mockers, see who gets to the microphone first.
Hey, beat ya. So I'm okay with you talking. I'm still recovering from an infection, and so my brain is not the sharpest. But and I don't appreciate, I appreciate your points of view and everybody's points of view here. I'm just a facilitator to get other people to talk. Speaking of which, Mockers wants to talk.
Good morning. You're in my chair, Dave.
Oh, okay. Well, I've kept it warm for you. If that's not TMI, I don't know what is, but I'll sign off then. Thank you everybody for staying up with the NAFO night shift. We are about to experience the British invasion. And though I think it's only partly British, and we've got Australian is aligned with the Brits now. Being that Australia is the British penal colony, I wouldn't really be surprised, I guess. But I'll say good night or good morning, and Slava Ukraini.
Good Slava, Dave. Thank you. Have a good night. Get some rest and feel better. So yeah, I haven't found that piece of news, but I know it happened. I guarantee that it happened. And if I had some time to dig through my previous notes, I would be able to find it. That might be a problem. A thing that I do is I make so many notes that sometimes it's hard to find where I put a specific story and to remember exactly which day it happened on. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, I was just going to be nice about our Australian friends. Actually, who's here from Australia? I can't see anybody, but obviously I know
Working
that
on it.
working on it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've just had a week this last week of talking to Australian people and that. So I just wanted to be nice about them, and they are a member of the Five Eyes, of course. And I found out the other day actually. I'm going to go way off track here now, Prince, just for a minute, but we in the UK here, GCHQ and NCSC set up a cyber attack force, and Will was telling me that they've done the same in Australia, which didn't surprise me at all, actually. But there you go. Anyway, so I wanted to say I've been obviously when I'm talking to people about the Ukraine pavilion, Prince, I talk about MriyaReport as well. And I talk about Twitter Spaces. Actually, I've become a Twitter Space educator, even though I've never been in the back room like you folks, right? But so I talk about that, and I say, it's MriyaReport. It's 24/7, 365, and they go, 24/7, 365. But like, what is it, Chris? And I go, well, it's like sort of digital radio like sort of thing, but it's on Twitter. Well, how do you get to it then, Chris? And I, anyway, I go all that, yeah. So, and then I say, and it's sort of like follow the sun, because it's sort of, it depends on your perspective, but it starts with the Australians, and then, it comes to the Europeans, and then it comes to the Americans, and then around and around it goes, and it's very lovely.
Very good. It's always good to educate people about what's happening. Here, I found the story really quick because I know Mocker's going to yell to get out of my seat. Okay.
Yeah, I
It was
would. I've got I've only got 300 messages this morning, so morning.
morning. Typical morning for you. But yes, on April 19th, Dmitry Petrov, aka Ilya Ilyushin, died in the battle near Bakhmut. He fought for the Ukrainian army against the Russians' imperial aggression, and his death was confirmed yesterday. This was on the 27th. But he was a PhD student and anthropologist and worked for the Institute of African Sciences. So he was a very, very brilliant man, but he fought on the side of Ukraine as a Russian, and he died in battle. And so I thank him for fighting for Ukraine. So anyway, I will go ahead and sign off for the evening and hand it over to Will and Mockers, and hope that you all have a wonderful day, a wonderful night, wherever you are. And I will see you tomorrow. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. Thanks, Prince. Have a good sleep, unless you're going to hang out with us as a speaker. And I heard Chris say my name in vain, or Australia. It said Australia, so I'll just chip back over to Chris and have you repeat if you had a question or a comment about Australia or our support in Ukraine. What was that, Chris? Sorry. Good morning, Chris. Well, I guess I don't know if anybody can hear me. Professor or Lunch or Mockers, can you hear me?
I can. I was just waiting to be made co-host, and I couldn't unmute my button. I was like, I can hear you. I can hear you. I just can't tell you. I was getting all like, yeah. Anyway, yes.
Super. Good morning, Mockers. How are you?
Oh, you know what? I'd be great if I woke up one morning and I just woke up to people saying, "Good morning, everything's fine." But that never happens. I always wake up and I've got like an inbox, like bumper inbox saying, "Oh, guess what?" And 300 messages. I don't know why I'm so popular. I don't know what's happened. It must be my voice.
Could be your voice. Oh, you're probably also a very pleasant person, and you're if somebody's not up to BS, you're probably quite accommodating to people. I mean, you get terrorized by cats, so are nice, like to talk to humans because they're less demanding. Good morning, Chris. I'm sorry we missed you before.
No, good morning. I was just talking about Australians, and I was missing you actually. So yeah, good morning. Good morning, Australia. I've been talking to lots of Australians recently, Will.
Oh, good on you. What have you been talking about, mate?
Like sort of networking, really. There's I was talking to a lady the other day who's a Vietnamese lady in America. This is going to sound weird, but I actually met her when I was in the makeup and cosmetics world for a brief period. Well, not that brief, but anyway, yeah. So she was part of a whole gang of makeup artists that I knew in Australia, and they're I don't know. I've got this vision, Will, that a lot of the like makeup studios and stuff like that, and makeup artists are Vietnamese. I don't know whether you can confirm that or not, but anyway, yeah. So there's her, and then there's another guy that I know who is again is a sort of like a networking guy. He basically he networks Will, right? That's what he does, yeah. And so I've been talking to him as well. Then I have a girlfriend that I've known since I was a teenager that lives on the Gold Coast as well, so I talk to her quite often. Yeah, so there's quite a few people, and then I've always got fond memories of it, Will, from when I did the round the world race, and I was and I basically hitchhiked out there with the RAF and flew into Darwin, which was a bit of a shock, and then flew from Darwin to Sydney, and then I was the yacht was moored at the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. So yeah, I had a very lovely time there. I spent about 6 weeks at the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron while we refitted the yacht. So I have very fond memories of Australia.
That would have been what year? What year was that down here in Australia?
That was, believe it or not, 75, 76.
Yeah. So 75, 76. This is not long after the hurricane Tracy went through Darwin on Christmas Day and wiped out basically the whole town. And Darwin has grown a lot. Do you know they have high rises now, Chris, in Darwin? It's actually not a bad place to go. And there's obviously a ton of industrial development and population growth, and probably the best fresh food markets out on the beach in front of the Esplanade there on the northern end of Darwin. You can get laksa, you can get any Asian dish, because there's tons of Asian immigrants of all different flavors there: Indian, Sri Lankan, Filipino, everything. The best open air markets I've been to, and I'm telling you, that's saying something, because I've been through Malaysia and Thailand and Vietnam and all those places, and it's because all these people are authentic people from where new immigrants, and the ingredients they can get are just so much better is what I've found about cooking. So Darwin's fantastic these days. If you had an opportunity to come down with anybody, there's regularly about 10,000 Marines, I think, U.S. Marines rotate through there now on an arrangement we have with them to practice war fighting in this part of the world. And obviously Sydney hasn't changed as much since the 70s when you were down there, but obviously the Royal Yacht Squadron is still there, and they hold regattas all the time, and they obviously participate, I think, regularly, at least some of their people, in the Sydney to Hobart race, which is one of the world's preeminent boat races every year, which starts on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas. And they race to Hobart, and sometimes make it in 2 days, and sometimes it takes them 4, and sometimes there's a hurricane or a cyclone and half the fleet sinks or retires. But yeah, it's a great place. If you have an opportunity to come down here to the Workers' Paradise, you should definitely do it, because it'll blow your mind. Something always blows your mind in Australia, and it isn't what you think it's going to be, is the thing. Yeah, that's the thing about Australia. But today in Australia, I was giving Richard Marles is our defense minister, and I was giving him a compliment for his participation and stating blatantly, openly, and directly that Australia will continue to support Ukraine throughout this war in however we can do it, but wouldn't give any details. And then, of course, over-egged the cake, so I actually had to take the stick to him a bit. He over-egged the cake by saying we're punching above our weight, which is not true. You know, if you say as he did that this is our fight, that the fight in Ukraine is about the rule of law and what a nation state is and self-determination, and in those terms, this is our fight because we're helping everything we can to do to make sure all the nations who believe in that survive. And this is a fight for survival of Ukraine. And so having stated that openly, I expected him to say that we plan to do more and say something specific, say something about having a discussion about FA-18s, say something about having a discussion about how many Hawkeyes could be freed up, having a discussion about, and say something about getting a second, third shift on at Thales and knocking out Bushmasters as fast as we can make them and sending those over. But he didn't say any of that. What he did say was Australia's punching above its weight in our participation because we're one of the largest non-NATO supporters. But that's a bit of a shirk, really, because the truth is we're the 17th largest economy by GDP, and we should be doing our contribution to this existential fight, as he has noted, according to, at bare minimum, what our contribution can be according to our GDP is my call on it. So I took a stick to him a little bit about that. And I did some more reading in the background after we talked yesterday, Chris. And yes, I can absolutely confirm that Australia has commissioned a group in our ASIO and National Signals Intelligence sort of people area of the spook world, which is very spooky in Australia. I mean, they keep more information about our defense spending secret than they do in America, which is a little bit, you know, you'd think it would be maybe not as big deal, but they're very serious about their spy work, and they're absolutely don't say a word about that. So saying a few months ago that Australia is actively going to go out and seek threats to our cybersecurity to identify what they're doing, and not just build honey traps, honey pots, and things like that for people to attack bogusly, but in fact to attack the capabilities of the hackers wherever they exist to eliminate that threat to us, which is what Chris was talking about. I think is being proposed in the UK, and it'd be interesting if we could get a yank to confirm if that's the approach from America too, because it does sound like a Five Eyes thing. I think, Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, actually, I can confirm that that's happening in America or happened in America as well. Will, I definitely know that, and of course, Will, they've publicly announced it, which means it's been going on for, well, we're not exactly sure how long, are we? Right, but it's definitely been going on before that, right? So I'm going to give it a year or two before it was publicly announced as a guesstimate. Yeah, but well done, Will. Well done, Will, with all your work there, and just to let you know that my round the world race left on Christmas Eve, straight into a massive storm in the Tasman Sea, which I think I got this the right way, right? Which subsequently wiped out the Sydney Hobart fleet as well. Yeah, so I know all about that, mate. Yeah.
So, mockers, I guess I want to ask anybody who is out in the listening world today, if you're in Australia or you're in Hong Kong or you're in New Zealand or you're in Port Moresby or you're in Philippines or Japan, and you can come up and participate as a speaker here. We'd really like to hear your view on what things are going on in your part of the world, what you think is important, I think. But I'm going to hand back over to Mockers to kick us off on what she knows, because she always has something entertaining.
Well, I might just have some numbers for you. Would that be nice? Shall we have some numbers? Go on then. As you were so
go on then.
I know I could see you all jumping up and down with joy. So let's see what we're doing today, because yesterday there was not a lot of mechanized, but they were still going very well on sort of, vehicles and fuel tanks, and we hit 190k. So today we have another day of, well, let me read it out and you'll see what you think. So 470 personnel, 2 tanks, 5 armoured personnel vehicles, 6 artillery systems and 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, with 4 UAVs, 6 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 2 more special equipment. So I mean, it's not massively high numbers. It's spread across the board though, and still going with these artillery systems. And excuse me, first thing in the morning, and an anti-aircraft warfare system taken out. So that'll be one of your S300, S400 type things. And the more of those that get taken out, the better, because obviously they pose a threat to aircraft, believe it or not. I know, shocking stuff. And just looking down the line here, it's still, sorry, that one caught me by surprise. It's still a fair whack of stuff. It's still ticking away there. I have noticed that the Russians aren't putting as many vehicles forward, and I might have a little explanation for some of that. Will, would you like to know my theory?
You bet. What's your theory?
They're holding some of them back further in the back lines because they think they're going to need them, but also they don't have enough to distribute out to the front anymore. That's what I'm thinking. That's my personal thought, because I believe the T14 has now entered the chat. Is that correct?
Well, I haven't seen it. Have you seen a visual confirmation of a T14 in theater?
I've seen it. I've seen it mooted. They keep saying that the T14 is now entering the battlefield. Like you said, believe it when you see it. But wasn't there something else that was quite rare that they'd only made like 6 of, or something like that? It's a type of T90, I think. And apparently one of them has been seen on the battlefield.
So yeah, I mean that leads me to believe, as you said, that they're probably running a bit thin. I reckon you lose 3,000 armored fighting vehicles, and that's going to make a dent. And they are probably holding as many as they can out of harm's way to try to counter an attack later on. Makes total sense to me. And obviously just slowed down the rate of losing men, because they're probably not many left to lose in that area down in Bakhmut too. They're probably, I bet they're marshaling resources, so it makes sense that the day's attacks would be focused on MLRS, artillery of a regular type, and those aircraft units, S300, S400 type units, because I know where you really love seeing those go, mockers, because they're still using those to do war crimes, right? Firing them in ground attack mode, which is stupid, but they're still doing that to fire in civilian areas. And those are big missiles. They do a lot of damage when they hit indiscriminately. So it's good to see MLRS and artillery go. Still picking away at the special equipment when they're finding it. This suggests to me that Ukraine is probably working down their priority list of things they want to knock out and taking every target of opportunity they can find after they spot it with any sort of reconnaissance. Yeah, I think your take is right. They're definitely marshaling, and the numbers would support that.
Yeah, I have a little story to tell you about, well, a sorry tale of woe, shall we say, in a minute. But first, Chris.
Mockers, you know that we will know when the T-14s are in Ukraine because we will hear the sound of Tuvan hooves, won't we? The galloping of Tuvan horses. That's
That's
how
right. The gas turbine on a T-14 sounds a lot like galloping horses, huh?
Yeah, that's how we'll know for sure. So keep an eye out for them Tuvan horses, Mockers. Then we'll know the T-14s are there.
Are they not like for the cavalry parades that they're going to have to do in the future because they won't have any like metal to parade in the street? I just wondered if that might be the case.
Well, I think you're right about this spreading of resources, right? You could be right there as well. You know, where do they put the Tuvan horses? Do they put them on the May Day parade or do they put them in Ukraine? Oh, dilemma, Mockers, dilemma.
So yeah, it totally wouldn't surprise me if we see now, as I say yesterday, right? In the 10 years that I've known that this tank exists, I've only seen 3 of them in actual real life together, and one of them or 2 of them, it looked like were being towed or needed to be towed from where they were at on a proving ground. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if these T-14s, if they have them, they'll feature them in the May Day or in the May 9th parade in Moscow, and they'll be able to marshal, all the T-34s, the old historical tanks and stuff like that, and some of these Satan rockets and the short range, or the medium range mobile missiles they've got to shoot nukes. They'll parade the stuff they can't use, or try to advertise that, there's a whole bunch of these T-14s in Ukraine, but if they use any in the parade in Moscow, that's going to mean that there won't be any in Ukraine because, as I say, I've literally only seen 3 of these ever together. And before anybody says, "Oh, what about the photo in the defense press last week?" There's several usually reliable sources that say that photo was probably a whole bunch of mock-ups, cardboard, and 1 or 2 in the front that were real. But as I say, we'll see. It won't take long on the battlefield to prove the real combat capability of that T-14, and it just doesn't, frankly, look that scary compared to a Challenger or something like that to me.
Oh no, sorry, I'm doing three things at once here. Hey, guess what? I've got nice and early. Somebody's got out of bed today. I've got the MOD
report.
Oh yeah, I know. Lucky we are, aren't we? Aren't we lucky kids? In fact, I will pop it up right here in front of me, and we'll go through it. In fact, it was 10 minutes ago. Crikey, what's going on? I will need another cup of coffee in a minute just to get up with that. So here we go. Here is your Defence Intelligence update for Sunday, the 30th of April. So, in recent months, Russian commanders have likely started punishing breaches. I've likely started. Here we go. Right, sorry, I didn't read that as one sentence. I'll try again. Have likely started punishing any breaches in discipline by detaining the offending troops in zindans. Have you heard of a zindan, Will?
Yeah, it's like a tiger cage back in Vietnam.
Yes, exactly. It's a big hole in the ground with a grate over it, so you can enjoy the weather while you're in there. Yeah. So these are improvised cells consisting of a hole in the ground covered with a metal grill. Multiple recent reports from the Russian personnel give similar accounts of being placed in zindans for misdemeanors, including drunkenness and attempting to terminate their contracts. In the early months of the war, many Russian commanders took a relatively light touch in enforcing discipline, allowing those who refused to soldier to quietly return home. However, since August 22, there have been multiple, increasingly draconian initiatives to improve discipline in the force, especially since Chief of Staff Valery Gerasimov assumed command of the operation in January 23. So there's no way out, kids. There's no way out. Apparently, you can't bribe yourself out of this situation anymore.
So that coincides with, remember when Shogu was in, they were always criticized for not moving forward, not going on the offensive and things like that. So as Gerasimov came in, he decided to go on the go on this offensive that they started, and to get folks to participate, they started doing these more and more draconian methods to motivate them, rather than motivate them by, gee, we're doing the right thing here, or whatever. It's in the tiger cage or shot in the back, probably, as once they got out into the field, which we have heard of too on the radio, right? We've heard Wagner sub commanders telling people to start their attack, and people complaining that they don't have ammo or whatever, and they're refusing to go forward, and they tell the next person in line to shoot the guy I was just talking to and take over the role. So I mean, it's like out of a bad Hollywood movie. And yeah, there won't be nobody's getting out of it now. If you're mobilized, you're going to be participating in the worst of it, and they all know that, I think, mockers. So they're basically trying to avoid it as much as they can, but they have to use harsher and harsher penalties to get people to comply, especially if people find out that others can get out of it. You go, yeah, how about me?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, they're a very everyone for themselves kind of situation. So yeah.
But
The problem is,
that's literally the story that's bubbling up out of every story, isn't it, mockers? Just the venal self-interest that runs through everything. Whether they're talking to an old woman on the street in Moscow, or a guy who's trying to get rich, stealing some stuff close to the front, or a guy who's trying to get out of something, or anything, just anything you see, it always boils down to venal self-interest. There is no altruism at all in anything that the Muscovite regime has to do. That they have exactly zero principles, and they, because it's the comment that's always been made. It's basically run like a mafia organization, and a mafia doesn't run on principles and altruism. It runs on coercion, fear, and greed.
well, it certainly does. But you see, from an early age, these people are taught very much that you look after yourself and nobody else. That's become really prevalent with seeing how they treat each other on the battlefield when somebody gets wounded. I mean, the amount of times we've seen them walk off and leave their wounded. We've even heard of them shooting their own wounded because they just haven't the time or the inclination, or perhaps even the medical services to do anything about it. It's a sorry situation. Chris, have you completed Malamuting yet?
I've not started Malamuting yet, mockers, and I'm going to have to get my thinking head on, because one of the female Malamutes is in season, and we've got 2 boys, so I need to plan my strategy. But you made me think, mockers and Will, right, about the Last Tsar Netflix documentary, which I highly recommend to people to watch, right? And there's you make me think about a scene in The Last Tsar, Nicholas II, where there's the officers and or an officer and the soldiers are on the front, on the Russian front, and basically the officer tells the soldiers to advance, obviously to their death, and the soldiers refer. So the officer gets his gun out of his holster, points it at a particularly mutinous soldier, and tells him to advance or he'll shoot him, whereupon all the other soldiers point their rifles at the officer and say, if you shoot him, we'll shoot you. That was the start of the Russian Revolution.
So yeah, that was the start of essentially the second one, right? The Bolsheviks, I think, had already started what their revolution in St. Petersburg, but the returning army is what really kicked it off to turn it into a revolution. And then there was the whole whites against the reds, and yeah, they're messy. I mean, that's essentially why people fear this whatever might happen to Russia. There's a lot of peaceniks that are out there that go, oh, you can't let Russia fail, because if it breaks up, all these bad things will happen. Well, truth is, bad things are happening already, and we can't worry about whether or not Russia is going to go into a revolution or break up into like fiefdoms or what. I mean, it's just, we have to isolate the whole thing and treat it as a nation state, because that's what we want the world to do. Treat nations as nation states, sovereign states. We can isolate them, we can support them or not support them, but we don't tend to interfere in the internal politics of a nation. You have to decide whether or not you're going to have a representative government or not. And oftentimes, if you want a representative government, you're going to need to fight for it, because there's plenty of people, Russia is a fantastic example, who want to amalgamate and control and hold power, and not in your interest. And if you want to have a better life, you oftentimes have to fight for it. And that's the hard conversation that we all need to have with every Russian we know, as they lose this war by being driven out of Ukraine. That's my view. Chris, back to you again.
Did you hear, Will? Mockers, I think you heard this. I'm not sure, but I think you did. Did you hear what Daniel said about the Russian passport this morning?
No, I didn't.
I'm afraid I did not, because you know what? I woke up 2 minutes before I was put into the co-host seat. So no.
Okay, well, it was quite fascinating, I think, and fundamental, right? Daniel pointed out that a Russian passport, right, is actually to control Russian movement within Russia. Russians are not allowed to move around Russia, and
they still hold two passports, an internal passport and an external one.
Tell me about that, Will, because I'm only repeating what Daniel said.
Yeah, so Russians have an internal passport and an external passport. External passport's your standard international passport you use to travel international borders, and your internal passport, not unlike South Africa used to have, a book. They called it the Book of Life. It's got everything in it: your internal travel papers, your residency stuff, your gun permits, and all that. Oh, so Russia also has this internal passport, and basically, when you they don't really require it often anymore, but like when we were out in Sakhalin, if you wanted to travel and go stay in St. Petersburg or Moscow, the foreigners, of course, have to register your passport with the hotel you're staying at, but they also required the Russians to do it. They weren't doing it all that often at every hotel. I think compliance was patchy, but I'll bet it's ramped up now. Yeah. And you're not, it's not like they tell you can't move someplace else, but they definitely make you register each and every place you move to, and keep track of people through this internal passport system. Yeah.
Well, Will, what this came up in a conversation about was that it was actually, and it is, or until recently, where apparently they're clamping down, it's easier to move around Russia with a Ukrainian passport than it is with a Russian passport. I think I've got that right. That's what was basically being said, right? Because that's how some Ukrainians are managing to like go into Russia and then come back out again in, say, the Baltics. So hopefully I got that right. I think I did.
And that loophole wouldn't surprise me a little bit, right? Because it's not like everybody who's in Russia is so excited about this war that when the cameras aren't on them, they won't act in their normal bureaucratic, lazy way. And anybody who's in the internal security services or checking things, the police check, the militia who check around hotels or whatever. If you're on a Ukrainian passport, they have a history now built up. You're just a foreigner. You're a foreign country, so your foreign passport would get treated like you were a foreigner. And because this isn't actually a war on, maybe there's no particular restrictions or things they can do to a Ukrainian carrying a Ukrainian passport. But it's an interesting thing. Whereas if they're ramping up the internal passport requirements, then or enforcement of those requirements, then it might actually be the irony might be it might be easier to travel around the country on a Ukrainian passport. That is a quirky and funny thing, Chris.
Yeah. Well, that's what was being said, but apparently Putin is now trying to tighten up on that. Will, that's what was being said earlier this morning, right? So he's aware of that loophole. He's aware that Ukrainians can actually travel pretty freely within Russia, and he's trying to close that loophole.
Interesting. The repressive the notices that come out of Putin almost daily now are very repressive and things that obviously, as you say, are trying to get control over every aspect they can, whether it's the electronic draft notices, the registration of students, the control over any foreign assets, all that sort of stuff. They're getting ready to batten down the hatches. Because like I say, I said the other day, I think they're doing this stuff because they probably administratively over in the whole government probably drank a bit of their own Kool-Aid. And now they've been talking about the survival of Russia. The propagandists have absolutely ramped up the xenophobic nuclear holocaust, doomsaying sort of stuff. I mean, I have a hard time saying they ramp it up because it's been basically goddamn 11 since about 9 months ago anyway. But yeah, they've shifted tone, and it's a lot of doomsaying. If you watch Julia Davis or Gerashenko, the people who translate the foreign news in Russia, or they translate the Russian news into English, and enough people listen to that throughout government, and they see these edicts coming down, and they probably do believe that Russia's going to be invaded, and that's what's coming next, and they're preparing for all of that. Obviously, it's not, but here again, this society, I think, is starting to eat itself alive. I'd say, Chris.
You know what? He might have been eaten by dogs now. So I will come in and tell you what I was going to mention earlier. Now, you have to cross your fingers that I put it in my bookmarks. I did. I'm not as daft as I look. So this was something I spotted last night, and it was a young POW who's been captured. And one of the things that he's saying here is that the command staff in the temporarily occupied Donetsk region are currently panicking a little bit, apparently. He confirmed the fact that that Ukrainian forces have, been trained in NATO countries. It is a problem for them because the equipment that the enemy has is being taken out very successfully and very accurately. And at the same time, the Russian command is trying by any means to hold position. Now, apparently, they've got big problems with armoured vehicles, and they've also got problems with distribution of weapons. So, one place might have lots of guns, and another place will only have 2, and so on. And so, they're in those places where they don't seem to have a lot of heavy weapons distributed. They do have lots of people, so they're literally shoving a lot of people forward to try and maintain the positions. But of course, any concerted effort against them would probably manage to get through, considering they're lacking a lot of the equipment that they say they need at this time. So I think that young man made a good decision to surrender himself, don't you, Will?
Yep. There's only 2 good decisions a Russian soldier can make: surrender or run.
Yeah, absolutely with you on that. Well, we see the guys who surrender. They are looked after. They get to ring their mum even, which is pretty lovely, don't you think? Well, oh no, sorry, they get to ring their mum, but their mum's not always happy to hear from them. Have you noticed that as well?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, they have the weirdest
where's my
conversations when the
compensation?
intercept does something with their parents or their mom.
They kind of do. They're kind of like, what are you doing talking to me on the phone? Being captured. Why are you even there? You know what I mean? It's I get the feeling that they would have preferred to find out that they died gloriously in combat, because that, it sounds more noble, doesn't it? If you get captured, you're just like, oh, well, that's no good. You're a weakness, I suppose, if you're captured, even though you've probably been living through the most horrendous conditions for weeks and weeks.
Well, they don't get a lot of them, do they? If you're captured, your folks aren't going to get a lot of.
Oh, of course, yeah. But you see, they don't really give out larders anymore. They sort of
No, they don't.
they sort of started running out of that sort of thing. And although that may still be possible in some of the most affluent areas, I would imagine that that it's stepped down a bit, hasn't it? Like we spoke the other day about a lady who well, they were all promised because of the fact that most of the men from this village had been what do you call it, conscripted. Because most of the men had been conscripted, the local council was agreeing to provide all of them with coal. And apparently, when the company who distributes the coal turned up, they had some coal, but not enough for everybody. But they did have some of those nice cheaper wood pellets, which they're converting themselves onto, but they're not as good for cooking and heating. They burn up nice, but they don't stay, warm for a long period of time like coal might. And so it's not quite the same product, and not as useful to the people. Great for industry, not for the people, unfortunately. So yeah, but Daniel said this the other day. Why can they not collect wood themselves? You know, it's one of the most simple things to gather up some sticks to, you know, make into a campfire, something like
They
that.
probably have denuded all the city parks of all that free falling deadfall.
Oh no, I'm talking about the villages that are surrounded by trees. I mean, you know, surely they've not seeded all their own forests with anti-personnel mines. So it's almost as though they've forgotten how to look after themselves. You know, they've been sort of ingrained into their mindset so much that the state will provide, which is why they always turn to the state when they've got a problem. Dear Mr. Putin, please come and help us. Because, you know, it's all, this will be provided for you. So you will have a, you know, a life that may not be easy, but you will get the things that you need to survive. And yet, when they stop getting the things they need to survive, such as the coal, it doesn't occur to them that they could help themselves. And that is the most shocking thing to me. They have literally given up their agency and are quite happy to live without it, as far as I can tell. What do you think, Chris?
Well, mockers. I've got a post that's doing extremely well on LinkedIn, and I believe you know about this particular subject. It has to do with tank engines that apparently went missing in Russia, that might have ended up in Ukraine in Ukrainian tanks and on the front line fighting Russians. I think you know about this, don't you?
Yes, these were 7 of the most advanced engines, apparently, that Russia builds. And they just so happened to disappear into thin air. You know what? I haven't got the guy's name, but one particular Colonel General dude had squirreled them away for sale. And so obviously he'd stolen these directly from the manufacturer before going into the tanks that they were supposed to go into. And I think they're only used for T90 and T72. I think it's the MB version, which is the most recent upgrade. So they're only supposed to be used for those particular vehicles. However, yeah, as it was investigated further, it's come to light that he may have sold them to some Ukrainians. So it's very possible. One of the things that Doma mentioned, that running up to the full-scale invasion, so between 2014 and now, the Ukrainians managed to buy an awful lot of arms and equipment through the various corrupted schemes that Russia had. So, yeah, partially they have gone about arming themselves with stuff stolen from Russia, which, again, the level of trolling. I'm sure it wasn't, in fact, even an intentional troll, this one, but talk about shooting yourself in the foot. How many times do I say this when it comes to Russia, Chris?
Oh God, you're cracking me up here, Mockers. And you can't even believe it, can you? You really can't, you know. So, I mean, but if I think back, Mockers, like prior to the invasion, and I can't remember exactly when this was happening now, right? But the Russians were blowing up ammunition dumps, ammunition warehouses, and that in Ukraine, and I think I'm right, somewhere like Bulgaria or somewhere like that as well. I think.
Yeah, there were a number of places.
Right. So they were doing that, But on the other hand, the Ukrainians were buying stuff from corrupt Russians. I mean, it's just like some massive comedy show, isn't it?
Well, they were getting their cheap tank engines, and well, you think, why would they want cheap tank engines? Well, they obviously had tanks to put them in, and they were in the process of restoring these things. And apparently, if it wasn't for Russians being corrupt and selling a bunch of equipment to Ukraine that they probably shouldn't have, Ukraine would probably only have about half the tanks it started with, because it was literally the Russians who helped them repair a lot of their tanks, especially what they considered to be the more modern Russian tanks. Yeah, that's a really well, it's a really silly thing to do to begin with, is, you know, arm your enemy better. But also that just goes to show the level of corruption and the fact that probably an awful lot of Russians had no idea, thought that a lot of this rhetoric, narrative, whatever, would probably not result in a war, because they hear it all day, every day about everybody. So, you know, what they're going to do, attack the world. I actually think this full-scale invasion came as a surprise to some of the Russians. Certainly not the Ukrainians. They knew what was coming. But some of the Russians, I think, were surprised themselves that he actually went ahead and did it. I think they thought it was all just noise. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, Mockers, you know, obviously we can't and wouldn't want to think like Putler, but he must be getting a little bit frustrated, don't you think? You know, that he hasn't got control over all of this. You know, there he is trying to invade Ukraine, and his military is selling the Ukrainians spares and arms. Yeah, that would annoy you slightly, I should think, wouldn't it?
Oh, no one's going to have told him that. do you think the only time he would find out about something like that, if someone in his team was using that as a reason to make themselves look good? Look, we caught this guy doing this, and he won't do it again because we slapped him on the wrist. I think he got a year and a half, something like that, maybe 2 years, in the prison for it. But in Russia, there are prisons and there are prisons. You know what I mean? So some of them are just unpleasant, and some of them are downright terrible.
So that the tank guy, they actually caught him, did they? The tank engine guy, they caught him and jailed him, did they?
And he's got a free pass now from being mobilised, because, of course, the prisoners are, especially the short-term prisoners, are now more protected from that mobilisation scheme.
That's the right result then, really, isn't it?
Well, no, he's done himself a favour, really. He's made a bunch of money. Oh, sorry, I haven't fed the cats. I just realised they're all looking at me. I'm surprised you're not hearing the dawn chorus of them. So, yeah, I mean, you know, he's made himself a bit of money. He's had to face up to it, but, you know, they've given him this sort of token gesture of 2 years. Now, you remember what people get when they like just generally criticise the army? Wasn't it 10 years? Doesn't it start at 10 years? Something like
10
that.
years. 10 years. Yeah. If you stand with a blank sheet of paper, that's 10 years or something, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
five
exactly.
if you say certain words, and 10 if you do actual protest.
Fair enough, Will.
That's amazing. But you can sell off 7 expensive pieces of equipment, defraud the government, and denude your own capabilities as an army, and you get 2 years. I think he got a little fine, but it wasn't anything massive. So he got a little fine, he got 2 years. Well, he's made enough money to pay off that fine, no problem. He'll have 2 years away from having to, you know, keep up the beatings on his wife. Sorry, I don't know if he beats his wife or not. I'm just assuming. And then he'll be released, and he'll go back to his probably slightly more comfortable life than everybody else has. However, in that time, things may change in Russia. I have a feeling he won't be stepping out into the same Russia that he went in. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
So I'm thundering about in the kitchen, been making a brew and feeding the cats. And yeah, I can't believe they've been so good. You should have heard like major protests and everything, but I guess it's Sunday, they're having a day off.
Get them bellies full and find them a sunny spot. They'll leave you alone. Hey, so Chris, you're thinking about raising extra Malamutes now. Weren't these actually dogs that you took over as a favor?
No, that's not how it happened, Will. That's not how it happened, mate. Yeah, my daughter bred and well, no, she showed first of all, and then she had a litter of pups. Right, that's how it happened, and it was all nothing to do with me. Well, but you know if you've got any experience in this area, well, you'll know that if you have horses and dogs, or the children have them, eventually you end up, you know, getting involved.
Mm-hmm. Any pet. Oh, I'll feed them. There won't be any problem to you, Dad.
That's the one, Will. You're on the right track there, my friend. You're on the right track.
So one weekend you got their dirty laundry and a few Malamutes. Good on you. Well, they're very nice dogs, I'm sure, but I'm not sure I'd want more than 5.
No. Well, we had 6 last year. One died last year. The old one died last year, unfortunately. But yeah. No. I mean, they are like not that much trouble. You'd be surprised, really, right? For such big dogs and that, they're, you know, Malamutes will either like trot all day in front of a sled, or they'll go to sleep all day, whichever you prefer. If you want to take them out for a walk, they'll go. If you want to let them sleep, they'll sleep.
Well, you probably ought to have something to hook up to them to tow, because as working dogs, they love that stuff.
We have, Will. We have got a toboggan, they call it. A toboggan, a wheeled toboggan. Yeah,
I know
which
what
is
a toboggan is. Yeah.
You know what you could do though? You could set up one of those, you know, like they do with horses, where they put them like on a training thing and they walk around in a circle. Yeah, you could do that with your dogs. Harness them up to a dynamo, create your own electricity.
no, Marcus, no. You've misunderstood the intelligence of Malamutes, right? A Malamute would not go round and round in circles. They would just go to sleep.
So, they won't work for their food then, unless they have to.
Well, they sort of will, you know, like, you know, as we say, if you put them in front of a sledge and that, right, then they'll go on for, you know, a considerable period of time and that, right? But they also are a bit willful as well, you know. They have their own minds. Let's put it like that.
As a woman, I understand.
Well, you just took the words out of my mouth there, Mockers, right? Because just to let you know, right, that usually the lead dogs, they're not always, but the lead dogs are often females, because they regard the females as having more brains than the males, right? But that's not always the case. They do put males as the lead dogs as well.
Yeah. Oh, Tosh. I reckon the dogs all get together and the dogs say, "Oh, let's do whatever Brenda wants, or she'll nag us all day anyway. So we might as well do what she wants."
We're on dangerous territory here, Will.
On purpose, I assure you, Chris. We're going to back right away from that third rail now.
Shall I tell you about a boom?
Please do. And then I'm still trying to find out if this Sevastopol fire is still burning. I think it is.
I think it's down to the smouldering stage now, Will. There was a picture yesterday of it. it looking as though it was being thoroughly doused with, you know, foam or something along those lines. But there was still definitely smoulder at the heart. The fire train that they used appeared to be very effective at dampening down a lot of it, which is an awful shame. But you know, we live with these things. To be fair, the fact that it was on fire in the first place was amazing. So can't really complain, can we? That they happen to be competent in putting out a fire. It's a shame, but it's true.
Well, you mean they figured out how to be competent in it because their initial work was so poor that they lost basically all the tanks in that one area, and they probably finally figured out what we were talking about first thing in the morning for you yesterday, which is, you know, cool the ones that aren't on fire and get all the liquid out of them as quick as possible so that they don't have additional fuel. They probably run herself out of fuel, but if it's not smoking, when Doman comes on, he's going to want me to eat my hat. So I think it's probably still on fire.
He supported you yesterday and said that you had said 6 p.m. yesterday. If it was still on fire at 6 p.m. yesterday, because that was when Moscow announced that they were going to be putting it out.
Yeah,
it'll
and
be
that was
by this time. And so apparently you're all right, Will, because it was still smouldering. There were actual flames at that time.
Woo!
Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mockers, because I think you're supposed to be keeping, you know, you're supposed to be announcing booms, the number of booms every day as well now, aren't you? Along with all the other lists, so that the Crimea boom went into yesterday's boom list, did it? Is that about right?
Yes, yeah. That we tacked on the end as +1 oil storage facility on the daily numbers.
Excellent. And just tangentially, I'm just looking at lunchtime being here on the list, but he hasn't spoken for ages. Do you know why that is, Mockers?
He passed out.
I was going to say, did he stay up late all night? And is he now just like a zombie?
Yeah, Prince is right. There was a bit of a party going on last night, wasn't there, Prince? With lunchtime and Shaggy.
Oh yeah. I'm wondering how many messages Shaggy is going to wake up to. It could be interesting. It sounded like he was being a little overwhelmed last night.
That's what I thought. I don't think I got all of it, Prince, but I got enough of it to know that lunchtime probably has a hangover this morning.
Oh yeah, there were bottles of wine involved. There were donations involved.
I get a pan and a wooden spoon and just bang it. No one else will appreciate that. Sorry.
Mockers, no, Mockers, you were actually on my exactly on my wavelength, right? That is why I'm talking about lunchtime. You see, right? Because I want him to come up here with a sore head.
Yeah. And there was talk of Tinder, but they renamed it to Finder so that it was like a fella finder kind of thing.
Not only that.
I did see some chats.
Not only that, Prince, but they were talking about massaging as well.
Oh my God, they were talking about Asian massages. Yes. I can't remember. Was it Thailand?
That's it. Thai massage.
Is that where they just walk up and down you?
I think so.
I think I'm gonna have to message you my response.
Yes, that's the one where the lady actually, you know, they almost beat the hell out of you. It's pretty intense if you've never had a Thai massage. It can be very therapeutic, but yeah, they really put their elbow into you and kneel on your back and pull your shoulders up and stuff like that. It's whew.
And Philane's mate, sorry, I can't remember his name now. Philane's mate. Sorry.
Ochi.
Ochi, yeah, Verlaine's mate. He was the one. He was the one that started that off, because they basically said to him, "What are you going to do when the war ends?" And he basically said, I'm going to eat, drink, and have Thai massage."
24 hours a day, Thai massage is what he said. So yeah, and then lunchtime offered.
You have no bones left.
Lunchtime offered to buy him a beer and give him a Thai massage. But the way it came out, it sounded like lunchtime was offering to give him the massage, and it was a little bit awkward.
Yeah, that was when Ochi started to inquire as to what lunchtime's proportions were, shall I say, what his chest size was.
Yeah, yes. He wanted to make sure that your former name was involved. Mockers, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to get the entire orientation figured out, and then lunchtime made it clear that he
I
would
know.
purchase.
Yeah, I know that Ochi is a very friendly boy, shall we say? He's a young man.
Yeah. Well, yes, and anyway, so then lunchtime made it clear that he would buy him a Thai massage.
To be fair, the young lad's earned it. So yeah, I'm with lunchtime there. Although probably buy him a beer. Although he doesn't look old enough to drink beer, does he? Have you seen his sweet little face?
Yes, I have, and he does not look old enough to drink a beer. But didn't they say that he fought before and then gone to Cambodia for a while and then come back? We'll have to straighten that out.
Yeah, he does have an extreme baby face, but yes, he did join the army previously from college, I think, or whatever education he was in. Then he went and did some traveling, and one of the places he traveled to was Cambodia, and he was doing some work there, I believe. Don't quite know what it was, but he was working there and found out what was happening or heard what was happening and got back as soon as possible, because he immediately felt like he didn't have any other choice but to go and defend his homeland. And that existential threat, he could have stayed where he was and done nothing, but he absolutely knew that it was something that he had to be part of. That if he's a Ukrainian in any way, that he has to support the country. And for a young man to be so dedicated, to have his head screwed on like that. Sorry, excuse me, yawning. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Although I bet he was a handful. I wouldn't like to take him on a night out. I think I'd constantly be having to look for him. Oh, where's he gone now? Chris.
No, that's a great thought. That is, Mockers. That makes me laugh. That does. But is it actually a Cambodian massage that he's hankering after, or is it a Thai massage?
It was a Thai massage. Let's just go with an Asian massage, because he said he wants to go back to Asia.
Okay.
Yeah, he did a bit of travelling. I mean, you hear about people, they go to college or uni, don't they? And then afterwards they'll think, oh, I might just do, a bit of travelling around the world, get myself a bit more worldly wise, and then go into a career. Lots of people do it. And he obviously was in that time of his life and thinking that he was going to have a bit of a jolly around, some places, enjoy his young life. and wakes up one morning and finds out his home's being invaded. What would you do in that situation? And he made the decision that he had to be there, and he's now drone operating. He's doing very well, and his whole attitude when he talks, he's really chirpy and cheerful. And I know you've got to sort of keep that sort of attitude in difficult times. It's amazing how much humour and how much sorry, cats are thundering around the house, and how much sort of the fact that, you know, it's serious, but there's an awful lot of jokes. You can't take everything seriously, otherwise you'd be gibbering in a corner. So, you know, some people say, how can you laugh about these things? How, you know, and it is exactly a coping mechanism. I mean, I've always had this coping mechanism where if somebody tells me horrific, horrendous news, I'll be honest, I'll laugh. And it sounds awful, doesn't it? But it's a reaction. It's you know, something that I can't control. And it's even worse now. I've got a since I've had the stroke, because I can't even suppress it. So yeah, please don't tell me that somebody you love has died face to face with me, because I will laugh, and I don't mean to. It's just a strange reaction. However, it is tapping into that natural coping mechanism. Kerry, you jumped up on that, so I think you had something to add.
Hello, mockers. First, it wasn't this, but first of all, that is actually a normal reaction. I know that sounds bizarre, but for some people, when they are met with really challenging circumstances, the natural reaction, all the research bears this out, one of those reactions is laughter. It is a coping mechanism. It's your body triggering a response to something that is too horrific to contemplate, and so it is a normal reaction to do that. Quite a few people have that reaction, and I have to say, I'm afraid I'm one of them. I am one of those people who sometimes, when things are horrendous, I have the same reaction, mockers. So yeah, it's in the realm. I was going to say oche, so it's joie de vivre. So that would be literally the French expression of joie de vivre. So basically, the joy of being alive. You can't take it out of the boy. He has a joy of being alive, and that is the perfect way to describe it.
That is absolutely true. I think, you know, in a way, when you look death so closely in the face on a regular basis, because whenever they're out there, they are vulnerable, you know, of being found and or even just being hit with random artillery, because, you know, they're putting themselves in harm's way. And it does give you a completely different aspect on what's important, how you live your life. I mean, you know, personally, I've had a near-death experience, medical, but you know, not through anything violent. But it's strange how certain things are suddenly much less important, and what is important is being happy, laughter, you know. Also, not having people fuss over you, because, you know, if other people around you going, oh no, it must be terrible, then it brings you down. God, and you've got to say, no, actually, we're coping with this in the best way we can. Now, let's, you know, let's laugh at it, because otherwise we're going to cry. And that I think that is generally it's a level of trauma that anybody who is in Ukraine is currently going through. In a way, I think it's impressive that this attitude has become sort of part of their personality. This, resilience, this resilient attitude. Sorry, Chris, I've just been harping along, and you've got your hand up there. So go ahead.
No bother at all, Marcus. Thank you. Yeah, no, they are. I was going to say that they are a team, him and Verlaine, that's for sure. They are a great team. I love the way that they that she helps him with his words and that, which she's ready with almost immediately. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I was just going to also just let you know that I've sent a DM to Lunchtime. And I've told him that he's got captain's table today, which is a naval disciplinary thing, because he's fallen